Great. If everyone would take their seats, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. We have such a full agenda today that every minute counts. So my name is Karen Onije. I am the Associate General Counsel of the FCC, one of them. I also serve as Chief of Staff of the Connect to Health FCC Task Force, and we want to welcome you to today's FCC FDA workshop, Promoting Medical Technology Innovation, the Role of Wireless Test Beds. This workshop is just another step in the ongoing FDA-FCC collaboration and leadership in promoting innovative medical technologies. It has been organized by the Connect to Health Task Force, the FCC Office of Engineering and Technology, and our good friends at the FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health. We're really fortunate this morning to have with us key members of the leadership from both of those agencies, both the FCC and the FDA, to offer greetings to all the discussants and participants this morning and to kick off today's endeavor. As I said, we have a very aggressive agenda plan, so I'm not going to take a lot of time on these sort of preliminaries. It's just my distinct pleasure to introduce the Honorable Mignon Clyburn, Commissioner at the FCC. She is a champion of health IT issues here at the Commission. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Clyburn.
Thank you, Ms. Onije. And one of the reasons why I've lasted so long in D.C. is because I know my place. And so I say that because the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission just walked in. There was no way Karen, Ms. Onije, sorry, was being formal, could have seen him. So at this point, I present to most and introduce to just a few the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Mr. Tom Wheeler.
Because I'm not going to be long, number one. Applause, applause, applause. That's it. I do want you to know the reason I was late walking in here is I've just come from the doctor's office, okay, where I gave blood, something that we need to work on the technology so that we can do it without the stick. I like that, okay. And the doctor's office, I know this will surprise you all, was backed up, which is kind of a microcosm for everything that's going on today and some of the great promises of healthcare futures, particularly driven by wireless devices. I want to be real clear about one thing. This lady is the reason that we are here today. The driving force behind the mHealth initiative, the telehealth initiative, here at the FCC has been Commissioner Clyburn. And we are all incredibly grateful to you, Mignon, for your leadership in this and for continuing to drive this forward to bring together the kind of group that we have today. Because, you know, we've all lived through watching how mobile has changed businesses and changed the way we interact in our daily lives. And you scratch your head and you say, you know, you ought to be able to do that same kind of thing in healthcare. But delivering healthcare is not the same as delivering a voice call. Delivering healthcare is not the same thing as delivering Angry Birds. And so what's great about what you've put together today is to bring together these kinds of experts to talk about the importance of test beds and the importance of making sure that we take advantage of this great revolution and get it right. So thank you, Commissioner Clyburn, for all of your leadership, and thank you to everybody who's come from FDA and elsewhere to participate in this.
Thank you.
And back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, let us welcome and thank the chairman. None of this would be possible without his leadership, his budget allocation, and I'm appreciative. And I believe, and probably, that's important, and I'm going to ask for something else, so I'm going to be very nice to him today. One of the things that I want to make note, and maybe you do this on every birthday, I believe this is your birthday week. Am I right? Next week? Okay, well, we'll start early. We'll sing happy birthday to him right now. Okay. I knew it was close to mine. Hint, small hint. You guys missed my birthday. But anyway, seriously, I would like to thank the Connected Health team for everything that they're doing to bring about awareness and focus on this very important role of our wireless test beds. Throughout history, the medical field has gone through several transformations thanks to the work of innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, and many of you in this room. Take, for instance, the discovery and invention of the X-ray machine. Remember the X-ray machine? Prior to X-rays, there was no way to look inside of the human body for diagnosis or treatment except for cutting a patient open. With this invention, all of a sudden, there was a new non-invasive way to diagnose injury and disease. Eventually, this discovery would also lead to improve ways to treat patients by helping visualize doing surgery or other interventions. In today's digital revolution, healthcare is in the midst of yet another remarkable transformation. Dr. Eric Topol, one of the nation's most innovative thinkers about the digital future, has said, "Nearly everything we can do in medicine can be done remotely." If you take a moment to really think about it, the implications behind that statement is huge. It indicates an extraordinary shift in the way healthcare is being delivered and received. At the center of this shift are wireless medical networks and devices. In the same way that X-rays use an invisible property in order to produce incredible changes to medicine, wireless networks, also invisible to the naked eye, power devices that are transforming healthcare. Today's innovative technologies are completely changing when, how, and where medical care takes place. Virtual doctor's visits and wireless monitoring devices allow the consumer a more convenient way to get the care they need and to get that care when they need it. In addition to convenience, these innovations are also making it possible to reach people that previously have been difficult to reach. Health disparities based on geography or socioeconomic status are being bridged through technologies that make healthcare more accessible and less expensive. Healthcare providers are also seeing a shift in the way they diagnose and treat illnesses with the help of wireless technologies. For example, patients are being sent home from the hospital sooner after surgery or a major illness with the help of in-home monitoring systems. Physicians can continue to keep track of recovering patients at home instead of keeping them in the hospital or a clinic. As this transformation of the healthcare system continues to evolve, we owe it both to the consumers and the clinicians to continue to ensure that medical devices are safe and reliable. We must, therefore, take into account the need for wireless coexistence. Wireless test beds are a critical piece of ensuring safe, reliable technologies, and I am grateful for all of the work the Connect to Health Task Force, OET, and their partners and our partners at the FDA have done to make this workshop a success. I would also like to thank all of the moderators and speakers who have graciously joined us this morning and look forward to hearing your thoughts and perspectives. Some of it will be remotely for me. But as a final thought, I will say that just as individual musical instruments come together in an orchestra to create a symphonic beauty, individual medical devices must work together on wireless networks to create a transformed and improved medical healthcare system. Working together, we can ensure that that orchestra of wireless devices coexists in harmony. Thank you very much for allowing me to make these welcoming remarks, and I'll turn it over again to Karen. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Clyburn. I think that analogy to a symphony is going to be with us throughout the day. Thank you. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. William Maisel, Chief Scientist and Deputy Center Director for Science at the FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health. That's a wonderful mouthful, Dr. Maisel. Dr. Maisel provides strategic leadership in developing, implementing, and executing the center's broad national and international biomedical science programs. He is a board-certified cardiologist, so he knows what he's talking about. He's a prolific researcher and an author with a focus on device innovation and medical device safety and effectiveness. Please help me welcome Dr. Maisel to the podium.
Thank you very much. And let me add my welcome to those we've already heard this morning. And it's great to see such a terrific turnout for what we consider a very important workshop today. And really, before going any further, I want to acknowledge our FCC colleagues for not only their co-sponsorship of this workshop, but also really a very collaborative and constructive relationship with FDA and FCC over the past several years. I think together we recognize the importance of bringing together communications technology with those of medical devices and really the transformative impact it can have on healthcare. And perhaps a little bit even more exciting than that is that these innovations are really no longer the stuff of fantasy. They're no longer the science fiction novel or the movie. They're here today, and we're living and breathing them. There are many devices that we see at FDA, but that more importantly are out to consumers and patients. We have continuous glucose monitors that not only provide information to pediatric patients, but can transmit wirelessly to the parents so that they have peace of mind and can monitor their children's glucose. We have implantable cardiac devices that automatically and wirelessly transmit data and information to healthcare providers. We have surgical sponges in operating rooms that can help OR staff monitor the presence of sponges in an operative field and help make sure that there's no sponge left behind. We really have these amazing transformative technologies. In many respects, these examples don't really do justice, though, to the amazing opportunity that lies before us. And there are really an unlimited number of devices and possibilities to help consumers and patients. And I think that's in many respects why we're all here today. It would be remiss of us if we didn't also take a moment to think about the manner in which these technologies are changing healthcare delivery. It allows patients to be treated at home instead of in a hospital, which certainly is important for their happiness and well-being and quality of life. It helps physicians monitor patients outside the hospital in a different healthcare environment than normally they would be. And so thinking about how to approach making sure these technologies deliver on their promise is really part of what we're here to discuss today. At FDA, we've taken what we believe is a balanced approach to the participation in helping get these products out to patients, an approach that both promotes innovation and protects patient safety, trying to strike that right balance and getting good, high-quality, innovative products out to the American public as quickly as possible. And you can see this approach in our actions that many of you are familiar with, our mobile apps final guidance published in September 2013. More recently, our medical device data systems final guidance related to the hardware and software products that's transfer, store, convert, and display medical device data. We've really tried to take a smart, narrowly tailored approach to getting these innovative products out to patients. It's also important, however, to recognize, and I think many of the people in the room today do, that we also face a number of challenges in evaluating these products. And when I say we, I mean the collective we, not FDA, but the entire community. And we certainly have challenges that remain, and there are challenges in the convergence of communications technology, coexistence, and establishing test beds for the evaluation of wireless medical devices. And As we discussed at the outset, it's great to bring together the community, not only FDA and FCC, but many of the smart people in this room to help us figure out the next steps and solve some of these challenges that lie before us. Some of you may know that today is Dr. Peggy Hamburg's last day as FDA Commissioner. And we will miss her, but in many respects, it's really a fitting day to have a meeting like this. It was under Dr. Hamburg's leadership that the collaboration between FDA and FCC really entered its next stage of really close collaboration and working together. And we've really very much adopted her vision and approach to how we think about regulating technologies like this. And she made some comments at an FCC-FDA co-sponsored event back in 2010, and I'm going to read you a quote because I thought it was very apropos of what we're experiencing today. She said, "At the FDA, we view every issue through the lens of public health. Our ultimate goal is a balanced approach, an approach that meets the unique challenges of the 21st century while prioritizing health and well-being above all else. I know it's a tall order, but it's what the American people demand, and it's what we must deliver." So Dr. Hamburg's words from nearly 5 years ago really couldn't ring more true today. And so on behalf of FDA and our FCC colleagues, I really want to welcome you, and we look forward to a productive discussion.
I like that. No sponge left behind. In the spirit of no speaker left behind, we're going to shift gears and talk just for a few minutes about the FDA and the FCC's interest in wireless coexistence issues generally, wireless test beds more specifically, and we have Julie Knapp, who is the chief of the FCC's Office of Engineering and Technology, and Bakul Patel, who is Associate Director for Digital Health at the FDA Center for Devices and Radiological Health. Julie, take it away.
Thanks, Karen. When the program was being organized, and they said, "Julie, you're going to get to speak after Chairman Wheeler, Commissioner Clyburn, and Dr. Mizell," I said, "Talk about tough acts to follow." So one of the more gratifying parts of our jobs as public servants is to do things that truly make a difference in improving people's lives. And perhaps one of the areas that is most compelling is where we do things to improve health care. And as I was thinking about my remarks for this morning, I was struck by how long we've actually been working on some of these issues, including the one that is the subject of our workshop today. It reminded me of the show Glee. With Glee, if you miss some episodes, the show always began by telling you to set you up for what you're about to see. Here's what you missed on Glee. So if you haven't been following real closely about wireless test beds, here's what you missed on wireless test beds. The FCC and the FDA have been working together for many years on a variety of issues that intersect at the crossroads of our responsibilities. The FDA for overseeing health care and medical devices, and the FCC for overseeing use of the airwaves, the radio spectrum. An entire chapter of the Commission's March 2010 National Broadband Plan, Chapter 10, was devoted to how we could promote broadband as a tool to improve health care. In July of 2010, and this is what Dr. Mizell had referred to, the FCC and FDA conducted a workshop to gain a better understanding of the convergence of communications technologies and the challenges that they face. At the time, FDA and FCC formalized our working relationship through a memorandum of understanding that is intended to promote collaboration and ultimately to improve the efficiency of the regulatory processes that apply to broadband and wireless-enabled medical technologies. Then in June of 2012, the FCC Chairman, Julius Janikowski, assembled a group of the nation's leading wireless healthcare technology experts from industry, government, and academia for a summit on mHealth. The outcome of this event was the creation of a task force by the participants to develop concrete recommendations to accelerate the adoption of mHealth technologies. The task force made its recommendations later that summer, including a recommendation to promote the availability of wireless test beds. In response, the chairman said the commission would consider an order to streamline the FCC's experimental licensing rules to promote and encourage the creation of wireless device test beds to improve research, development, and deployment of mHealth technologies. The order was adopted by the commission in early 2013. And just to show you how closely we've been working together between FCC and FDA, I'm doing the first part of this presentation, and Bakul's going to pick it up from here to bring it home. And with that, I'd like to introduce my good friend, Bakul Patel, who's the Associate Director for Digital Health, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health at FDA.
Well, thank you, Julianne. In season 2, this is what you saw in Glee, which is also a 4-letter acronym. So while all that was happening, we also, as part of Section 618 of the FDASIA, which is Food and Drug Administration Safety and Innovation Act, the Congress asked FDA, FCC, and ONC to work together to come up with a proposed strategy for health information technology. So taking a step back. So it's almost like Glee, where you go from one scene and one plot to another plot. So we did that. As a result of that, in the report, we sort of highlighted the need for testing, not only during the making of the product, but also during the design and development, implementation, customization, and post-deployment of products into the healthcare setting. We thought, and we highlighted in the report, that it's as important to test the product before it reaches the users, is as important to test them in an environment that it's going to be living into. So with that whole concept, and this is what Julie mentioned as well as testing, and what you missed in wireless, or why we are thinking about wireless test beds, is to simulate or emulate the environment, these products, as technology converges from medical devices that are non-connected to connected using wireless versus or other technologies into an environment. How can we actually look at what are the needs, what are the thinking behind what should be considered in the development of the products, and also how can we make it transparent for just not the makers of technology, but also users of this technology. So I'm not going to speak anymore because we have a whole day set up to sort of identify those needs, identify what things are happening in this area, and also at the end of the day sort of figure out where do we go from here on. So there will be a season 3. And not only season 3, but also season 4. But as Hollywood does it, the only thing you're missing between seasons is the theme song for the shows. So having said that, this is what you missed for wireless test beds, and I'm going to turn it back over to Karen to kick off the workshop.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're done with all the preliminaries, and now the work of the day begins. I'd like to invite the moderators and discussants for session 1 to come up and get seated on the dais, and I'll provide just a few instructions while they are taking their places. We are working on getting some programs for you. We had some technical difficulties on that front, and you'll get those shortly. When you get them, you will see that session 1 is titled Defining the Need and Scope of Wireless Medical Test Beds. And we have an illustrious group of discussants assembled this morning, and they are going to consider the question of how wireless test beds can contribute to the overall health IT ecosystem. They're going to ask questions and answer them, hopefully. Are there new issues emerging that make these test beds more or less important? And it's going to be a really fascinating discussion. I'm very much looking forward to it. One housekeeping note. For those of you who are joining us online, and this is being aired live on the FCC's website at fcc.gov/live, you can join the conversation and follow using the hashtag testbeds. We'll also be accepting questions for each of the session participants through Twitter using that very same hashtag. All right. So, Julian and Steve, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, now we just would like to share with the panel the critical information that the light doesn't turn on when the mic goes live. Okay. Good to know. Good morning, everyone. Karen, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Our panel has spent considerable time trying to formulate a cohesive coverage of this topic area for session number 1 to help set the stage and to generate questions and provide background on what led up to this session on wireless medical device test beds. And there was an evolution, and we'll go through that a bit when we begin the slides. But first, I would like to introduce our panel members just by name, and you'll hear a little bit more about them. And, of course, there are extensive bios in the handouts, which are being reprinted, I understand. So stay tuned for the larger packet. So why don't we go through and have everyone introduce themselves, mention their name and organization first.
I'm Steve Berger with TEM Consulting.
Rick Tevis from Geisinger Health System.
Phil Raymond, Philips Healthcare.
Sean Jackman with Kaiser Permanente.
I bet you can guess this, but I'm Carrie McDermott with the Center for Medical Interoperability, and I just have to say I'm particularly proud to be an FCC alum today. Had the pleasure of working with these fine folks over the past 5 years, so this is a day of nostalgia for me, but I'll try not to make it all about me. Thanks.
I'm Donald Witters with the Center for Devices and Reproductive Health.
And I'm Julian Goldman with Mass General Hospital and Partners Healthcare System and the Medical Device Interoperability Program. So I think we'll begin with the slides. Several of us have just a few slides, and we'll get that going here. So a bit of history. Several years ago, a group was formed by the FCC called the mHealth Task Force. The mHealth Task Force was initiated by Chairman Janikowski, as I recall, and brought together a diverse group from hospitals, industry, and others to discuss and examine mHealth, something that was still a topic. It was unclear what the M stood for. Mobile, medical, that was the stage that we were at that point. Even that wasn't completely clear. So we convened the group over some period of time and came up with recommendations, which you can find online on the FCC website. And the recommendations are here. Now, the idea of a test bed did not come out of the mHealth Task Force. In fact, it had been under discussion within the FCC for some time. I remember Julie Knapp talking about this, meeting with several groups that were looking for ways to innovate with medical devices, and primarily that work focused around research spectrum allocation, if memory serves, but I don't want to put words in Julie's mouth. That idea was matured through the mHealth Task Force, and you can see the recommendations here. They're all contained in a single slide. And I'll read just a small part of this. It says, specifically, we recommend that the FCC encourage and lend its expertise to the following initiatives: creation of national centers with equipment, expertise, licenses, and support staff; identification of tools and consensus standards to monitor and assess the performance of wireless technologies in healthcare environments; easier access to spectrum or rules for healthcare that feed the quest for interoperability. For example, separate medical spectrum with more capability, rules for more protections on critical care spectrum, emergency situations, communications. Next, encouragement for innovation of technology and other tools, such as standards or publications. And finally, encouragement of newer technology, for example, cognitive radio, and applications that are built on a risk management approach. Those recommendations were published on the FCC website that were concluded in 2012. And then the Consumer Advisory Committee and FCC FACA number 7 started. And then the FACA picked up the recommendations from the mHealth Task Force in this, as you can see in this final slide. This was modified a bit in the final version, but these are the recommendations of the Consumer Advisory Committee that were made by the committee to the FCC. Again, revisiting and underscoring the importance of moving forward with the workshop on test beds. And so this is some of the work that was the groundwork for this, and I'm really excited that we're finally here today after all this preparation. So I'd like to thank the FCC and the FDA for kicking it off. And let me pass the baton to my co-chair.
Okay, thank you. And let me go ahead and put the first slide up. I thought the most useful contribution of my time is to throw some rocks and stir up some trouble if I can. So let me do my best. What I'd like to do is go through a set of issues, and there's been a lot of work has been said that's gone before, but I think these are connection points and axes that's worth revisiting and saying, where are we, how are we doing? So to start with, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And I think it's clear there's multiple problems. You can't solve something you're not focused on, though. So are we trying to quantify the operational reliability of medical devices? Alternatively, are we trying to spot the potential impact of those devices on the installed base, what's already out there as new technologies enter the healthcare delivery system? Are we trying to gain insight into the deployment process? Is the combined system ready to take in a new technology? And in the interest of causing trouble, let me suggest that potentially the best use of the test bed would be to never allow it to run a test. So is the test bed best a place and organization to do testing? Or is it a function and process that engages with the larger system for developing medical devices delivering health care? And potentially, if you didn't allow the test bed to ever run a test, it would have to think more about how it engages the system. Where and when are the critical decisions made, and how does it influence those? Which very possibly spends more time trying to influence chip and component designers to do the things that consequentially result in improved healthcare delivery and performance of medical devices. So, some connection points. We clearly observe there's this huge attractive pull to the dominant networks and to the dominant RF protocols. The problem is we want medical devices to perform at higher levels. So how do we sort through that? There's a lot of good reasons for healthcare devices to operate in the dominant networks, but then we want them to have higher levels of performance. How do we stay in touch with the RF environment, which is constantly changing? What's the bridge to research to compliance testing? There's multiple examples of coexistence testing taking multiple millions of dollars to perform, and with good reason. I think that's called research. That clearly isn't affordable on a every product basis, so we need to trim that down, automate the tests, and what's the test bed's purpose in getting it down to an affordable level of testing to predict an individual device's operational performance. Correlating field results to what happens in the test. Hopefully that is well understood. This is one that is unusually difficult, but we're naturally attracted to Gaussian distribution, normally distributed events. We can look at what's going on. We can run statistics and figure out what the worst case is. How about those low probability, high impact events that are non-Gaussian? What are we doing about those? And I'd suggest that deserves some time of its own. They will happen, they do happen, they have impacted our society significantly. And then, does the test bed include consideration for all the people who will engage, both the professionals who will use the equipment, but those who will be receiving the benefit of it, and particularly people with disabilities? who commonly then bring their adaptive technology. And there is a history of recreating old problems because the people who make decisions on new technologies are unaware of the diversity of human population and human needs. And therefore, over and over again, we end up doing things like recreating hearing aid interference, interference to different kinds of medical devices. So some issues to throw out there and hopefully kick around some today.
Great. So we can pass the baton down to those who have slides, and then we'll go fill in with the verbal comments only. Carrie is next. Oh, okay. Thought we had more slides. All right, we don't have more slides. So we have a number of comments that the panelists are prepared to make to kick off the conversation. And who shall we go with? I see. Work with Phil and then Carrie. Is that right?
What about ladies first?
Yeah.
I defer to the judgment of the moderator.
I was just going to start with the maybe view this from the medical device manufacturer. So, and where test beds and where a program like this could fit in. From a medical device manufacturer standpoint, we obviously do extensive testing as part of our quality system, as part of verifying interoperability with all the various networking vendors. As much testing as we can do in our labs and our environments, it does not 100% correlate to the performance of our devices in a hospital network. There is a gap there, and there's, it's a challenge we face as a medical device manufacturer working with the hospitals to understand that gap, to understand their capabilities on what they can test to, and work with them. And it's a continual. It's not a one-day, okay, we tested it, works, all good, you'll be good to go for tomorrow and the next month. So filling that gap in with a test bed certification program that can have some, take it that further distance. I don't think we ever get away from a hospital having to have its own testing capabilities, have its own networking competencies around wireless connectivity. But having this test bed certification, whatever we end up calling it, where this goes, is a key component, in my opinion, of addressing and filling in that gap between the medical device manufacturer and the hospital.
Carrie?
Sure. So
thank you for your patience.
I know that's hard for me. So anyway, I think there's a good articulation of the problems presented. I'd like to just paint this in a slightly broader picture for folks as we think about test beds and the strategic role they might play for the healthcare industry. So if you think about what health systems are facing today, they have to deal with evolving business models and care models. So we're moving towards population health management and transitioning care from inside the hospital to outside the hospital walls to the home. We're trying to focus on having more personalized care for individuals. Health systems are working to adapt to out-based payment models and making a transition to value. They have to deal with coordinating care across disparate delivery sites and with other entities. They're focused on leveraging data analytics and engaging individuals in their care and making sure they maintain a satisfied and motivated clinician workforce. And in order to support all of this, the underlying technologies must work as expected. So we find ourselves, as Phil started to note, where the people buying, deploying, and using these technologies need to have confidence that it's all going to work together safely and securely. And test beds can really help with that, especially as a resource for solving shared technical challenges. So given the proliferation of wireless devices in the healthcare setting and the changing nature of what constitutes the healthcare setting, wireless is an indispensable utility. This is a huge infrastructure challenge as you're managing various networks for specific purposes, but the clinicians aren't thinking about what network something is on or whether they're using a regulated or an unregulated device. They are just needing the system as a whole to just work. And so I think we have a real opportunity to talk about how we help the system as a whole just work.
Thank you, Carrie. So If I can, I think Phil brought up the notion that the testing pre-deployment and at the point of manufacture development does not guarantee success once it's deployed. And Carrie pointed out the importance of it just working. And so I'm not sure who should best speak next to this. Okay, there we go.
So at Kaiser Permanente, to give you a view of this very problem, what I face on a daily basis is my job is to provide a reliable and safe wireless network for general use. I don't put a customized wireless network for each product we put into the environment. We need a general utility. And because of that, I literally am faced with the challenge of taking in a different type of medical device every day. You know, I'll get a phone call. Hey, Sean, I just bought this device. I'd really like to, can we go ahead and put that on the wireless network? I'm happy to help you. Let me understand, what it is. Oh, wait, which protocols are you using with this device? It is, the maturity in the marketplace isn't where it needs to be. Let's just put it that way. So it forces me to build a very expensive wireless test bed. It's in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars what I've put into this in order to get to that general utility network to have a safe and reliable experience. I don't know if I should be in the business of doing that. There's a level that I'll always need to do because our environment is, you could argue there's going to be some unique characteristics about it. But gosh, it would be sure nice to have something, a place, as Stephen put it, to go for medical device manufacturers, infrastructure vendors, to have an ecosystem to test these products in. I would argue the equipment vendors, let's say medical device manufacturers, they do a pretty good job of testing their product in isolation. They can't predict every type of environment that's going to be out in the customer world. I mean, their expertise is in the devices, not running a hospital wireless network. That's my job. And we have, I think, over 70 specifically certified wireless devices. How those interoperate, right? Coexistence. There's some of them have different level of performance requirements than others. So a voice call running on Wi-Fi, that's real time. You have to, and that could be care team communication for acute care to deal with our sickest of patients. I'm very, very concerned of making sure that is as reliable as absolutely as possible. Right? So it takes so much detail to go test these things out. And I'm excited about the topic today, wireless test beds. So I'm just trying to frame the perspective that folks like Rick, myself, Calvin, that we have to provide a general utility network. And the problem I think was pretty well articulated.
So Sean, thank you. I wonder if that your problems could potentially be unique to the West Coast because it's so far from here.
That's right.
But maybe we could hear from Rick Tevis to see if there are problems like that in rural Pennsylvania.
We do. We do have the same issues.
It's already waiting.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. It's congruent. It's not just data anymore. It's not benign data. We're talking about patient information here. And if we lose it, we change it or delay it, we're not going to get the desired outcome that we need. And things that keep a clinical engineer up at night are coexistence, interference, loss of data. So I depend on these guys. These guys are the guys that put my networks together. But at our end, the test bed needs to be as hostile as possible. Within our four walls, we really, really have a hostile environment. We have argon coagulators, ESUs. We're very, very good at generating our own spurious emissions. We have lead walls, doors, Wi-Fi clock systems. We pretty much have a torture chamber for Wi-Fi systems, built within our systems. And you add that into the rural component of it. We're working with 30 or 40-year-old copper that doesn't work, much less having any wireless capabilities. So we have a whole nother spectrum to go there. But like I said, these are the guys that help provide me the information I need. But I'm the end user, I feel like, and we need the test bed, the hostile environment test bed. It's the final piece.
So, thank you. And Phil, I think, wants to comment that this is the FDA's fault.
Mike was off.
Okay.
No, if you think about it, so Sean's doing testing, Rick's doing testing. They're not necessarily collaborating. You make the joke about distances, but that points out, well, gee, if the hospitals are realizing that they need to develop their own test capabilities, why not? They're probably duplicating efforts. Why not bring that out into the community in some type of test bed? So I think that's fundamentally part of the challenge and part of the solution.
Right. Thank you. So I think we haven't heard from Don Witters at all. And I was trying to goad him into, responding, but
sorry, Don.
Thanks, Julie. I was just going to point out a few points that I put into the short abstract, which I submitted. First, wireless technology has been around for decades. It has evolved into a communication system, which is what we're focused on, for use in healthcare, and is widely used as a means to communicate not only patient information, signals from the patient, but also command and control of various medical devices, both within and outside. So it's used widely, and it's become a lot more widely used in a larger and larger group of medical devices and functions. We have begun many, many years ago cooperating and communicating with the Federal Communication Commission when some problems were seen back in 99-2000 with wireless medical telemetry. We came together very quickly with the industry and the broadcasters on that and came up with ways to resolve that issue. In the meantime, of course, things have developed a lot quicker in computers, and that's enabled much of the wireless healthcare infrastructure to develop to where it is today. We have not been standing still. I participate as a co-leader of an Association for the Advancement of Medical Instrumentation Standards Group for wireless coexistence of medical equipment. Our drive is really risk management, how to manage the risks that are appropriate to that use of the device, and also in the world that these devices operate in, which these days is pretty much, you can guarantee that there are going to be a lot of other wireless in that area at the same time, and in many cases using the same exact technology. Coexistence is something we found as a fundamental piece of our guidance for wireless medical devices, and we expect manufacturers to perform some assessment of that and, as appropriate to their risk, testing for that. What I was thinking today about what the gathering is about is really to flesh out a little bit more, what do we mean by a wireless test bed? Who would use this? What would it be consisting of? It could go all the way into the hospitals or the healthcare, into those facilities, or at least simulate those facilities. It could be and is already utilized by the manufacturers, as Phil was talking about, and by the computer industry, who have been using this type of approach for many years, and also bridging it out into wider and wider areas, perhaps coming up with ways or more simple ways that it could be done in situ. One of the groups that Steve didn't mention, but he is the chair of a ANSI-certified C63.27 group working on wireless coexistence standard right now. We're communicating and cooperating, because he's my co-chair on the AMI group as well, to develop documents, to develop tools that are really needed. How does the wireless test bed fit into that? How would we utilize it? Who would utilize it? How could we make this a resource that even the smallest companies in the medical community could utilize to some extent? All questions that I'm hoping we'll be able to discuss in this session and the later sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Steve, are you going to? You don't seem to. I think you have to tap that.
Okay.
It's on all the time.
Okay. Yeah, let me throw out a question, picking up on some things Don commented on. Is the longer I look at coexistence, it's clear it's a probabilistic issue. Wireless is going to work famously some places, and then you can find places there are problems. Ultimately, it's a risk assessment issue. What that gets down to most fundamentally is what's an acceptable level of risk, and how do we even discuss that in a wider forum? Let me just throw that out.
What I drive for when I look at these is risk management. So risk assessment is a part of that, but risk management means going the next step, which is what the folks from Kaiser and the other hospitals do to understand what they're dealing with and how important it is in the scheme of what the treatment is for the patient, and manage that in a way that is reasonably safe, reasonably effective, and does the job they need it to do in those situations. For example, some things, perhaps administrative information, may not be as critical to get there as timely as other information like a ECG, for example, or the patient is having a major problem and we need to get to them. This goes not only in the hospital but into the home as well. Patients are increasingly being monitored at home, and for good reason, because it's more comfortable. There are many positive ways of looking at that. How can that be assured that that's going to work reasonable in an environment of people who are not technically that savvy in this area? In fact, the group that is relatively small compared to the group that are patients and users and facilities. So what kind of tools can we help to develop that will push that forward, that will allow them to have an assurance, but also give them a tool, if they desire, to work in other environments and allow them to do something perhaps simple that they could do themselves? Do we need that? I don't know. I just throw that out there. How much of these test bed and where are they needed are good questions.
Are you? Let me just ask for a clarifying question. So, Don, are you referring to tools that would be applicable prior to deployment, during development and assessment of technology, or for monitoring performance post-deployment to detect and perhaps to help analyze sources of interference and degradation of performance?
I'm opening it up. I'm not focusing in particularly for my perspective on any one. I think initially the idea is at the development and design of the equipment and the testing for the equipment before it goes to the hospitals. But also we must include the larger sense. There may be simple things that could be developed that would be straightforward for the hospitals that would be allow them to look at this and examine it and mitigate if they need to. Perhaps they need to create separate networks of a certain type of technology with a certain level of quality of service that they need for their operation, and that may differ from organization to organization. You may not need that in a home, but perhaps this is a critical patient that has certain things that they need to monitor. It really is a risk management overall type of aspect. There's other issues, and I think maybe Carrie was leading into this, of interoperability. Coexistence and interoperability are two various things that need to come together, I think, in a way that makes this whole area more cohesive, more consistent, more coordinated, all along the spectrum of device design, device deployment, device use, device longevity, which is another thing. We all know how longevity is in computer world and in the things like smartphones and other technologies. Medical devices, some of them don't have that kind of turnover. They last for decades, and they do their job very well and very safely. How do we tie those in? And when they become wireless and they potentially use an older technology that's continuously changing and still maintain that degree of safety and effectiveness?
Don, let me ask, is an implication of your comments that perhaps as important or even more important than testing individual devices, a test bed should be testing the risk management systems, its ability to deal with events as they arise?
I'm not sure how this would work out. I think this forum should give us a better idea, especially in some of the panels that are coming, where these things might be developed. Some might be quick, some might be slower, some might not take hold at all, but we need to go forward. We need to innovate. This is a challenge and the opportunity that many have been seeking to have a forum that allows them to push these things forward.
I'd like to ask a question of the panel. The title for this event is Promoting Medical Technology Innovation, the Role of Wireless Medical Test Beds. Medical technology innovation. Now, from my perspective, working at Mass General Hospital and Partners Healthcare, there have been many times when we would have liked to use new technology, new equipment, new devices, but we run into the challenge of assuring that they will function in the environment and they won't cause interference with other devices. And there's a high cost to that assessment, and sometimes it's quite difficult. The security component fits in, as does the interoperability component. And later today, Rick Hampton from our institution will address this in detail. But for the moment, I wonder if the panelists could comment on, from their perspective, what is the barrier to innovation that not having test beds presents today?
Barrier, how about a tool to address the barriers? The wireless complexity in hospitals, in the home, and in between is only going to increase. Mm-hmm. You start talking about wireless sensors, wireless wearables. It's not slowing down, and it's only accelerating. Risk management is a tool that's been talked about here that can help formulate and create a vehicle for addressing these challenges, because it's, as I pointed out earlier, and Julian, to your question earlier, it starts at the development phase, through the deployment phase, and then a maintenance phase. Change control, change management, those type of things can be part of a risk management process. So to enable all these technologies, to enable wireless wearables and the innovations that there's a lot of brain power in the industry working on, it has to be safe and effective. And you want to talk about a barrier, talk about patient safety. And so you have to keep those in back of mind as you're developing these and as you're bringing these systems out, as you talk about, whether it's security or interoperability or RF interference. But those can all be barriers if they don't work appropriately, if you don't meet the clinical use to the safe and effective use of these type of devices, and that will just stall and inhibit innovation.
Carrie?
Thanks. Yeah, I would say absolutely, full agreement there. And I think it's worth stressing the point that when we think about test beds and the results that they would deliver, those results have to be relevant to me, to my healthcare organization, assuming a test bed is in service of the healthcare organization. Or if we're saying test beds are in service of medical device manufacturers, then it needs to be relevant to them. I don't think those are mutually exclusive choices, but there's a real decision in who the real customer of the test bed is. And I love what you said said before about the hostile environment test bed. Yes, I hope somebody's tweeting that. Because you need to test in the environment of intended use, and to the other point, at the system level, not just at a component level. So one-off components doing what they're supposed to do, that's great, but it's the integration and interoperation of those components that's what really matters.
I'd like to add some comments to that. I think you're spot on. A lot of times when what I find is the more traditional approach is people test the infrastructure, and they constantly look up at the ceiling, they're looking at the antennas, and when there's a problem, they look back up at the ceiling, well, maybe I can change these things, and so they constantly look to the infrastructure. I submit that that's rarely actually the problem. It's usually the problem is with Mr. Baker's wireless devices over there. The devices, we all have smartphones, hopefully most of us do. We've probably all experienced those devices not working well on Wi-Fi. And I have physicians, nurses, other hospital staff that they look at their smartphone. Sean, come on, right? I just want to use this. I wanted to. Can I connect into our unified communications infrastructure? Can I do all that? All of that new stuff that I saw with the marketing material, right? It's supposed to be able to do all that, right? There isn't a knob I can turn on the infrastructure to make some of these devices work. I've tried. I've tested 39 different code versions for one particular smartphone, still for it to fail 39 times. So the system is so important. And it has to be the same infrastructure for medical devices, for the care team communication, and then there's this little thing called guest Wi-Fi. It's not a little thing. It's an expectation. Again, Sean, come on. Right? We want to have all the members and, health plan members and guests that come in and let's just take care of them. Let's give them free Wi-Fi. Well, coexistence with that, with the wireless medical telemetry, the Wi-Fi variants of that, right? Because that's seems to be the momentum that the device manufacturers are going. That's an interesting topic. It really is the system, and you have to look at it. So I have 1,000 or so facilities with Kaiser Permanente. I work really hard to make sure there's one configuration out there and one of everything. Gosh darn, that's hard, especially across so many facilities. So now you look at it. So when you paint a bridge, you start at one end, right? You start going down to the end. Let's say it takes you, 3 to 5 years to get there. Well, I'm going to start going back to the beginning. Well, as I go back to the beginning, I'm a year into it. I still have 4 more years to go. So I have 2 types of wireless infrastructures out there. And if I just upgrade the infrastructure, those devices are all going to work fine, right? Because they worked good on the other one. No, right? Maybe their adapters are changing. So it's not just about putting it in the first time. It's about a life cycle. You have to address the devices and the applications based on their intended use. Don made a good point about a clinical device that maybe that Rick has. He may have a device that it just needs to check in once a day, and just to see if is there maybe update some from information-only logs, nothing that's going to affect the clinical device and its intended use with the patient. I'm going to look at that with a different lens. Then if somebody says, the next version of the Philips telemetry product, and hey, Sean, you can go ahead and put this on Wi-Fi too. I absolutely could. Is the intended use of that is, gosh darn it, my lens on that device is I have to make sure that device is never down. So now you think about it, right? And it's one infrastructure. Intended use, I guess I really want to reiterate, there is a point that we have to look at it as we're testing these things. There's an intended use of the device. Talked about everything from, an information only to the other end of the extreme of physiological monitoring to, devices and the different types of infrastructures we have out there. And then there's the life cycle, how we make sure when we put it in, it stays good, because our users, that's their basic expectation, is that it will work and it is safe and it's reliable.
Let me, I have a commercial comment here to make, just a short break to let everyone know out there in radio land, as they used to say, that it's possible to submit questions with hashtag testbeds. Is that with an S? Testbeds. And the questions are picked up here. Also, questions can be emailed. Just look at the fcc.gov website for the email information. And, of course, people here in the audience should just step up to the mic at any point if they have questions. And I'll start off with a question. But I'm just going to speak. I'm not going to tweet it. So, Don, you mentioned remote control of medical devices, which I thought was interesting. You commented ever so briefly on that. Could you add some detail, a little bit of richness to that? What kind of devices? Are you seeing specific devices that are being remote controlled? I imagine insulin infusion pumps are an example, but perhaps...
I'm not aware of an insulin pump that's actually remote controlled in some sense, but there could be.
Yeah.
There's a difference between remote control and closed loop. Mm-hmm. So there are some systems that are utilizing wireless technologies to close the loop, to sense and then provide the necessary therapy. This has been common in pacemakers for many, many years. Now it's finding its way into other systems. Insulin pumps, for example, for diabetic patients who need them, have wireless communication and are making their way into a sensing and then providing the kind of therapy, but they're not quite there that I understand. Remote control, perhaps you've heard of, and you utilize the remote teleradiology type issues. So you can have physicians and radiologists, one part of the globe basically, examining these kinds of images and issues in some other remote place. The military, of course, does a lot of this. The surgical types of things are not typically, as far as I have seen, remote control, but there are surgical systems that utilize wireless somewhere along their communication. They send out information and are connecting. I need to know what this patient is. I need to know what they're on. I need to have that information right here. There's a lot of innovation there. I would like to throw out, again, just a challenge also. Where do we think, or at least where the panel thinks, the wireless test beds should be, and who do they think they might be targeted to? Because I see a spectrum of where this kind of tool, and that's what I'm going to call it, a tool, could be used, but needs to be tailored to. The ones that Steve talked about that are very expensive to do are very rigorous, and there are test labs who do those now, and FCC has promoted that for many years. How does that make it into some of the other issues that we've talked about this morning, which really go into interoperability and systems issues in a larger sense? Most of what I see personally is directed towards a particular device. How are we, or what are we talking about in the larger sense? What kind of tools? I see that as a challenge and an opportunity for innovation, really.
Yeah, Rick?
One of the issues that I see as we move forward to test beds, actually test beds of any sort, is resources. If you talk, it's a human resource, it's a financial resource. I think Sean and I are lucky to work for organizations that have the resources to be able to do that. But the small rural hospital, there's smaller hospital can't do that. I have friends at Hopkins that do a lot of their work with the applied physics lab. Well, not every hospital has an applied physics lab to be able to do that. So, as we develop these test beds, we need to figure out how to get it down to a level where everybody can use it. In our organization, to have a device go on the network, whether it be not wireless or hardwired, we have a security review document. And it can be anywhere from 12 to 30 pages, depending on what it is. And we usually give those to Phil. We send those to the vendors and said, okay, here's here's what our requirements are. What can you do this? And so we go back and forth for about 2 months usually on how that works. So there needs to be something some sort of test bed or some certification that helps with that process.
If I can just jump in there and say, I think I'm in violent agreement with that, and that's actually some of what we've talked about here has been a call to action of why we established the Center for Medical Interoperability. So this is a place that is led by the hospital and health system CEOs for the explicit purpose of addressing their shared technical challenges. And we are building a physical lab, an actual location to take these things on. And it's all about, again, I think in our preparation, Sean made a great point that everything he's put in place to sustain things at Kaiser, it's not feasible, practical, and warranted to replicate that in every other system. So what can we do to have more of a centralized, shared resources, again, to address our shared challenges?
So we have, wow, we're just getting showered with questions now. Wonderful. Why don't we start with local, and then we'll go to Twitter and then email.
Great. Thank you. Fanny Mlynarski from Octoscope. Coexistence has been mentioned a number of times, and I was wondering whether coexistence, is it accurate to assume these issues come up mostly in unlicensed bands, since licensed bands are already regulated well? And if that's the case, how are they tested for today before devices are deployed, and how do you deal with them? Thank you.
Thank you. Volunteers? So we'll all point this way and see what happens.
Let me say, the dominant interest seems to be in the unlicensed bands. I'm not sure there are fewer problems in the licensed bands, but there are more capable network operators who have those licenses in the spectrum and are incented to run excellent networks. It's obviously more diverse in the unlicensed bands. One of the things that I see a lot, and a great test case is just up the road here at National Airport, pretty much morning, noon, and evening at each of the major rushes. You can see everyone crowding in and something like 75% of the traffic on 1 or 2 channels of the 25 or 30 Wi-Fi channels available. So group behaviors are real interesting. That kind of thing is worth a lot of study, and I would speculate we're seeing the same sort of thing. I don't know, Sean's smiling, so I'll let you take it.
Yeah, coexistence is a good topic, and it means a lot of different things to different people. For me, I'm looking, I would agree with Steve, it's an unlicensed spectrum coexistence test, so I'll look at, let's say, the 2.4 gig ISM band, coexistence with Zigbee, Bluetooth, in which version of Bluetooth, right? Wi-Fi, even as we're looking going from, let's say, an 802.11, in this case, N to 802.11 AC, two different, use the same spectrum, but different protocols. Really, I'll be looking more at performance, for that type of a coexistence. So maybe I'll look at it for different purposes. Even 900 meg, there's still some systems, there's less and less systems that are using that space. So I'll look at, let's say that there's an incumbent system in a facility. In this case, there's temperature monitoring at 900 meg. I have to understand and characterize how that system works. It means that, is it continuously transmitting? Is it spurious? Depending on how many, let's say, temperature sensors are out there, how frequently, from a time domain perspective, is that system operating? Well, can I put another system in there? There's some legacy phone systems that probably all gone now, but at 900 megahertz. Well, how do I then take that spectrum and carve that up? And unfortunately, it's different. It may have been configured differently for every facility. So we have to look at
Let me ask you to clarify, you mentioned temperature monitoring. Mm-hmm. So you're not talking about patient temperature monitoring,
right? No, facility. There's refrigeration units throughout hospitals. Good question. So we have to make sure those refrigeration units are within temperature ranges, and if there's some medications in there, if they go outside that range, they lose their effectiveness. So we have to constantly make sure that the units operate within the right range. So just using that as an example to talk about, I would argue I'm pretty far down the stream. Not looking at a device itself and saying, how does this device work with this other spectrum? Steve, we were talking this morning around with LTE, and how does that impact maybe a device that does that looks at your cardiology rate? Right? The way that pulses, if it's not, if the electrical engineering wasn't done right, it could actually pick up something erroneous. So I'm looking, I expect the manufacturers to deal with that. So maybe that's the wrong expectation, but that's absolutely my expectation, is the manufacturers have to ensure that. And they're looking at coexistence with other wireless systems and technology. Remember the old, don't use your cell phone here, right, and the signs that were all up? And I remember I had a Nextel phone that, with a speaker system on my computer, every time I get a phone call, they would go, yeah, you'd get it close, and so you think about that, and you go, there's an interaction there, right? That interaction is something I could hear. How many times do I not hear it? And it maybe affects the data that comes out of that system. That was instant feedback for me, but so the coexistence topic here of a device may not function right, and depending on what kind of device that is, I could have a much greater level of concern than others in the coexistence topic. So hopefully that answered the question.
Hence the focus on risk management.
Indeed.
So there's two other questions here. Very easy question. Is there a standard, unified definition of a wireless medical test bed? And if not, who is responsible for defining it so that we have a standard working definition?
I think Steve has that one.
We can put a committee on it.
Yeah. Right.
Excellent question.
Maybe, right.
But as I said in the introduction, I think there's a family of problems to be solved. I personally don't think there's a single test bed. I think there's a family of test beds to address different parts of the complex issue.
It sounds like maybe the word test bed is part of the challenge in terms of we're talking about different functions and capabilities for testing. But
let me make a further comment. When we started the Dynamic Spectrum Access group and the IEEE, to my surprise, the first thing those most insightful said we had to do was come up with a common vocabulary. They said, otherwise we'll have no end of discussions where we're talking past each other using the same words with different definitions. I see that in this topic. We've got too many disciplines, too many words mean different things in different arenas, and those arenas are cooperating. And certainly when we talk about test beds, we're going to have to invent some new vocabulary and make sure we all understand it if we want to save ourselves a lot of time.
Phil?
I would add to that, and I feel obligated to mention Wi-Fi certification. We talk about unlicensed and coexistence and interoperability. As chair of the Wi-Fi Alliance Healthcare Segment Task Group, I need to bring that up, and that's a challenge we see that the enterprise and specifically healthcare doesn't understand the value. But if you want to talk about a test bed, that's really what they're all about, is testing for interoperability on the different capabilities and functions and within 802.11 or Wi-Fi, and providing certifications and a level of assurance. So to me, that's a beginning or a foundation of moving forward and leveraging and maybe working with that group and with their experience and their ties to IEEE in terms of building test beds is certainly something to consider moving forward.
Great, thank you. It has been proposed, and it will be, I know later today there'll be discussions about the need for use cases to clarify some of the things that we're talking about. So, Stephen, to get to your point about the need for definitions, and for those out there in in video land who couldn't see the room, there was violent agreement with a lot of head nodding that an agreement on terminology and definitions is vitally important to ensure that we all work on the same problem in the same way. And maybe we'll talk a bit after about those use cases as a next topic after the questions. So we're going to take questions in the room, and then we're going to go to an emailed question.
Mr. Raymond, how are you? So, this is Steve Baker from Welch Allyn.
Rotate your mic towards you. There you go.
And I have a leading question for Mr. Raymond. So would you say that Wi-Fi certification guarantees that Wi-Fi devices in a hospital will interoperate without issue?
No.
Good. All right. So back to Steve Berger's comment, a layered test approach or a family of testing where Wi-Fi certification or Bluetooth SIG certification is a first step, and then we move on to more and more complex and more integrated testing.
Complementary testing.
I want to make a comment. We're in the area of conformity assessment, and that's a process that those heavily involved in laboratories understand. But essentially, there's a certain performance we want to see in the deployed environment, and we're looking at a number of processes, hopefully, that will deploy that. Let me throw out one question. And again, I'll go back to the example at National Airport here. If you go out at the right time of day when a lot of planes are coming and leaving, and therefore a lot of people are there, and you watch the packet error rate, it'll go up to, I've seen it as high as over 20% of packets not surviving. How common is it in our networks that they warn of problems? Because it's clearly technically possible to do that.
Warning of the problems is very important. I would tell you that it depends. Tying that to use case, and to Sean's comment earlier about telemetry, where you talk about real-time streaming data, 20% error rate is pretty much going to be universally unacceptable. So yeah, there's that poses a significant challenge in hospitals. I'll pass it.
Yeah. There's. The use cases are incredibly important, and we need different types of labs to measure different types of data. We may be looking at interoperability between two different systems of maybe two different protocols, a Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi in the same 2.4 channel. We could be dealing with ultra-wideband. How is that going to interfere with 5 gig? There are many test beds that will be needed to measure different things. In those test beds, there'll be different requirements. If we're testing an LTE system, you may put that in. You're gonna have to put that in a Faraday cage, right? Because unless you want somebody knocking on the door from one of the carriers, hey, I bought that spectrum. Don't you turn that off? Yeah.
All right. Let's go to a question submitted through Twitter. Can we set aside better spectrum for wireless devices than the current 802.11 ranges, which used to be called junk spectrum? I'm just reading. Yeah. Can we set aside better spectrum for wireless devices other than the 802.11?
Spectrum management. That's a topic that I know it's in this room. We've had many conversations around this. I've made pretty darn good use of what some people would refer to that as junk spectrum. Worked really hard to clean it up, and that you have to get rid of devices. You have to sunset some systems. It takes time to do that. There's obviously cost involved in it. Even the 2.4 gig ISM band, which largely most people say, "Oh, why are you using that?" Well, look at what I'm getting out of it. And sometimes you get a device, I can't control whether this does 2.4 or does 5 gig or not. Sometimes it's like, Sean, the device is made. I'm too far down the stream. I wasn't in their requirements process when they were developing the product. So I have to make use of that spectrum. But spectrum management as a whole is incumbent on anybody operating a wireless network and supporting that.
Don, Kerry, and Phil, whoever wants to jump in first, I saw you each have comments.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks. No, I had a sort of almost a follow-on question for you related to that, if I may. And that is, as we think about not just how you're managing the spectrum, but there are a lot of new technology options to look at how you manage what's inside your walls. So, for example, the use of small cells for healthcare. And is that something that you've been able to take a look at, or is that something where we would actually need a test bed to help us sort out first?
Well, you've actually touched on a topic that one that, gosh, it almost seems like it was staged, right?
I swear that wasn't.
Yeah. I'm heavily involved in small cell. Small cell is, from my definition, is a replacement technology to a traditional distributed antenna system, commonly referred to as DAS. So for, let's say, the big wireless carriers to plug into an antenna system in a building, it's a pretty, I would argue, archaic way of retransmitting those signals. So the technology changing to where, like Wi-Fi access points, where you put up a single radio and it's got a network connection in the back, so it fully instrumented radio head. That's the way. That's how the indoor cellular market is moving, and so now, so that's a different spectrum, and so I have to put a separate overlay network for that, and there could actually be more than one carrier supported on one small cell. I have seen every equipment vendor that's making product in that space. There is absolutely no consistency to how they're developing their products. Some of them, will single radio, totally different designs. There's not only wireless components to that, there's also wired components. How do we share maybe the same Ethernet backbone, right? And that's a test, and it's something that actually we just did. We're in a part of a FOA for one of the big carriers for indoor small cell now, and we just actually went through all of this testing. Transmit power levels, how that may how it may affect different devices, coexistence. So it's a big resounding yes. So that's just one. We just picked up. There's a whole list of other technologies that also we're looking at trying to.
Don and then Phil.
Well, I just wanted to remind the panel and the audience that what we're talking about is an industrial, scientific, and medical band that's been set aside both nationally and internationally, and it's been utilized widely in other industries. Some people refer it as you were calling it, Julian, but there are other frequencies that have secondary use for medical devices, and only one that's really primary, the wireless medical telemetry service down at it starts at 608, 614, then goes up to 1400. There's the medical implant communication service that's now under Med Radio at 402 to 406. But have to back away from this and think about what we're dealing with. Most of the systems now are not only utilizing one form of wireless, but they have 2, 3, sometimes 4. Part of that is getting from a sensor on the body, perhaps, out to something like a platform that's like a cellular phone and then wirelessly out on a cellular network. Some are utilizing 2 or 3 technologies that are doing different functions at the same time or in a sequence of things that are dealing with these wireless issues as well. And one other point, if we come back to what we think coexistence is, coexistence and electromagnetic compatibility have overlap, but they're not the same. When you talked about your noise on your speaker, that's electromagnetic interference. Coexistence can be much more complex, especially if you're dealing with technologies operating in the same frequency band. And some of the wireless, popular wireless operate in the same frequency band under completely different rules, completely different allocations of channels. Some have ways that they can deal with somebody who's on a channel very quickly. Others are not so resilient in that respect, but are still dynamic. Some of the newer issues that FCC has been inquiring and issuing some rules about include listen before talk, so that you are able to get a clear spectrum when you, at least at that point in time, but you may have to wait for it at some point in time. There's lots of issues here. It's not a ubiquitous, unique type of environment. It's very dynamic, very different, and we need to understand that. When I see perhaps submissions from medical device manufacturers that have utilized, for whatever reason or function, sometimes they're not clearly aware, and that's one of the reasons that the guidance was developed, what these issues are and how you need to address them. If you have a wireless function in a device, there's a standard electromagnetic compatibility test that's been 20, 30 years evolved. But if you don't have the wireless technology performing its function while you're doing that test, then you've missed perhaps a piece of that you need to include. That's not the same as doing a coexistence test, where you're now putting it into an environment where you do have these other interferers operating perhaps in the same frequency range that you're operating on. And I did think, just one example real quick, of the remote control. Wireless foot switches are used in controlling various things, dental apparatus, surgical tables, things typically that are in front of the person and not usually at great distances, but those can be utilized and are in medical devices these days.
And OR tables, height and tilt.
Exactly.
A few months ago in our lab, we worked on remote control of ventilators and infusion pumps to work on a research response to Ebola. So that with remote control, it could avoid entering the patient's room to adjust the infusion rate or to adjust ventilator settings. And we have, it's too early for a clinical deployment. We're still trying to understand the risk management of remote control for safety critical devices like that. But one of the questions that came up, obviously, is how would we evaluate that type of system to ensure that it would be safe prior or to deployment and during deployment. So I think of that in the scope of the innovation aspect. It's not only innovation around the radios and innovation around the communication aspects, but innovating clinical care pathways to meet modern challenges. How do we ensure that we can deploy those safely? So Phil, you're in the queue to respond, and then we have a question within the audience here, and then we have one by email.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of summarize. Don gave some great examples, and I say this not because I'm sitting in the FCC building, but I think there's good precedents and good best practices around freeing up spectrum, M-band being another one. And as a subject matter expert, one of the things we talk about in terms of best practices is absolutely use the spectrum available to you. Don't put, talk about risk management, don't put everything in 2.4 gigahertz. So, unlicensed, licensed, protected spectrum, taking advantage of all of that is risk control measures or risk mitigation. So to answer the original Twitter question, absolutely, and I think the FCC has shown continued due diligence around making spectrum available, both unlicensed, protected, and whatnot.
Thank you. There was someone standing at the mic before who sat down. Please.
Dave Hoagland. This addresses both Phil and Sean. I've seen in my experience, it affects you, Sean, as the device companies assume this more is about wireless LAN. They assume that all the wireless LAN development that they're doing on the embedded adapters is all the same. And I think there's a real precedent that they have to test, validate, and verify beyond Wi-Fi certifications, such as roaming algorithms, such as passing all the security supplicants. And then conversely, on the hospital side, before they go to deploy, I think there's a need for doing ecosystem testing to scale that architecture, number of devices, both voice, video, real-time monitoring, infusion pumps. Doing that conversely will allow the systems as a whole to work better.
I would just say I'm in agreement.
Yeah, violent agreement. The Wi-Fi certification from the Wi-Fi Alliance is pretty paper thin, and from my perspective, I have not seen any real evidence that they're addressing the roaming and security issues, and those are the two biggest issues I run into with every new device that comes in. Roaming is, just by the way, if you have a different radio there versus the one you connected here, and as you walk away, your signal gets weaker, and you have to roam at the right time, and that's a client decision for Wi-Fi. I can't fix that. That's a client decision. That's the way the protocol is written. Cellular networks are different. So now I have to test that device to make sure it does it. And it has to do it in a secure way using 802.1x and, WPA2. Well, which security protocols does it do? Did it actually implement them right? I see system after system where they don't implement it right. And we have to go back to the manufacturer to say, so we found something. How can we help you resolve this? Because we're not putting it in right until these issues get resolved.
Yeah, this is to Sean. Wi-Fi tests, just the device primarily, Wi-Fi certification. And Phil, I spent 3 years running engineering at Wi-Fi Alliance, so I know how these systems are put together. But I will tell you, wireless broadband is getting ready to do interoperability testing. They haven't typically done that, and they'll do their roaming tests. So the whole ecosystem is starting to embrace interoperability.
So, Mick, while you're at the mic, and we'll also have the team answer this, one of the questions that came in by email is, someone mentioned about testbed certification program. Is this something already in the market, or is it going to happen in the future? You just alluded to what's happening in the industry, and saw a few folks ready to comment on the mic. So maybe responding to Mick's comments as well as to the email. Does anyone want to take that?
I'd like to know the details of the test. Right, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. I would say initially, at least I could be wrong, but my perception was the Wi-Fi Alliance. Well, we have a test program. What are you testing? Can you give me the test plan? Well, no, you have to be a member to get that. Okay, so you're telling me the thing's certified, and all I know is I'm having problems with it when I try to hook it up. So wait, what are you testing again? Right, so I'd love to know the detail, and if that work is being done, is it a bunch of manufacturers and chipset vendors coming together, or do you have some real, end users, people operating real networks with real problems? Are we informing those test cases? I'd love to help contribute to that.
Yeah, and I'll comment it on the next panel. I'm on the next panel, so I'm going to give it a little stick around for that one.
All right, well, I think the break is probably after that next, so you're probably safe. No, I'm not sure, actually. Don, do you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that we got in at least the piece of information that this is not new. This has been evolving over many years. Several standards groups, like the International Standards Organization, has a document for essentially risk management across a system, the 80001, which does have a specific document that one of the next panelists, Rick Hampton, helped write on wireless technology. That wasn't the first, and I'm hoping that won't be the last document in this area. There are several documents that have been evolving over many years, and there's a wealth of information that could be and should be looked at in the area of wireless medical devices, systems, healthcare. There's a lot of people who put a lot of time and effort into these documents, and I would encourage anybody here, anybody in the audience, anybody listening, to find out about these, and in fact, if you really want to help make the change, participate in them. That's where we get the changes. That's where we need to hear the new voices, the new understanding. Several organizations have stepped forward and have been formulated in the last few years, Carrie's organization and a few others that are related to that. Some of the manufacturers that have seen this and the need for it and have made tremendous strides in putting together organizations that do, in fact, some of them have their own certifications. And several of these are really making strides to help understand this, to help formulate those basic definitions that Steve was mentioning, and formulate some basic frameworks by which this can move forward.
Thank you, Don. Steve is going to make some comments and wrap up, and then I'll conclude, and that'll be the end of the session. And yes, there is a break between sessions, by the way. Okay.
Very good. Well, excellent discussion. Very, very interesting. Let me just throw out a few things that stuck in my mind. It seems to me One is that there's not a single problem, but a family of problems to be addressed. And the issues are multidisciplinary and interrelated in complex ways. We've got some ontological systems to be understood if we're going to solve these problems. I think it's clear that wireless is not just adding a new function, but it's extending systems, certainly geographically. We've heard it talking about healthcare moving more into the home, but in other ways as well, and creating new relationships between disciplines that perhaps didn't relate so much in the past. And finally, as Don said, we have international conformity assessment processes. The challenge is how to apply that most appropriately to a distributed healthcare delivery system.
Thank you, Steve. First of all, thank you to all the panelists and to the audience and all those out in video land that submitted their questions. It's good to get, without that, we can tend to get stuck in our own thinking, so it's important to be challenged. And I think that the award for the best phrase of the morning goes to the challenge of managing systems is like continuously painting the bridge. So that's, I think, I got some messages about that, and it's painful, isn't it? But that is the nature of life. Also, another key message this morning is the notion that the test bed is a tool, or maybe a family of tools for risk management. And I think Don emphasized that point, as did everyone else. We also should keep in mind that this is an activity that is intended to facilitate innovation in healthcare. So it's not just about solving yesterday's problems. Test beds have to be something that help us pave the way for the future, for greater adoption of wireless to facilitate clinical workflow and equipment management and all that's needed, both in the home and in the hospital. And finally, it was mentioned, but not often enough, that in the end we have to think about patient safety. Ultimately, we're trying to deliver health care wherever we're trying to deliver that, or empower people to take care of their own health if we're not delivering it through a healthcare delivery organization. And so ultimately it's the safety of the people in the process that matters most. So I think that's a wrap. Thank you. There's a break now with FCC is, what did you, big snacks, donuts, none of the above?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate this one. So we are going to take a short break. I'm going to try to make up time like a pilot who was dealing with headwinds. And let's come back right at 11 if we can. The programs are available at registration, so if you can pick one up on your way out, and we'll see you back in about 12 minutes. Thank you. So we're going to ask the moderators and discussants for session 2 to take their places. Thanks so much, everyone. If you can take your seats. After this session, there will actually be a 1-hour break, so you'll have an opportunity to continue chatting. I just want to be respectful of these folks and give them their full time. So we are going to be transitioning now into a discussion that we've labeled Overview of Current Public and Private Wireless Medical Device Testbed Programs and Initiatives. The workshop builds on itself. You know, the first session we talked a bit about what in an ideal world we would have available. This session is designed to figure out against that yardstick where we are. And I am going to just invite our moderators to sort of take the lead. We have two illustrious moderators to lead this discussion. Dr. Wendy Nilsson is by agency, I guess. She is the Health Science Administrator at the National Institutes of Health, as well as the Program Director at the National Science Foundation. Welcome, Wendy. And then Seth Seidman is her co-moderator. Seth is the Senior Electrical Engineer at the Center for Devices and Radiological Health at the FDA. So the time is yours, Wendy and Seth. Thank you.
How do we turn it? Okay, that's on. All right, well, yeah, thank you. For those that had a chance to review the agenda over the break, you probably saw each session had sort of a list of questions to answer. And one of the ones from the previous session was, are test beds needed? Many people probably assume this was a rhetorical question, considering we have an entire workshop dedicated to it. I can assure you it is not a rhetorical question. Why? Well, first, it was one of my questions. Second, because all too often I've reviewed wireless medical devices that don't address the risks that are associated with wireless technology. And this is a shameless plug here. You can find those risks in the RF wireless technology and medical device guidance document that FDA published. So I think we heard also that test beds are a tool last session, and they're one way to address some of these risks. And as they discussed the question, were test beds needed, I heard a couple of really good ideas of what they could be used for and what tools they could be used for. Mainly, I think we heard coexistence was one of them. We heard also interoperability, and I think we also touched on security amongst some other things. Of course, had they just answered no to this question, we could all be headed to one seriously early happy hour. So, we know who to thank for that. In all seriousness, I wanted to get to some of the test bed programs that we have here. I think before sort of that definition that it's a tool for risk management, I wasn't sure if we really had test bed programs here, but I think we do now. So I think that's really good. And I think I'd like to start by introducing Dr. Hazem Rafai. Dr. Hazem Rafai is the Williams Professor for Telecommunications and Networking at the OU School of Electrical and Computer Engineering Telecommunications Program in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's a founder and director of the Wireless Electromagnetic Compliance and Design Center at OU Tulsa, better known as WECAD. WECAD's mission is to conduct basic and applied research examining medical device coexistence with various RF wireless systems and technologies, as well as validating electronic and electromagnetic compatibility. He's published more than 160 referred papers for national and international conferences and journal articles. And his field of interest includes the development of physical and medium access control layers to enhance wireless coexistence, the characterization of hospital RF equipment for medical electronics, and cognitive radios and networks. He is a past IEEE ComSoc Tulsa chapter president and served as the organization's North American Distinguished Lecturer Tour Coordinator. He's developed a test bed there at Oklahoma that addresses one of these tools, issues, which is wireless coexistence. And so I was hoping he could give a brief overview of the program there.
Thanks, Seth. I had a slide, but that's okay. We don't need it. The question we looked at when we started looking at a coexistence, wireless coexistence. So you have a medical device company that comes in that is not really interested in wireless, that used to be perform a medical therapy, and then you have wireless standards that come in that says, okay, we have radios that operate in the wireless, and then the medical device companies started looking into integrating wireless interfaces into their devices. So it's not their, design. They took a wireless interface and integrated it into a medical device. When they took this wireless interface and integrated, those usually the wireless interfaces are designed according to a standard. Now, if you look at 802.11, B, G, N, AC, and all the standards, they are not exactly a specific design. They don't lead to a specific design. They allow you to design, but there is some sort of a flexibility in there. So this is one degree of challenge. There is a specific, more or less design specific to a vendor in lieu of a standard. So the standard would pass, and I have my device can conform to the standard, and I have it, but there are variation of these devices that exist out there. So now you have a wireless interface that has a physical layer, a hardware component. On the top of it is software layers, the medium access control, the IP, and so on. You take those two, and you take the medical device and interface it. So now you have a complex system. It came to be a medical device plus a wireless interface. Then when the interface is interfaced with the medical device usually go and implement some software on the top of the software that comes onto the interface, and with that they introduce other things into the picture, not necessarily to improve the coexistence of the device itself. It just more or less to make it operate more, save energy, and do certain things. Now with that in integration, and so you have an integration process, then you have a modification process, and then you have a standard that really outframe that, and as a result it becomes more of a medical device with an interface, wireless interface. So the complexity of now looking at it from how would this device coexist with other, it elevated from being a medical device to an interface according to standard, to a modification to the software, and now we're putting a device out that it says, is it coexisting with others? So when we looked at it, it became more of a hardware problem and a software problem, that it's a very complex, especially if you don't know what exactly the modification of the software that happened, to deviate a little bit from the standard. And we said, okay, how would you now look at this device and try to allow it to coexist with other devices? So we took that as a system, and we said, okay, if we project this system, how is it going to behave in the frequency domain, the spectrum? So can I describe the behavior of that device in a frequency domain? How is it going to perform in an environment, in a space? That's another element of it. So you have a frequency, you have a space, you have an environment. How is it going to do with the power domain, which is power related to space a little bit, but it has its own issues too. And then finally, if I were to ask, to coexist with 2.4, then I might be co-channeled with other devices that are going to use the same channel. How am I going to coexist now? So you have a time domain element too. So we took a very complex system and we tried to project it into 4 domains. Maybe if you look into orientation or antenna designs and stuff like that, you can add one more domain to it, which is the major lobe in the antenna design, or MIMO when it comes out with the medical devices. So you looked at that, and now we start looking at saying, okay, this is a complex system. If I go and project it into these, I might be able to go and test for coexistence and able to quantify issues that come back to coexistence in lieu of looking at it as a system with all these multiple layers of hardware and software on the top of it that is being implemented. And this is how really we looked at it, is how do we set up a lab that is going to be capable of first characterizing the behavior in these domains, and then plus integrating it in an environment that could be a test bed environment to validate that it's going to coexist with others or not.
Great. And we're going to move on and talk about some more test beds. And next will be Mick Conley. He's the Development Manager, Industry Programs for Underwriters Laboratory. And as he gave you a little sneak peek before, Mick Conley is an industry expert on certification and interoperability testing programs for wireless technologies. And he's a member and leader of many groups, including the Wi-Fi Alliance, Thread Group, NFC Forum, and many, many others. So thanks, Mick.
Thanks, Wendy. We had quite a bit of a discussion in the previous panel on test beds, and as we've just heard, we have isolated test beds that are being created, doing real good work in their own entity, but I think the industry needs a common place to go. Wi-Fi Alliance was used as an example, and I got up and was kind of ribbing Sean a little bit there, but the reality is Wi-Fi went through 15 years of determining how to prescribe a recipe for a test bed that would handle critical mission everyday functionality. And so critical mission with security and performance and different qualities of service. We have the same thing in the medical industry. And we have a lot of very bright test beds in individual areas that are costing individuals a lot of money. I think there needs to be a key sponsor, possibly FDA, getting a collection of member consensus-driven people that start prescribing use cases. Phil mentioned gaps in one of his first talks on the last panel. Gaps, to me, are defining use cases. As we just heard, you can have a system developed to complete compliance to the specification, but I can develop one, you can develop one. They may not operate because I have optional features, I have different timing, but I am completely within spec. So we have to have, I think, interoperability, and I hope coming out of this workshop that there's some momentum by the centers of influence that have the ability to drive something here, to put an industry program together that has the respect of the using community and of the manufacturing community for medical equipment, because I think there's huge savings and I think there's certainly a safety component to it. So, thank you.
Thanks. And then I think the last testbed program, or he'll correct me and say testbed method, is from Dr. William Young. Dr. William Young's 15 years of experience in wireless communication systems includes diversity antenna design, RF propagation measurements, MIMO system applications, electromagnetic interference testing, and wireless network security analysis. He's developed RF laboratory measurement techniques adopted in the 2013 revision of the National Fire Protection Association standard. He is currently involved with the ANSI C6327 project, which is focused on wireless coexistence test methodologies. Dr. Young holds a MS from Washington State University and a PhD from the University of Colorado, both in electrical engineering. From 1998 to 2010, he was with Sandia National Laboratories and joined the NIST technical staff in 2010. He has authored over 35 technical reports, conference papers, and journal articles covering aspects of wireless systems, electromagnetic propagation, and MIMO technology. His recent efforts are focused on spectrum sharing in the NIST Communications Laboratory. So, Bill, if you can sort of explain the methods that you guys are doing over at NIST.
Okay, thanks. I think the speaker before just mentioned a recipe, and we view that as a method. I mean, it's just a different term, but it's the same idea. What's the process you go through to test? And from the NIST perspective, is that test repeatable? What are the metrics that you're interested in capturing? How do those metrics relate to actual performance in the field? These are all questions that we look into. The notion of a test bed is a good notion, but I would say that it's more about the testing method. The test bed is put together to support the method. So you need to know what questions you're trying to answer and the approach that you're going to take to answer them before you go ahead and construct a test bed. A singular location to say that this is where we bring the devices and we test them, yes, that's where you may want to get to in the end, but the first steps have to be taken in identifying what are the questions you're trying to answer and what are the metrics that you're going to use to evaluate the products, and then what is the repeatability of that testing. These are all things that we have dealt with. As was mentioned, we've developed standards for the National Fire Protection Association and interference type testing, which very closely related to this. They are also using the ISM bands. The interesting thing here, it's been brought up numerous times, that these protocols that are being used are not, while they may seem to be standard, there are slight differences. Well, I can assure you, in emergency response, they are radically different. The waveforms don't look like Wi-Fi signals. They don't look like Bluetooth signals. They look like something. FCC legal, but a very different waveform. So while it may be nice to assume that it's predominantly Wi-Fi signals or Bluetooth signals that you are dealing with, there are other signals out there in that band that need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you. So we've had our test bed people talk, and now we'd like to have some of our other experts talk who are using this. And I'd like to introduce Greg Bowden. He's the Senior Reliability Engineer at Medtronic. And Greg Bowden has been employed in the medical device industry for 20 years and is currently a Senior Reliability Engineer at Medtronic's Diabetes in Northridge, California. His primary duties include planning and executing product validation and verification testing, root cause analysis, and corrective action implementation, cross-functional team member for risk management and EMC testing. Greg?
Thank you. So in the world of test beds, I'm the guy hunkered down in the lab doing the grunt work. So, yeah, I care about predictive assessment based on these test results and a unified methodology for running the test. So that's my first thing. So there were a couple good points brought up during the first presentation about that. Some excellent points about the changing landscape of the technology as you're trying to develop a medical device on a platform on which you're going to have to hang your hat for many years, and your product life cycle, and being able to provide the proper methodologies that are going to sustain that product over the life cycle. There was some good assertion about risk management. ISO 14971 is going to require that you, on the minimum on a yearly basis, assess your risk management process and take a look at your devices. So as this feedback comes in, you're going to have to formulate new strategies to address these issues. So Don made a good point about having your platform and your life cycle be able to withstand that breadth of time. You know, that's a long time. You're not going to change like Apple changes iPhones. You design a medical product, you're going to have to sit on that for a while. You're not going to make some change. Everything you do is going to require a submission. Everything you do is going to require a test. Everything you do is going to require you to go back and start over again. So when you have that unified methodology that will be these test beds, we're going to have to sit on that for a while, and we're going to have many test beds to address many of the implementations and situations for our medical devices. For me, not all my devices I work with tap into a larger infrastructure. So I'm not talking, for my devices, Wi-Fi radios. You know, I'm talking Bluetooth, I'm talking some of the 900 megahertz that was brought up. Even work with some seriously legacy devices that operate in the 400 megahertz region. So yeah, there's probably out of that, get a half dozen test beds just out of that alone. And I'm also talking about ad hoc connectivity. So not all these devices, particularly medical devices, tap into that larger wireless infrastructure. So these are ad hoc connections that provide intermittent packet transmission of information and everything that goes with that in terms of the interference. So yeah, to Steve's point in the previous presentation, that's a lot. That's a lot. I'm hoping that we can go into a deep dive and discuss some of those details as we progress through the day. There's a lot of firepower in the room, so let's hit the ground running.
Greg, you mentioned many different test beds, and my thought was that each test bed would be addressing a different problem. You might be addressing coexistence in one test bed. You might be addressing interoperability in another test bed, or security or something. But you also brought up an interesting point that maybe even in the layer of coexistence, you might have a different test bed for each different frequency you're looking at. Yeah. Can you explain some of the current test beds or procedures that you're using right now, and explain what those look like?
A lot of what prompted the testing we're doing now is implementations of radios that operate in the 2.4 gig ISM band. That's the fast lane in the 21st century right now. And where we started was basically getting everything we can get that operates in that band and provide a characterization of the exclusion band. When you look at shameless plug for you, the FDA RF guidance document. What really prompted that was that you want to close the gap presented by the exclusion ban, get out of jail free card for your consensus standard testing. And what we're really doing is characterizing the exclusion ban. We want to know what the devices are doing in the exclusion ban against competing wireless technologies. And so that's what we're providing there. So if I'm doing a Zigbee radio, I want to throw other Zigbee at it. I want to throw Wi-Fi at it, every flavor of Wi-Fi I can get my hands on, and every flavor of Bluetooth I can get my hands on, at every bandwidth I can dial up, at every power level I'm capable of throwing at it.
Okay, great. And sort of the same question to Michelle, too. Michelle Jump has worked in various aspects of regulated industry for over 15 years. She holds a Master of Science in Regulatory Science from University of Southern California and a Master of Science in Biotechnology from California State University. She is also RAC certified. Her current role is in regulatory affairs at Stryker Corporation, specializing in software and connected devices. She participates in a variety of standards development work, including such topics as interoperability, software, wireless, cybersecurity, and software quality. As a member of the AMI Software Management Working Group 6, she has been actively involved in the development of a new technical information report on wireless coexistence. At Stryker, she chairs corporate working groups in both interoperability and software, as well as consults with teams on a regulatory strategy for software and emerging technology. So thanks for joining us, and I'm wondering a similar question, what test beds or procedures are you currently using right now to address some of these issues?
Thanks, Seth. So as you had just heard, I do not share the same level of technical background as some of my friends here, but I do have perhaps a wider view dealing with many different divisions at Stryker. And what I would say is that one of the advantages is that with the larger corporations where the products are built on a framework requiring wireless, those divisions are able to create their own mini wireless test bed that has your basic products that are based on the intended use environment, and the risk assessment of that product, so that the design engineers can start to test that product within their environment right there in-house, so that you get that immediate feedback. But when you're starting to look at more complex systems and also a variety of different compositions you might see in a hospital, then we're starting to look outside for third-party testing test beds, I guess you'd say, but for certification processes and those, because the complexity is just too great, and that's one of the things that's, I think, a big challenge for every company, is the complexity and the different devices that you could meet out there in any single customer's hospital environment is a challenge to try to anticipate the best way to create a representative test environment. That's why I'm very interested to see where this conversation goes, because I think there's a lot of interest in on the manufacturer side to say, what is a nice set of representative environments depending on the use environment of your device, the intended use of your device. I think the other thing is that for larger companies, I think it's easier to set up these mini test environments, but for smaller companies, and I think it's a lot harder to add wireless to those products. So when we think about we've talked about innovation a little bit today. One thing I would like to add to the conversation here is efficiency. Because when you think about wireless, there's a lot of potential for adding efficiency to devices that don't necessarily have to communicate wireless, but if they were able to do so, it would be beneficial. And if you're looking at corporations that may not need to use wireless for their own use, I think that there is the potential of being able to leverage these test beds to encourage companies to add wireless functionality to their devices to increase the efficiency of the hospital process and collecting that data that they may not otherwise want to invest in something like their own customized test bed if that product's functionality base does not require it. So that's one other thing that I thought was an advantage of looking at the idea of a test bed, would be the efficiency for companies that maybe don't want to invest in that much infrastructure, but could definitely increase the efficiency of a hospital.
Okay, I'd also be interested in Mick and Bill's thoughts and others, of Greg's earlier comments that there'll probably be it's not going to be a one-size solution for test beds. It's not going to be one test bed to solve all these problems. So I'm curious to your thoughts on what you see the future, or how you see a test bed, and how that will be addressed.
Well, I think that, so if you think of a test bed as a static entity, I think that's not going to work well here. A test bed, any type of test bed, will actually have to support all that type of testing. So I would argue that in a rigorous test bed, you would have the ability to perform a range of tests. And obviously, as Michelle just pointed out, that can be very expensive for the small operators, and the large operators maybe can afford it, but even for them it's a significant cost. So if we're going to go down the test bed path, I think we can develop a test bed with the flexibility to perform a range of tests, and as long as we know what those tests are and what's required of them, I think you can construct a test bed that will actually support that.
Yeah, let me walk through the one test bed example that I like is Wi-Fi, not necessarily because I'm overly biased because I've been there, but they came about putting the test bed, and much to what Bill was talking about, you have different needs for test beds, different functionalities. So what the Wi-Fi Alliance has done is they make sure that they have a minimum of 3 unique silicon vendors in there, and so you think you cover 80 or 90% of the marketplace with them. You have some X number of a certain class of a device against a Y number of another class of device, depending on what program you're testing for, whether it's security, whether it's video, whether it's, there's going to be automotive. They have a number of programs, and I think that is a model that should be looked at in any new test bed that's being created. How do you cover the marketplace with, the people who have a vested interest to sell into that marketplace? And it usually starts at the silicon. Now, I know in the last panel, Sean mentioned you don't know what they're testing for unless you have a copy of that test plan, and, you have to be a member to be, and that costs money to get that test plan. But it is those members, in the Wi-Fi case, 600 plus strong, that have come together on consensus. Now, there are some specifications through FCC and FDA here that have already been created that are pretty rich in what's needed. And then if those could then be viewed and looked for gaps or use cases, and then there could be a consensus organization within the community, the medical community. It could be Medtronics, could be a number of people that come together to create that test plan. I think, the patient care would be a little more confident. I think the manufacturers would be more confident that their product is really interoperable with, a competitor's product. So the model that Wi-Fi put together, I think, is something that we in the medical industry, we should look at. They took 15 years to put it together. It may not be perfect for the medical environment, but it may be at least a starting point to where you get one efficient test bed that can be modified fairly efficiently and then kind of franchised out into different third-party testing environments. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm glad we have a little bit of a disagreement here, at least, whether it be multiple test beds or a single test bed. And I'm want to look to Hazem here. He's got a Coexistence test bed. I mean, is this expandable to other areas?
Seth, here is the question. If we look, this is a very good question, by the way. If we look at EMC testing, here are 10 steps. You do them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then once you do these steps, you're EMC compliant. You're done. Now, how do you go and transform It is some sort of a 10-step scenario for a coexistence. Knowing that coexistence had hardware and software that more or less implement to allow to share the spectrum. So if you think of that, and we thought about that in the University of Oklahoma, we looked at it and said, okay, it's a very complex issue if you look at it from that perspective. But I can, as I said, can I do it in projection on different domains to be able to go and test it in these domains? Yeah, you can. And if that's something that could be done, then maybe at one point, instead of what all the labs, the hospital said, oh, we build so much into our system to test the device for coexistence. So we go and buy system A, buy system B, buy system C, and put it in the lab, and then take the medical device and expose it to those all systems. And if it coexists with these systems, oh, I'm done. I'm coexisting now with other systems, so I'm fine. Is that an actual comprehensive coexistence test? It's not. Because all of these elements that come in from company A, B, C, they have interaction with each other so they could coexist. So if we wanted to go out for a one-way solution, where that solution is a 10-step, is really you have to engage testing equipment, you have to engage scripts that you develop to be able to go and simplify the complex system into domains and then test for that. And when you test for that, then you'll be guaranteed that even if I go and put my system into an environment where it has multiple of these systems in the same environment, it's going to coexist. I can guarantee it to you after I test it in the lab according to a 10-step solution, which we're not there yet, that it's going to be coexisting if you take it on the real system, real environment.
Great. I think we're getting a feel for the complexity here. I just want to remind people that they can submit questions. Those of you that aren't in the room, submit questions by email to livequestions, one word, at fcc.gov. Or don't forget us on Twitter. It's #testbeds. So please, those of you who are not in the room, or even if you are in the room and you want to use technology, go for it. We do have a question from Twitter, from email, and it said, and I'll throw this out to the panel, what sort of testbed features would help people in the deployment for security of wireless devices in the networks? So the security of medical device, what would we need in testbeds?
Well, security, I think in the medical world may actually be two things. There's the protection of the commissioning of devices and data itself through encryption, but there's also another issue that's starting to surface, and that's privacy. So I think when we talk about security, I think we all have to start considering privacy as well, because much of this data goes beyond the hospital or the care center. It goes somewhere to get analyzed, and privacy becomes kind of a concern, particularly when there's age in place or home care or something like that, where there's maybe less protection in the neighborhood than there is the hospital walls. But security, the encryption of that's being looked at by other organizations depending on what technology you're talking about.
I'll add a little bit on this. Security has really two aspects of it. One is the hacking, which is the privacy of the patient information, but the other one is the spoofing, which is pretending you're somebody part of that patient network, that you enact on specific things that really might endanger the safety of the patient. So these are two different things. Now I'm aware that NIST has, I don't do any security testing, but NIST has a protocol for encryption in terms of security, improving the security of the devices.
Yeah, there is an entire InfoSec test suite performed by medical device companies that address the issue of spoofing and hacking in medical devices. So along with that, complementary to that, is the requirement for the encryption as well. So that has been broadly implemented across medical devices, in the wake of a lot of the hacking incidences that have taken place in the medical device industry on devices.
All right, we have also a question from the audience.
Yes, hi. Fanny Mlynarski, Octoscope. One question I had, in particular, having Mick, formerly of the Wi-Fi Alliance, on the panel, is to get all the panelists' opinion on this question. Wi-Fi Alliance has been certifying IEEE 802.11 technologies. 802.11 is a huge number of standards. Wi-Fi Alliance selects portions of the 802.11 standard and tests interoperability. And it ends up being the regulator of what actually ships out into the market. So whatever is tested by the Wi-Fi Alliance has a stamp, tends to be deployed, whereas the rest of the technical standards don't ever make it out to the market. Is it possible or desirable that if there is eventually a medical test bed or a series of test beds, a family of test beds, that the same kind of thing will happen in the market? In other words, test beds will be the gatekeepers of what gets deployed into the hospitals.
Anybody?
Okay. We hope that's what we're driving for. But let me just point out, the test bed in a coexistence for specifically medical devices, you're looking at a test bed that does a performance, right? It just, is it conforming to a standard, the Wi-Fi Alliance? But then if you look at just the performance of this, the test bed really in the coexistence, we don't look for just a performance. We look for, one, is it safe? Is it going to coexist with others? So that's one. Number two, the test bed is going to guarantee that the medical device, once it's deployed on an actual network, is not going to degrade the performance of the network. So it's a two-element thing. I'm coexisting and testing the medical device that can coexist, but at the same time, not that I'm coexisting with others, but then when I coexist, I'm going to shut down everybody and say, oh, okay, I'm operating. Because, you could just like take some of the packets and label it as voice and ask your network to go and send it as a voice, not as a medical package, and get access to all the bandwidth you could get. Well, that's cheating the system. And if you do it, the coexistence should tell you that, no, you have degraded the performance of that device. The guidance that put by FDA says when you try to go and do coexistence testing, you have to really validate the functionality of the device, but at the same time, that functionality is not going to inhibit other functionalities from being shared on the spectrum. So you have those two elements in the coexistence. Now, when you go to a Wi-Fi Alliance, well, there is a test bed. They've been doing it for years since the standard is out in there. And so they can validate the Wi-Fi, but they don't. Here is how much throughput you put in the system, and this is how much is going. You're going to be able to share the network. But this particular test bed is really targeting more of a medical device that is being able to coexist, function safely, and allow others to function and share the spectrum and the time and the frequency and so on.
I see Mick wants to chime in. Just to add something to this, I know we're talking about certifications and test beds, and don't forget we're talking about standards as well. So if somebody wants to comment, maybe Bill or Mick, about the pros and cons of each of these. Yeah.
Oh, did you say too?
Ladies first.
So I just wanted to make a quick point on the way we're thinking of test beds as an entity versus a methodology, and I think I'm going to point to Bill right back there, because if we think of, to use your term, a gateway, right, into being able to be put onto market, we think of that from the 510K perspective, right, and so there are some companies that have their own test beds that they should be able to use. If these test beds are available as a resource to apply the appropriate methodology and standards, that would be, I think, preferable to the industry to allow the appropriate flexibility based on the type of product you have, the risk profile of that product, the risk profile of the communication being used over that wireless connection. So I see it more as what are we expected to be able to meet based on the type of our device versus having to go through a test bed of a particular type that should be flexible based on the methodology that's driven from the use case, intended use environment, and the risk level of the device.
I want to make a comment on testing to a standard. This is something that comes up in the work that I do with the NFPA. It's one thing to test to a standard and make sure it meets the performance requirements of that standard, but then most of the vendors will add features. And the features is where you get in trouble, because the features, at least for the NFPA, have to cause no harm. And that's something that I think is missing in a lot of standards, that we talk for the testing for the basic functionality, but it's those additional features that get included that often cause the problem. They make the marketing difference for the manufacturers, but potentially aren't covered in some of the testing. So I just point that out, that a lot of problems you may be seeing may be due to stuff that really isn't governed by anything and really doesn't have to be tested. And so that needs to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, there's, I've spoke quite a bit on Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi does not test for performance. So to the point about coexistence or co-interference, they do very little testing. I think in the medical industry we need to pay attention to that. In Department of Transportation, particularly in tow booths and bridges, they have something written into their specifications, their requirements now heading towards specifications, that another technology or another even same technology, same device on a common frequency cannot disrupt the performance by 60%. So last panel talked about being in a hostile environment. Even differing frequencies, LTE channels 40 and 41, interfere with the 2.4 ISM band. So you can even have a tower some distance away, or you can have a handset that's running LTE that can disrupt your Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi, their receive filters aren't that sophisticated, so they still, bleed from, the other channels. So these are areas, I think, in critical care safety that as our standards evolve, and if we start pushing them into testing programs, we're going to have to call for performance testing.
And just to add one more thing, I'm going to keep talking about risk here, is to your point, Bill, of you can't just look to standards to be able to meet the appropriate requirements for your device. That's why every standard that you're complying to also has to be built on appropriate risk management, thorough and appropriate risk management. And that will bring in those features to understand how those features may create risk to the patient. And that's going to be crucial. We can't just make a cookie cutter testing environment. It really has to be based on the risk assessment of that device and what it's going to be doing in the hospital environment and with the patient.
Steve, do we have a question from the audience?
Thank you, Steve Baker, Welch Allen. Dr. Young mentioned something about these additional features, which made me think about one of the earlier comments that that we can test in a lab and guarantee device performance, and that kind of frightens me. This concept that lab testing can guarantee performance in the real world. Second comment that was made that I want to clarify is I thought I heard one of the panelists say that the guidance from the FDA says when you do coexistence testing, I'm testing my medical device, that's the DUT, and I put other devices around it for coexistence testing. My understanding is I am testing my device's performance. I am not testing if those other devices are working correctly. They're not my devices. I might have bought a Philips patient monitor that also runs in my patient mat. I don't know what their test protocol is. I don't know what their performance levels are. So I'm going to bump on Dawn.
I think you have someone behind you that would like to answer that.
Jeff Silverberg, FDA. If we ask you to do wireless coexistence testing, and you test the effect on your device and don't test the effect on the other devices, we'll ask you to redo the testing and check the effect on the other devices. Just FYI.
And now I get to follow up with Jeff.
So he's saying it's 2 yeah.
Oh, here we go. Now we have the audience
Rick.
answering. Okay.
So testing devices is great.
Can you say your name and
I'm sorry, Rick
affiliation?
Hampton with Partners. I'm on the third panel. I'm eating up time. It's fine to test devices, but I don't use devices. I use systems. And that's one of the problems that we have with this whole, wireless test bed, medical grade wireless technology stuff. we're looking at this as though all we have to do is test and prove a small device, and that's all we have to do. But if that device doesn't fit in the system and the system fails, the patient is harmed. So my question is, it's great to test devices, it's great to certify devices, but that doesn't explain why I've got 500 new computers back at my hospital that don't connect to our network, even though they've been through Wi-Fi alliance testing and all this other stuff. It's the system that needs to be tested as well.
Thanks. And I think we have a lot of different ideas here of what certification does, what standards do, what test beds do, and everybody has great ideas on this. And I guess the question is, is there like a central repository that everybody can that's shared, that people can access, so that we can share this knowledge and information amongst each other to create a test bed that's usable for all.
Greg, you look like
Greg
looked like he was really anxious.
In my response to that, I had mentioned that a lot of my testing is done per protocols that become the proprietary information. I personally would love to see a single repository of all this information. I'm guessing all the meaningful outcomes from this testing are rolled into that gunny sack of proprietary information held by private companies. A lot of the background research information and great stuff is coming out of the academic institutions, and so that was the basis for my initial test construct. But in terms of outcomes and results and procedural content, I haven't seen a lot of meaningful information made publicly available.
Yeah, and how do we get around this problem? Do we have solutions over there at NIST?
I got no solutions for you, sorry.
Okay.
What about the question of systems?
Well, yeah, so I was going to take on the question of systems. That's an excellent point. And we seem to be focused on a singular device, and if the singular device passes, everything's great. And obviously that's not true. Again, this is why we're stressing the idea of methods. Ideally, you would have methods that you could deploy in a test bed, and you would learn from those methods how you could create in situ methods so that people could use those in diagnostics in their own system. The reality is you're not going to be able to replicate everybody's different configuration. You'd like to have consistent ways of checking within that system how well it's working. Hopefully you can learn that by using a test bed and test methods and get them out to the user community in general. That's about as far as we're going in our thinking on that at this point.
Others?
Yes. There's more questions from the audience.
Hi, my name is Surjit Aluwalia. I'm with Cisco Systems, and I'm on, I guess, the fourth panel. I have a question. So, we're talking about test beds, and I think we are all agreeing, I'm validating with you that there's no way to guarantee, right, a device works in a healthcare organizations. I think everybody agrees. So the question I have is, how do you know you've reached the right level of testing? So, for example, are you trying to get to 5 nines? Are you trying to reach a certain level of, maturity? And how do you define such a level? Because what if, something happens in that remainder 0.1% or whatever that is and causes a patient safety issue or some other worse situation? So how do you define where you draw that line?
I'm going to point to our risk management person over there because I think that's the answer. Do you want to take this one, Michelle?
Yeah, I'd like to get some.
Or Greg? Greg, start us off.
When I'm executing my testing, I'm looking for probabilities. Now you're talking reliability and confidence levels. So when I do my testing, I throw everything at it I know I have access to. And I do it for as long as I can to establish a high level of confidence. Life does not give you 100% confidence. So to your point, I'm relying on field data to provide that last little bit of confidence. So in terms of radio performance, We have a pretty good handle on that one. I haven't seen any, in my devices, any adverse effects other than hacking where we've realized any of the high-level risk through radio performance. There's always been some other mechanism in the device. But to your point, I basically do as much testing as I can to establish those margins.
I guess you see my question. I mean, so are you suggesting that if a device passes your lab test, then it reaches that level of maturity that everybody can use? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
How do you define where that line is, and how do you say if you go through these sets of tests, you are now good to go, and this reduces the probability of a patient safety risk? That's what I'm trying to ask. How do you define that line? Because if you cannot, then it's best case testing you're doing.
It's best case testing.
Okay.
So you do everything you can throw at it with what you have available to you, absolutely.
So I'll add.
Good question.
Michelle, do you want to go?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I can go after. It's okay.
You guys are all so gentlemanly up here. And I think I also wanted to point out again, because I'm going to speak about risk, it also depends on the criticality of the transmission, right? Because if I fail to transmit on the first round, but the data is not of a time-critical nature, then you may have a lower bar for what you consider passing, as long as you have the functionality built into the device to retry, as long as it's possible. So again, it goes back to how critical is that transmission that's going across that wireless network.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo that too. I mean, that's the answer I was expecting is it's a risk management process of 14971. I mean, if you have something that is life critical that has to get through 100% of the time, don't use 2.4 band. Probably don't use wireless. I mean, it depends on the the function that you need to work on that wireless technology.
And that absolutely shouldn't happen through retrospective analysis, because the minute you hang that medical device moniker on something, now you're asserting design control. So you're going through your design development phases. Early on, you kick in your risk management process for your design development. You should already know that. You shouldn't be shooting from the hip late in the cycle trying to decide what it is your radio is going to do. The minute you decided that this was a medical device, that should already have kicked in. So there shouldn't be that many, if any, surprises when you start to get to your product qualification and verification testing.
Yeah, and that test plan procedure that you do beforehand is mentioned in the guidance document as well that we were referencing.
Absolutely. You should already know 90% of all this before you get to that point.
And I think, the answer, that this is tactically, how you find out if your equipment's really behaving, but strategically, how do you define what you want to look for? I think it's in the specifications. You have to get subject matter experts together in the industry, whether they're doctors or administrators or liability individuals that deal with liability, and they define what the level of risk is acceptable and what's not acceptable. You make sure that the equipment is tested to behave above that level.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I mean, I'm a wireless expert, and I review the wireless technology, but I have to lean. We lean on our clinicians, we lean on other people that understand that for each specific application.
Okay.
Yeah, just one.
We've got one more quick question now, but let's have our last question. Please introduce yourself.
It's Dave Holgold again. So I agree with the testing is very good for the devices companies. Specifically say wireline, isolate that. When you deploy that into an enterprise environment, at least my experience has been, the challenge is the enterprise is constantly changing. So the last speaker here was from Cisco. So he may validate and verify how the device needs to work for roaming security, the requirements to pass V&V. However, if there's changes within the systems of systems, like Ricky said, in terms of firmware, software on the enterprise side, I think there needs to be a communications link between those companies, enterprise manufacturers, to continually ensure validation and verification for the application use.
Great. Comments?
So you added more complexity to the already complex issue. which is the enterprise network.
Well, and the thing about that, too, is that when you have a medical device, you're doing a lot of testing. So we're talking about a depth of testing for a specific functionality in the devices, but with a medical device, you already have a suite of tests that's going to get you a 500-page test report at the end of the day. So opportunities for snuggling up to, your industrial partners are few and far between. And that's a hurdle. That's a speed bump. I would love to know what everybody else is doing and what they've got going on and have an information exchange like that. I'm having a 2015 that's just making that virtually impossible. I'm sure if you're here in this room, you're probably one of the busier people in your organizations. If you're here talking about test beds, you're swamped, just like I am.
I think we have one last question, and then we're going to wrap up.
Quick question,
All right,
please.
quick. Jeff Silverberg, FDA. I just want a quick tutorial on ISO 14971. You don't have to be perfect when you go out the door. I mean, that's risk management says for 3 ways of dealing with risk. One is inherent safety, safety by design, and labeling is the third one. It's allowed, although it's not preferred. And once it goes over, and the risk management process includes monitoring what goes on the field, feeding that back into the design process and the management production process. So.
Yep, I think that's a great way to end.
So I think this has been a great panel, and thanks to our panelists. I think we've come up with, we're building on the idea of the family of tools and the fact that there isn't one thing as a test bed. I think that came out pretty clearly. We also talked a little bit about efficiency, and I think that came out again and again in helping sometimes the bigger companies, it sounds like, have test beds, but it's given the complexity of these topics, there might be real efficiencies in having test beds in this area. We had some really kind of stimulating conversations, though, on what level. What's the right level? How do we define this? We know there's standards, 149171. I mean, we've heard about it again and again, but it seems like the question is, how do you define what's right, what's good to go? But we also, I think the idea of that there's a feedback loop in this, and that any test bed we create won't send things out the door perfectly, that they're going to have feedback on the end. So, to make it easy.
No, I think that was great.
So we're working really hard to get you to lunch on time. So we thank you for the panel. And
thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it. So I'm glad I didn't have to be the taskmaster. They were self-regulating, and we love that here at the FCC. I wanted to do 2 very quick housekeeping things. I think if you came in on this side, you got a sheet that gives you some good options for nearby restaurants and cafes and the like. There are 2 things I want to just flag for you. The FCC does have a cafeteria, a cafe downstairs. It is within our secured area, so if you are interested in doing that, if you could just meet out here on my right toward the exit door, and we will have someone escort you downstairs. I also know that recently there have been a bevy of food trucks right outside the main entrance. If you're interested in DC food truck scene, that's a good place to go. We just ask that you be back by 1 if you possibly can. So our first 2 panels have really set the stage, and we want to make sure, and I think somebody on the first panel said it, that we are not only solving the problems for today, but future-proofing as much as we can toward the challenges of tomorrow. And Dr. Greenspun is going to try to bring us that kind of picture. So as we go into the nuts and bolts of this afternoon, that we have that picture in mind. So see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Ready for us to be up here?
Yeah, so you still have Okay, so we're going to ask folks to start taking their seats. All right, so just let me take a few minutes and talk a little bit about what we're going to do this afternoon. By now, you've probably had a chance to look at your program, and you know that the afternoon is divided into 3 sessions. The first one is a 30-minute spotlight session. We are going to take a bit of a break from the panel format. The hope, again, is to ground the discussion to come in the afternoon and kind of what's coming. I think there was one panelist who used the term freight train, that there is a freight train potentially coming at us, and we should better understand what that broader context is. And then we're going to have 2 panels in the afternoon with, again, wonderful groups of experts talking about how do we get from where we are now to where we want to be. So I'm going to invite Dr. Chris Gibbons of the Connect to Health Task Force forward to introduce Dr. Harry Greenspun. Chris?
Thank you, Karen. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Harry Greenspun, who, as you may have noticed in the program, is the director of the Deloitte Center for Health Solutions. Before he was at Deloitte, he was a chief medical officer at Dell, and before that, Northrop Grumman. He's also the co-author of a work called Re-Engineering Healthcare, a manifesto for radically rethinking healthcare delivery. And there's much more. I'll let you read it on your own, but the most important thing that I actually just learned about Harry is Harry trained at Johns Hopkins, as his bio said, in anesthesia and critical care. I also trained at Hopkins in surgery and in preventive medicine, and it turns out that we were at Hopkins at the same time, so we probably had surgical cases together where he was the anesthesiologist and I was with the surgical team, and we didn't know each other until today. So it's a small world, but at this time, welcome with me Harry Greenspun. Thank you.
It's always, I wouldn't recognize Chris unless he had his face covered. That I would sort of doubt. So it's great to be here, and so great to actually see so many familiar faces. Julie was here, and Bakul's been here, and always great to have Carrie McDermott back at the FCC. So particularly proud of that fact. So as Chris mentioned, and I guess what was said, I'm going to try and sort of move from some of the technical discussion to talk about some of the broader ecosystems, things that are impacting how healthcare is moving, what's happening with innovation, and why this is driving so many changes in behavior. And fundamentally, the changes going on in healthcare is we're now moving from our typical fee-for-service environment to value. Everyone's talking about value and outcomes-based reimbursement. And what's different about that is that it changes what healthcare does, but more importantly, it makes us do things that we're not very good at. And it's 4 key things. It's causing us to share information. We've never really done that before. It's asking us to coordinate care. We need to actually engage consumers in a way that we haven't done before. And the last thing is really harness data. And so I want to talk about each of these things and how they're changing what we do and how that's driving a lot of innovation and some of the barriers in each one of these things. So first one is about sharing information. And what's been interesting is when Chris and I were residents, the only ones who really cared about what was going on with the patient were us. Right? And we didn't actually have to move information around very much. We didn't actually get it outside of the organization. And when you dealt with most physicians in private practice, there was actually a disincentive to share information with other doctors because as a small business operator, you actually want to keep your patients. The reason people went to a doctor is because the doctor knew a lot about them. But as we get into sort of value and outcome, suddenly, having the right information with the right person at the right time becomes critically important. You want it freely available at the right time. But is anyone worried about that? All this information flowing around. Anyone scared of that? What are you scared of? So you were so certainly privacy and security. And it's another quick poll question. So who's afraid of having their identity stolen and having their bank accounts drained? Okay. So who's afraid of having your identity stolen and someone getting a colonoscopy in your name? Right? So this guy in front. I appreciate your honesty there. So one of the things that we need to think about is that healthcare information being moved around is different from the types of information that's being moved around in other areas. And that, when we survey consumers, and our Center for Health Solutions does this regularly, we survey consumers globally, people are very willing to share information, have aggregate information available for research. But what they're afraid of is not the wholesale loss of their data. What they're really concerned about is single pieces of information in their medical record. It's that rash they got in Vegas or some other thing where they got care. Took a little while. Where there's data that they don't want to share that for whatever reason is important to them, and to have the ability to granularly control the permissions of who has access to what is going to be very, very challenging in healthcare. And as we've seen, there have been a series of recent, very high-profile, large number of breaches in healthcare, and we've found that, of course, the value of healthcare data on the black market is actually much higher than financial data. It tends to be much more persistent. It tends to be much more accurate. And the repercussions for individuals after they lost their data can be much greater, because if there's misinformation in your medical record, that can have profound and long-lasting results, and we aren't generally protected as we are in financial services from those sorts of things. So the sharing information is going to be a critical issue, and the information that we carry on our phones and the information we have in other sorts of accounts moving freely is, on one hand, very encouraging, but also very concerning to a lot of individuals. The second area is around care coordination. And again, in the past, sort of in the fee-for-service world, we didn't really care what happened to someone after they left our institution. So you cared a lot about the person who's in front of you. Didn't really care what happened then. Like, whose doctor cares about them? Not a trick question. Does your doctor care about you? Sure. Is your doctor thinking about you right now? Probably not, right? Because the doctors don't really think about what's happened. But again, in a value-based world, the transition from a doctor's office to a hospital to a rehab facility back to home, all those transitions actually become very, very important. And we've seen repeatedly that in these transitions of care, bad things happen, right? Medications get missed, procedures get repeated, people die, right? Really bad stuff happens during these transitions. And so if the outcome and ultimately reimbursement of providers is dependent upon things going well, they suddenly get very concerned about what goes on there. So again, we're seeing a lot of opportunity and a lot of convergence in the marketplace related around building up these kind of resources. But the other struggle is, when we think about data flowing around, is that we really don't have good tools to make this happen. So you think about most electronic health records are really designed for an individual physician taking care of an individual patient in front of them at that time. They don't build in the workflows and all the other issues related to make sure care happens smoothly. When I was doing my oncology rotation at Hopkins, Chris probably had a similar experience. The attending said to someone, you've got cancer. If you don't have a daughter, you should get one, because someone's got to keep track of all this stuff, right? And unfortunately, that's the way healthcare has gone for so long, is trying to understand who's actually responsible for this. We've thrown it on patients and families. Now we're going to be responsible for having the tools and techniques to make sure all the things happen in the right place at the right time. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. I want to talk a little bit more in depth about consumers, because consumerism is going to be a huge thing for a number of reasons. Again, another poll question. So, who's got a good doctor? There you go. How do you know? You interviewed him. That's interesting. You don't see that very often. You audition your doctor. That's impressive. But what makes your doctor good? Share interests, golf buddies, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So what's interesting, so again, we survey consumers and we ask them about quality. We ask them about how good is their physician. And what you get is what it's like to go to the doctor, or what your doctor is like. Right? It's the service experience. Doctor listens to me. She answers all my questions. I can get an appointment when I need it. It's service experience. No one says that based upon my family history and my age, I have all the necessary preventive care that I should get. No one says that I had the same operation as RG3 and I was back to running 3 months later. So you're laughing about RG3. This is the problem about living in Washington, right? We have no one we can really hold up there. This is being live broadcast? Okay. My mother-in-law may be watching, so I can't make any jokes about her. So not that I would. Yeah. So no one talks about that. And so often when we're trying to talk about quality and outcomes, when we're talking with consumers, often their measure of quality is not what healthcare has typically measured. And so Chris, for example, would be judged by the quality of the scar left behind after an all-day operation, right? And so when Chris and I were both interns, it was probably left to him to close up the patient, the last little bit, and the surgeon's already off dictating something. So that surgeon's work is actually judged by Chris's work. Did you do a good job? Of course you did. There we go. So, which is why you're not at Hopkins right now. There we go. So, in any event, sorry about that, Chris. So I'm not there either. So that says something. So one of the interesting, when we survey consumers globally, unless you come from a country that is known for excellent chocolate or awesome beer, you are typically very dissatisfied with your healthcare system. And that's usually based upon not understanding how your healthcare systems work. It's really based upon the last time you got care. And so we think about as we bring in lots of information from consumers about making decisions, we wind up actually getting data that is about service, not about quality, as the most important thing. So you think about the types of things that you could look up. You could look on Angie's List. You could look on Health Grades. You could look at U.S. News and Consumer and World Report. A recent study, actually, if anyone saw this recently, that the major rankings of hospitals done by lots of different sources. How many 100 top hospitals do you think there are in the United States? How many do you think? Give me a number. 500? And we'll do like Price is Right. Right? So the people of the list of top hospitals, there are actually over 700 top 100 hospitals in the United States. And what is worse is that best, which often these lists are, which consumers often read, the data they have available to them, the best hospital is judged by criteria that often are pretty opaque to the average consumer. Right? So what they can get is, this is the best hospital, but it's best because you're talking about safety, or it's best because you're talking about some kind of service. And actually, in a recent study in Health Affairs, they showed that only about 10% of hospitals that were listed as best by one of these rankings were listed as best by another. And many were best on one list and, in fact, worst on another list. Right? Because they have different criteria. So consumers trying to get information about how they should get care, where they should go, what's good for them, is very hard for them to pull that information together. Because, again, they have very limited quality information, very little cost information, and only sort of the social media aspect of how they can get data about what it's like to go to one of these places. So this has to change because, again, we're putting a lot more a financial burden on individuals to make better decisions, hoping they'll do good stuff. But also, as outcomes become more necessary, or judging by outcomes, they're going to need to go to better places. And anyone from New York? Any New Yorkers here? There we got one in the back there. Excellent. Hiding. Pretty good. So New York has an interesting thing that very few other states have done, right? They have a registry of cardiology and cardiac surgery. It's risk adjusted. For those who don't understand risk adjustment, I'll explain that if you're Chris, right, and you're an awesome surgeon, very few of your patients die. But if you treat really complex patients, some of those patients die. So if Chris has a mortality rate of 5%, which is a pretty high mortality for almost any specialty, I want to know, is Chris seeing really sick people, and therefore 5% is amazing, or is he seeing really healthy people, and therefore 5% is terrible? Right? So it's risk adjustment. So you can look at individual physicians, you can look at individual hospitals to find out what their risk-adjusted mortality is. So remember when Bill Clinton needed heart surgery, 2002-ish? Right? Where did he go? Anyone remember? No, it was in New York. They actually, so we went to Presby, went to New York Presby, right? Good hospital? Stunned silence at this point. So I've been there. Seems like a great place, but at the time, right, their risk-adjusted mortality was actually quite high. Right? Now, Hillary may have known that at the time, but should never say that at a government building. So one of the factors is that this data has been around for a long time, and people who kind of should have known about quality and outcomes, may or may not have based their decision upon where to go on that. And what we found is there was a study, this data has been around for a long time, that the average consumer actually ignores health data and outcomes data, and instead is operating on other sorts of things. And so again, with our survey of consumers, we talked about trust. Like, who do you trust for health information? So who do people like? For health information, who do you want to go to? Everyone loves their doctor, right? Gotta love doctors, right? They like doctors. They like academic medical centers. They like organizations that are dedicated to their particular disease. Then you start getting sort of the middle area. They actually love the FDA and NIH. So as unpopular as the government may be at different times, people still love the FDA and NIH, right? And they really value the information they get from there. Then you get sort of a little bit loose. You start getting into the sort of the web search stuff. Like, I'm going to look something up. And there's always this myth of consumers going to doctors with a big stack of paper saying, like, I searched this and I believe I have hairy cell leukemia, right? Doesn't really happen. What they do is they say, I have this condition, or I got this diagnosis, and so I got this information, and does this apply to me? Help me understand. So they take it to someone they trust. So who do you think lives at the bottom of the barrel of healthcare information trust? So we got insurance companies, right? Bottom of the barrel. Who's living down there with them? Anyone people pleading the fifth back here, right? So we got insurance companies. Who else doesn't really care about you but just wants you to be healthy enough to keep working? Your employer, right? I actually said at an employer one time, like, they don't really care about you, and they got very upset. And I said, well, from the point of view someone just hired, do you think the person really thinks you care so much to them, or do they just want to make sure you're working hard, and if you're sick, you stay home so you don't get the other people sick? Right? So insurance companies, your employer, and who else do we not trust? Who's trying to sell you stuff all the time? Pharma, right? So employers, insurance companies, and pharma. Least trusted among consumers for health information. The irony of this is that these three parties are the ones that are most commonly giving people health information. So think about people pushing out health information to you. That's where it's coming from. Right? So it's a very it's an odd kind of thing. And in sort of an innovation world, and we think about where a lot of these organizations are going, they're trying to provide more services, trying to get more engaging with consumers, but at the same time, consumers just don't trust them, right? So there's a big gap for us to move along there. The other thing that's interesting about consumers is that what I always find very interesting is that healthcare has always lagged behind other industries, but we've always felt pretty good about ourselves. And I was at a hospital in Houston, and they said they wanted to be the leader in consumer engagement tools and IT. They wanted people to really recognize how advanced they were. I said, fantastic. Can people make an appointment online? No. Can they access their records? No. Do you have a map of the hospital? No. And I'm looking around, sort of scratching my head, and there's a Chipotle in the lobby, and not a shareholder in Chipotle, but anyone have the Chipotle app on their phone? This guy right here, right? So with your app, right, you could find the nearest Chipotle based upon your GPS coordinates and order a custom-made burrito that's waiting and ready for you, paid for, at the exact moment you want it. Yes? Yeah. So what I was saying to these guys at the hospital, I said, there are people, you haven't had too many, I can tell, you're still pretty healthy, that there are people wandering around your hospital, lost, or waiting for an MRI, waiting for some sort of form to get faxed back and forth, and they're ordering burritos from the Chipotle in the lobby. Who do you think they believe is the more advanced technological institution? And so we have this big gap where sort of people live in this Jetsons world, yet you go to the doctor, it's like an episode of the Flintstones. And it's not like in every other aspect of our lives we understand. Like if you go to a doctor says, we're gonna do a blood test on you, and if it's abnormal, we'll call you in a week or two. And I get a text message the instant a package gets delivered to me. Like I know this technology exists. And so one of the interesting about consumers is that although people's needs haven't changed, their expectations have risen dramatically. Think about your banking app right now. Like 5 years ago, your banking app on your phone would tell you where the nearest ATM was, right? And then maybe 3 years ago, you could use your phone to deposit checks, right? Now your phone is money. So again, our needs haven't changed, but our expectations have risen dramatically. And when you couple those rising expectations with the consumer's view of quality being related to service, suddenly healthcare starts getting pretty scary for the average consumer. Like, God, they can't do these basic things that I would expect them to do. One of the ironies of health information exchange, remember the whole debate years ago of launching these HIEs, was that in consumers' views, this was already happening. Of course my records are electronic. Of course my records are winding up, where I'm getting care. Didn't realize it. No, they're sitting in a big paper chart in a closet somewhere. So again, these expectations have risen dramatically. The other thing that's interesting is we have so many consumers now who are tracking stuff. Who's got a biosensing? Who's got a wearable on right now? Jaron, what do you got? You got okay. What else? Who else got something? What do you got? Yeah, so I got everything. I got the activity monitor, I got the heart rate monitor, I got the rectal probe, everything cooking, right? Want to be very thorough here. And what's interesting is I look around the room, and all the people that raise their hand look super healthy, right? So we have this idea that we're gonna take these devices that, like Jaron, you do triathlons, right? Marathons. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Athlete, right? Like, there we go. Yeah. That the concept, like all of a sudden we have this great tool for healthcare in our hands. We got to appreciate these are not designed for that, right? And the FDA a while ago came back reminding these wearable folks that, you know what, your device is not just for the gym, right? It's got to work when the power goes out. It's got to work when you travel, right? It's got to work for my dad, right? They weren't designed that way. And we also, if you imagine, I'll use my first visual, so I didn't make any slides, that if you have sort of the healthiest people, bell-shaped curve to the sickest, we have these very healthy people who are monitoring all sorts of stuff about them. And a couple questions arise of A, do they even need that because they're very healthy? But B, are they actually monitoring things that are actually valid? Right? You say, I've seen devices that monitor stress and monitor all sorts of other things like that. Is it really doing what you say it's doing? It's really accurate. Is it only sort of just modifying your behavior for some reason? For example, I have this activity monitor. My dog has one as well. It's actually extra. At the end of the day, my wife will compare how much activity we've each had and figure out who's going to sleep on the floor. But so many of these devices in the fitness and wellness world are avoiding moving into the healthcare space because afraid of regulation. We have to talk to Bakul about that as well. And being very siloed. So the information moving from these devices to devices is actually very hard to do, and you can't get a full picture of what's going on with someone. So, as we think about, employing these devices to monitor people remotely to make sure what's going on, and get a real accurate sense of what's important, that makes it does really matter. I mean, just because I have a fitness app on my phone, right, doesn't make me an athlete. And just because I have a diabetes app on my phone, it doesn't make my hemoglobin A1C go down. So we have to actually tie these things to real outcomes, real evidence to make sure it works. So we think about pulling this information together, making them interoperable. That's the way we're actually going to drive value out of a lot of these devices and a lot of these systems. And the sort of the final thing, which sort of begs the question of all of this, is, what are we doing about data that actually is going to advance healthcare? And obviously, big data analytics, very important. I spoke at NIST, I think a year or so ago, meeting of all the PhDs, and I sort of made a comment. I guess I'm the only one with a medical doctorate here. That did not go over well. We think about all the data that's being generated, all from devices and from all of electronic records. One of the things we have to think about is that most of us we don't live in the doctor's office. We don't live in the hospital. We have all this other data that actually is probably much more predictive. I mean, you got 3 diabetics discharged from the hospital. What do you think is one of the most predictive things of who's going to get readmitted? It's their credit score. It's the guy with bad credit is the guy who's going back to the hospital, right? They're going to have trouble taking their meds, going to have trouble, getting a ride to the hospital, all sorts of things. They got other issues going on, right? They got more stress in their lives. And one of the most fascinating sort of examples of this is that, you remember when Target was trying to figure out who was pregnant? This was fascinating. So rather than doing a pregnancy test on people, which is kind of awkward in a large big box store, the struggle that retailers have is that when you've had a baby, it becomes a matter of public record and people buy that, and then you get inundated with coupons. And they said, well, we want to, by the time the baby's born, kind of the cat's out of the bag at that point. Bad cliche. But what we want to do is we want to find out so we can get them the right stuff along the way, when they're going to buy their furniture, when they're going to buy some additional clothes. And so what they realized was that when they looked through, they started with their baby, people who in their baby registry first, they said, look, these women were all on vitamins, which is pretty common, but they started buying more vitamins. And then they started buying fragrance-free lotion. And then all of a sudden, at some point, right before they delivered, they bought a whole lot of cotton balls and fragrance-free laundry detergent. Because you're buying that stuff, you're having a baby, right? I mean, it makes sense, right? Similarly, that if you join a health club for the first time and then book a hotel room in your city, you are having an affair. A little fast on that one. So, but there's a lot of data that we can get about people. So when you think about, I was on a panel with a genomics company. How many of you actually have had your genome sequenced? Anybody out there? Anyone have the genome? There we go, over there, right? So it's interesting. I think it's fascinating. I think it's going to be an incredible volume of data. We'll get in a great way we can do a lot of research. But I bet I could predict more accurately your risk of heart disease based upon your credit card bill than your genome. Right? And same thing with risk of sudden death, risk of all sorts of things. And so we're going to see that this kind of data that we have available, the interoperability issues and the aggregation of issues that we're going to have to deal with to move this information around smoothly is not just going to be in the hospital. It's not just going to be in the home. It's not just going to be these wearable devices. It's going to be pulling in all sorts of data from lots of other areas. So I'm just about out of time, and I'm sure they want to get me out of here. But any questions that sort of arise from this? Because it's sort of going to be a big shift in how we do things. Over there.
So you talked about the healthcare system being really lagging and bad.
I didn't say bad. I said lagging. So before but go on.
Who's responsible?
So it's interesting. The question was, for those who did not hear from the microphone, is that I said a lot of terrible things about healthcare, to paraphrase. Who's responsible for fixing it? And so for a long time, there was no one was really responsible for fixing anything but their part. And what's interesting now is as we start moving to these alternative methods of payment, suddenly there's an alignment of incentive. It's important for me to do my job well. It's also important for me to make sure that wherever a patient goes, that group does their job well. So it's important for me to establish a network and a relationship with people who do a good job. And it's also important for me to incentivize my patients to do the right thing. And what's interesting is that we've often heard doctors going, well, I can't do anything, when they, once they leave my office. But you think about it, like all of us, if I travel a lot, I almost always fly the same airline. I almost always stay in the same hotel chain. I almost always shop at the same grocery store. Right? Lots of other industries have figured out how to get people to do stuff. Like, Jaron, back to you for a second. So, you do all this marathon running. You post your runs on Facebook or Strava. What do? You share that stuff. You don't? No. Who does? Someone must share their exercise. What do you do? Do you like exercising? No, you don't. Right? No one really likes to exercise. What I bet you like is sort of the moral superiority you feel of your friends as you're on that. Am I right? I mean, it's the same feeling I get when I beat my dog. I mean, like on the leaderboard thing, I don't hit the dog at all, right? And so again, lots of other industries figured out there are other aspects that allow us to motivate. So there are ways that other industries have been very effective at motivating people to make better choices. And we can have doctors make better choices, we can have pharma make better choices, we can have technology companies make better choices, all because they're aligned, and the patients can be brought along at the same time. One last question, if there's a question. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Harry. We really appreciate that. I'm intrigued by this notion that what we're really talking about today is transitioning to a trust model. And so I'm going to invite the third session up to the dais here. And, we had a title, Identifying and Prioritizing Key Features, Functions, and Gaps in Wireless Medical Device Test Beds. But I'm so intrigued by the Flintstone metaphor that Harry used. I'm thinking I'm going to retitle it Yabba Dabba Doo Time. Seriously, we have two folks here who are going to be moderating this panel for us. I just want to take a second to tell you a bit about them. Ed Cantwell is the Chief Operating Officer of the Center for Medical Interoperability, and he's taken on this challenge of moving us from where we are now to where we want to be, what the steps should be, what the features and should be. Where are the gaps? We've been talking about that a little bit already today, but we're going to flesh that out. And he is joined as a co-moderator by Ira Keltz, who is the Deputy Chief of the Office of Engineering and Technology here at the FCC. So Ed and Ira, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Good afternoon, and it's tough to follow the last act, but we will try to entertain you over the next hour and a quarter. So I'm Ira Keltz with the Office of Engineering and Technology, and here to hold what I hope will be a very interesting discussion looking at the identifying, prioritizing the key features and gaps in medical device test beds. So I think recapping and trying to key off of what we heard this morning, I think there were a couple key messages that we heard. One is it's very complex and people using lots of devices. And throw up the first slide. Is there clicker to do that? So this is kind of everybody wants to use their own device all the time, kind of like this guy here, and it causes you all kinds of problems. Great, thank you. So we've kind of heard that. This might be a slightly different context, but that's kind of what I was hearing this morning. And then the second thing is we've got devices that want to be all things to all people, and you want them to work all the time, and it becomes very complex. So with that in mind, what I'm hoping that we can do here is take what we heard this morning and these problems and the complexity of it and try to boil that down to some actual action items, some things that we can actually do, and how do we get started on solving the issue of breaking down that complexity. And what that actually is, I'm not sure if it's, that we actually have a national test bed. Do we end up with a bunch of test procedures so we could take a bunch of different devices and know how to test them against what to ensure compatibility and coexistence and so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I'm going to throw out to the panel here as we go through. Let's see if we can actually get to making some recommendations and coming up with some ideas to move this forward out of the realm of just discussion of this is really difficult to how do we get there. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-moderator, Ed Cantwell, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the Center for Medical Interoperability.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I think our intent with this panel is to start to transition to talking about solutions versus the problem. So we're really fortunate to have such a great panel that represents hospitals, IT vendors, medical device vendors, and technology companies. So with that, let the panel introduce themselves. And if you'll bring up the slides.
Hi, I'm Steve Baker from Welch Allen. I'm Ed Wyatt with Ruckus Wireless.
I'm Rick Hampton. I'm Partners Healthcare.
Fanny Mlynarski, Octoscope.
Chris Ria from Carillion Clinic.
Hi, thanks. And Rick, can you start us off?
Yeah. So if you can bring the slides back up again. Sorry about that. So basically, I work in a hospital. This is the typical header information. Don't need to worry about that. This is a slide that I showed to some folks at FCC. Actually, I think Julie was amongst the first to see this about 10, 15 years ago. Even though, a lot of the discussion so far has been around Wi-Fi and that type of stuff, this is a list of all the FCC services that hospitals use. This is certainly in mine. And you'll notice there's everything there except broadcast. We don't have an AM television, or we don't have an AM radio station, FM radio station, or TV, but we pretty much got everything else that we use in our hospitals. And in the, since it's used to take care of, or run our operations, it is used somehow in patient care. So these are all the different types of wireless systems. Just so you know, wireless systems really aren't wireless. There's a lot of infrastructure in the back. So when I brought up the issue earlier about, how do we deal with the systems? We've talked a lot about coexistence and interference, but a lot of my problems are in the back end. And so when people think about their smartphones and their Fitbits and that stuff, that's great. I have to worry about making all this stuff in the background work. The bottom line for me when you talk about wireless test beds is the number one for creating these, test beds is to ensure the safety and health of the patient. Anyone can create an app. Anyone can sell an app on an iPhone, but making it safe is what really requires the testing and the insurance of these test beds. And so my first challenge to the folks from the FCC and the FDA is, you talk about these medical grade systems. I need someone to define for us what it means to have a wireless medical grade infrastructure system or whatever. Once we know what we're trying to do, what is the scope or what is the reason for this, then I think we can get to the test beds. A couple of other things that I put down here. I think these slides will be available later. But here are some of the other hot points. The only one I want to touch on now is I want to kind of poke Ira and the folks from the FCC, because back in 2012 when they started all this, one of the things that I heard was going to go with the wireless test beds was an expedited system for experimental licensing. That's going to be important for future systems, and I got to be honest with you, I've worked with some researchers lately where not being able to get experimental licensing stuff cleared through the FCC has been a real hindrance to some of the new stuff. So with that, let's go on to whoever.
Fanny.
Pardon?
Fanny.
Hi, thank you. So I was going to have some slides as well, but maybe I can get started. Essentially, we have a mission-critical application. Some of the wireless apps are more mission-critical than others. We really have an analogy is a very large intersection with a lot of traffic without a traffic light. We have, especially in the unlicensed bands, a lot of technologies trying to operate, and there's no regulation of how they access the airwaves. So the question that I think we should ask is, like a lot of speakers before me have asked, is what is critical? What is the framework? What is the back end? What is the end mission of the application? And then define the testbed that's appropriate to qualify either a device or a system of devices to that standard. I know the font is very low and everybody's just had lunch, so I'm not going to put anybody to sleep here, and I'm not going to read any of this stuff. Basically, this table gives you some of the test standards in the industry, just as examples. By far, the most testing is done in the cellular industry, and that's because mobile operators own the headache of support. They have to support people with the phones who will not pay their bills unless their phone works. And so there's a long pile of standards, there's automation, there's a lot of testing being done before that phone makes it to the airways, before the carrier allows it on their network. And that's by far the most structured industry as far as testing goes. Wi-Fi is far behind that, even though there is Wi-Fi Alliance. Essentially, Wi-Fi Alliance is run by vendors who want to get a stamp. The stamp means they interoperate with other vendors. A lot of folks here said, well, okay, you passed the Wi-Fi Alliance test, my devices still don't interoperate. And that's the nature of the beast. So the question is, we have to ask the right questions, and what's the purpose, and how do we design the standard? The Wi-Fi Alliance has had a huge influence in making Wi-Fi a success. It basically picks probably maybe a tenth of what the IEEE 802.11 produces and makes it real, makes it into a product, because they create a certification standard and they select which of the technology gets certified and gets out to the market. And recently they have even started defining standards that have not been defined by the IEEE, such as direct Wi-Fi. Another standard that's worth mentioning is the IEEE standard for performance, testing performance of wireless devices, a committee that I started and was active in for a while. We have a number of medically focused standards which deal with both access, wireless access, wired access, interoperability, and how the devices communicate with one another, how did they come out of the box and play together. So these are just some examples. You can use these slides for reference. Obviously, there's a lot of information here. The main point is all of these protocols and applications and operation, they rely on the physical layer. They have to work over wireless. And yes, some critical monitors will be hooked up via Ethernet, but the nature of sensors, if I want to check my child's glucose, it's mobile, it's wireless. Glucose usually gets checked once a day, not critical. I can use it like a text message, it's okay. Some other sensors are more critical to get through, so there's a lot we need to sort through and define what's important, what's not, how do we certify these devices. Already we mentioned most of the trouble is in the unlicensed bands. This is just a slide that shows unlicensed bands. There are many issues with the unlicensed bands. Because of what I mentioned earlier, there's no traffic light, essentially. Wi-Fi is a very friendly system in that it's listen before talk. So it's sort of like an orderly speaker in a room where they will yield to others when they're speaking, and there's an orderly protocol called contention-based access to get on the airwaves. But other devices don't behave that way. They will jump in and transmit, and they don't listen to anybody else. And so how do you, without a traffic light, manage that. No matter how much you're going to test it, you have a problem at the protocol level, not in the test bed. So there have been some efforts. This is one example of GE initiating some of the licensed bands just below the 2.4 ISM unlicensed band where maybe chipsets could operate. Not sure whether any chipset actually do that, but today we don't have a licensed band. So to finish off is basically, yes, we need the test beds. Yes, we have a lot of questions before we build the test beds. My company happens to build wireless test beds that are controlled environment test beds, and so we hope to be able to contribute. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Chris?
Hi. I've got a list of slides. They're out in the handout. I'm not going to bore you guys with them, but the bottom line is I've got a similar responsibility to Sean at Kaiser, Rick at Geisinger, and then Rick at Partners in the maintenance and the support of the medical systems and the medical devices. The only difference is we're a little bit more drought resistant than our friends in California, and a little bit more snow depleted than our friends in the Northeast. And what I'd bring to the table is the rural hospital facility. We've got 2 critical access hospitals. Same challenges. I'm going to say limited resources, as we all have. But one of the things I want to talk about right now is we've heard a number of the earlier panels, and as Fanny just mentioned, I think we're all proponents of the wireless test system, test bed system. One of the things that we all need to be aware of, and I think we are acutely aware, particularly after the last panel right before lunch, is that the test beds will provide us the opportunity, provide the vendors the opportunity, and the consumers that if I put this system in my system of systems, it shouldn't break anything. It may not work within my system, but it shouldn't break anything. That amount of assurance is very valuable to us as consumers, but we still have the onus within our organizations to see how it's going to operate in our environment. There's not a silver bullet. It's not going to be a plug and play. It's going to be hopefully a plug and don't break. So I want to just preface my comments with that.
Great, thanks. Steve?
Hi, Steve Baker. So my thought on the test beds is, going back to what Steve Berger said, is it a protocol or is it a lab? Well, it's both. So you start with what Rick said. What do we need to test? Develop the protocol, and then we can develop the test beds tested. Otherwise, what Fanny's doing, great testing. What's being done at the University of Oklahoma, great testing, but it's all disparate testing. UNH Interoperability Lab does some sort of Wi-Fi-like testing, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but it's all separate. We don't have a good protocol. What I propose is that you have kind of a layered protocol. You do, just like integration testing, you do single unit testing, one device, one access point, many devices, one access point, many devices, many access points, start adding noise. Oh, you now start adding non-Wi-Fi devices in the same band, right? So you build this up, and hospitals could then point and say, well, I want something for a life-critical application. It's got to pass at level 7 before I'm even going to consider it. Well, now all of a sudden, there's an incentive to the medical device manufacturer to start doing that. Because right now, honestly, my marketing people say, I don't hear a request from hospitals that they're going to preferentially buy our equipment, or conversely, they're not going to buy our equipment if we don't do this testing. The robust testing we do is invisible. So basically, until there's a pull from the customer, the hospitals, that my marketing and sales guys hear, it's hard for me to convince the company that we should do more robust testing to beware of the freight train that's coming. Another thing that I like to see, and this goes back to some of the stuff that Julian has harped on for years and years, it's data. So if there's an event that's not a life event, but just a mistake with maybe a configuration at Partners Hospital, but there was no adverse patient event, is it reportable? Nope. So we don't know what the performance is of the Welch Allyn devices at Partners compared to the Philips devices compared to the GE devices. I know for all Welch Allyn hospitals which hospitals have the best performance and which ones don't, but that's not public knowledge, right? For Hazem to have a really cool system, wouldn't it be nice if he could do his simulations and then go test that in the hospital and bring the data back and look at the results and then compare it to a whole bunch of hospitals
So we have a full closed-loop system. Now, that's a long way out, but if we don't provide a way that medical device manufacturers and hospitals are allowed to provide data in a way that won't result in lawsuits, then it's going to be hard for us to be able to confirm that the test beds are doing what we want. Thanks.
Ed? As a AP manufacturer, we do tests like it's been said before. We test a great deal, but we found a couple of years ago that the way we test and how we test may not be realistic. The Tom's Hardware did a test several years ago that they did the first kind of test of capacity, and it was not done with simulator. It was done with actual hardware, meaning laptops and tablets and things like that. And some very unique things occurred. During one of the tests, when they had 50 laptops, they introduced 10 iPads. When they did that, all the traffic from one vendor went to the iPads and starved the laptops. Now, you would never see that if you're doing a traditional one-to-one test, and you would never see that if you're using a simulator. So the testing that we do is done with real devices, is done with different types of devices, tablets, phones, laptops, things like that, to do just to see how the devices are going to behave, because every manufacturer is going to put their own spin on their drivers. So that also needs to be thought of when you're talking about this.
Thanks. Well, thank you. For the record, does the U.S. have a national test bed for wireless health? Anybody that thinks so, raise their hand. Okay, so let's start with that as the premise. Whose responsibility is it to build it? Governments, industries, vendors? So think about that question as we have the dialogue. To start on the questions, and there were some excellent questions provided to the panel, and I'll start with the first one. What does the test bed look like? And when I say look like, not theoretically, how big does the building need to be? How many people need to be employed? Let's start with Chris. Chris, if you have an expectation from Carillion that you're looking at a new device, then what do you envision that this test bed looks like?
I'm looking for a seal of approval that will handle all of the approved protocols as far as like physical and it's almost like a CE stamp of approval, so that I know that if I'm buying this device or my organization's purchasing this device, theoretically, and I use the word theoretically in quotes, it should work in a healthcare environment. To give you a real-life case study, I get a lot of requests. Our department gets a lot of requests for, I got this new cool device and it connects wirelessly. First question I ask, does it support WPA2 Enterprise? You'd be surprised at the number of vendors that give me a deer in the headlights look. I would assume that any type of testing environment would support the security and privacy as well as the connectivity.
Ricky Hampton, who rightfully points out that wireless is a capital W, means all form of wireless, not just Wi-Fi. Do you expect this certification that Chris mentions, is it a platform certification? Is it a system level certification? Is it a device level certification?
When I look at it, I look at a systems level. I mean, the first thing I look at with any new wireless system that proposes to be part of a medical system is I look at patient safety, the device efficacy, and the security. If the wireless piece is crucial to the functioning of that medical device, and if it doesn't ensure those three things, we don't put it on our wireless network. In some cases, we don't purchase it at all. And we keep focusing on Wi-Fi systems in hospitals, but Rob Havas is here someplace. Rob used to work for us. But we've got a group of people who are looking at connected health applications outside the hospital, and I get involved in that too. So we have to, when I look at these stuff, I have to look at not only patient safety, device efficacy, and security in the hospital. I have to look at what it might be like out in the patient's home, where we don't have a standard enterprise Wi-Fi network, where they may not have a Wi-Fi network at all. We may have to use the cellular system. Find any one of those wireless companies that's going to put their stamp of approval and say, we'll be responsible if our network goes down and the data doesn't go through. Doesn't happen. So when I look at a test bed, I look at something that's going to ensure those three, key properties, if you will, that we put together, a bunch of us on this panel and the others put together as part of the risk management program when we start connecting these medical devices together over networks. You need to ensure those three key properties remain: patient safety, device efficacy, and security. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for it at a systems level.
So when looking at that, Steve put out the notion of a kind of a layered protocol of testing of what seems to be a kind of very logical process of starting with a simple case and working to a much more difficult case, more devices, and a much more difficult interference environment. Fanny put out an analogy of the cell phone companies would never let a device on their network that's going to cause a problem because customers aren't going to pay. Yet it seems like I keep hearing we get devices in the hospitals and healthcare facilities that just do just that, which kind of seems a little, the priorities may be a little out of whack. So taking the notion of testing to make sure things are going to work the way we intend and trying to come up with a logical way to do this testing. So how do we get there? Who's responsible? What do we put together? Do we need to form a standards committee, a body to lay out the process? Or is each healthcare facility responsible because each environment is different? Or can we characterize a couple of different environments to test against based on everybody's, on a few a few cases, representative cases? So how do we get there? How do we get to the place that we need to be to make this work?
This is like the proverbial, story about the blind man trying to describe the elephant. We all come at this from our own perspective, and so we look at one individual piece. So what I'm trying to do here is take the 60,000-foot view, because that's kind of what Partners pays me to do. I'm lucky in that respect. But first off, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I think someone needs to define what it is that we mean by a medical-grade wireless network. Everyone dodges that issue. Once we have an idea of what we're supposed to create with this wireless medical-grade wireless system, then we can start putting standards together to define it. Once we have the standards, we can start building out the test beds. But so far, no one's really defined it. We've done a great, please don't take this wrong, the FCC's done a great job about, talking about how wonderful it is that they've created all this spectrum that's generated billions of dollars in revenue and new technologies, but they've never really helped anyone direct how we're going to be using it. So now the medical stuff comes up, and that's a critical issue if you're going to be diagnosing patients or treating them remotely. So now we've got to step in. We've got to start help defining what it is we mean when we say we expect people to create health systems with it. Because health systems are not regulated. Medical systems are. That's the old issue. What is an M-Health app? So we've got to get better granularity in what government expects us to do with this stuff and what they're willing to help us with.
No, different question, but following up on what Rick said, so I think it is probably the FDA, or maybe the FDA together with the FCC comes up with that definition. Of course, the difficulty is, a medical grade wireless network, the definition of it is generically a network that supports the medical devices for their intended use. Great. I have an infusion pump. I have a life-critical patient monitor that's sending alarms. It's a different definition. And coming to grips with that and saying that's why I had this idea of the layered approach. Well, for the one device, you might only need to pass at level 3, and the other you might need to pass at level 5 or 6 because it's more robust testing. And basically what that's coming down to is what Michelle had talked about and what Don Witters talked about. It's a risk-based definition. So I don't think we have a hard definition, right? Because that one I gave is a great definition, but it still doesn't tell us what we have to test to.
Okay, so what I would respond back is, one for, Rick. I mean, you've got the stage. You tell us what a wireless grade medical network is to you then. And then my second question, which maybe more to the panel and to Steve's point, is so who, if you've defined this layered approach in different levels of risk, so who should be defining that? Is that something you want the FDA and the FCC to do, or is that something industry should get together and define for different types of devices what the risk level is, and then try to define what the performance requirements should be? And and I'll kind of throw those out generally to the whole panel.
So when it comes to if I buy a telemetry system from Steve, we did buy a telemetry system from Steve that runs on 802.11a. I've not installed that on my IT network, wired or wireless. I've built out a completely separate wireless system for his stuff. The FDA requires him to define what those systems have to meet in order to support the intended function of his devices. So when I build out a system from a device manufacturer on an infrastructure designed and provided by that manufacturer, I know what constitutes a medical grade system for that particular medical system. Steve has defined it for me. Phil has defined it for me. The folks from GE have defined that for me. So as long as I put it on the network that they prescribed for me, I know what requirements I have to meet. And if anything goes wrong, they're held liable for producing a system that doesn't perform its intended function. When we get to the notion that now we're going to converge all of these systems onto our IT network, the question I've asked for years, and it's funny watching my friends scurry out the door when I ask this, but the question is, if I take Steve's system off of his dedicated wireless network and I put it on my IT network, what does that make my IT network? Because when he provides it, it's a registered or a regulated medical device. But if I take it off that system, I put it on mine, does that make my IT network a regulated medical device? No, it doesn't. What's that make it? Well, it makes me potentially adulterating a medical device because I've taken something, I modified it to do something it was never intended to do. In other words, I've just taken all the legal responsibility for creating a medical system I can't guarantee will work, which is why we don't have critical medical systems on our IT network. So I guess the question is, if you really want the answer the question. If I take a wireless system off of a regulated device that Steve and Phil and the folks from GE or whoever provide to me, and I put it on my network provided by any of the IT, networking companies, who is responsible for making sure that works? What does that make that network become? It used to be regulated, and now it's not.
Ira, maybe we should look outside healthcare for best practices. So what industry do you think is most like healthcare in terms of the IT challenge and more the wireless challenge? I.e., which industry has the responsibility to touch almost all of the population and provide content? It's the cable industry. And if you look at the way that they've solved this problem is they didn't ask the FDA and they didn't ask the government or the FCC to solve it. They created their own organization led by the people that procure the devices and the infrastructure. And they defined the architecture and they defined their equivalent of medical grade in the cable industry. It's a 30-year plus proven record. It's taken their industry through extraordinary growth, and it's probably the backbone of most of the content that we as consumers have. So the question is, do you think healthcare is ready, and the partners and the Carillions and the Kaisers, do you think they're ready to come together and claim wireless as an asset for their industry, and as such, start to define what it is. Because I'd be hard-pressed to ask Ed White, why don't you design the medical-grade network to include in the body, around the bed, in the room, wireless networks? So do you think we're ready?
Let's use a parallel example in the healthcare world of a standards-driven principle that works, DICOM. It was an industry-driven standard. And guess what? It works. Every vendor has their own little nuances. They can do their own little special things, their market advantage. But it has interoperability, and it works.
Yeah, it's regulated under the FDA. All those PACS systems are regulated.
The DICOM standard is not, though.
It's not.
Right. But Chris is right. It's an excellent example of the users coming together and agreeing on something so the vendors know what to build to. What Ricky points out is it's a 7-dimension chess game. It's RF, it's digital, it's security, it's human behavior. So it's very unfair to ask Welch Allyn or Ruckus to come in and warrant their performance when they have no control over how many devices, what protocols, what beacon rates are set. So the question is can we rise up, and is it time for U.S. healthcare to have a point of view on what wireless really means in a hospital? They've defined building automation, they've defined electricity, they've defined every other base building utility, but wireless still is like this orchestra where there is no testing whether or not all the instruments play together.
Let me add one more thing, Ed. I don't want to make it sound like every potential application, healthcare, medical, however you want to, split that difference. Not everything requires the highest degree of reliability. If someone is using their Fitbit and they're feeding that stuff into, some application that they're sharing with their doctor, no one's going to die if your, performance during a run is 3 minutes slower than your last performance. But I'm also hearing, people talk about, remote control of medical devices, for treatment and therapy. That's pretty critical, folks. That's not something you just want to ignore. So there needs to be some definitions to help define which of these applications really don't require the reliability and which do. And the ones that require the highest, reliability, those somehow need to be defined and protected so that, the consumers, when they go out and buy this wonderful device that they're going to take home and they're going to use it, one that I've heard numerous times is it's going to monitor my heart rate so that if I have a, potentially fatal dysrhythmia, it's going to automatically diagnose that, send my ECG to my cardiologist, call 911, and let the ER know to prep for my arrival. I look at other things, and FCC has gone to fairly great lengths to ensure that we have E911 capabilities, so that if I pick up my smartphone and I hit 911, the 911 dispatcher knows where I'm at within a couple of meters. They've taken that kind of lead already on some of these things, where the expectation of the public is, if I need help, I'm going to get it, no matter what. And I think we need that same kind of leadership on some of these wireless health issues to help show that, we expect that reliability to be there. Did that shackle you enough?
Yeah. So on that point, I mean, do you really think, and as an industry, do you really want us to sit and try to define your networks? I mean, I don't think that's really what you want.
So do me a favor. Go out and open up your favorite web browser on your favorite device, okay? Google wireless or medical-grade wireless networks and tell me how many companies have white papers and position statements on how if you buy their product, you can build this, and then go in and read the fine print that says your mileage may vary. I don't think industry can possibly do this.
Well, but on using Ed's example of cable labs, I mean, could the industry get together? Could the big players, the little players, get together and define this? Because it would help the industry as a whole. I mean, both. I would think it would help both from your sales point of view if you could go out and you could make that assurance that based on coming together as an industry, you develop certain standards and levels of performance for various devices, and then say, look, these meet these industry-defined levels, standards, and protocols, and that gives you a very high assurance that it is going to work, whether it's on your if it's on your IT network or your what you call your medical network or whatnot. So I'm still torn between, is this the government's role to define, or is it better for the industry to come together and come to a meeting of the minds on how they think this is going to work and should work within their facilities?
I would invite you to do what I did and call AT&T, Comcast, Cox Cable, Verizon, and all of them. We've had them. We actually had representatives from a lot of those different companies at some of the AMI conferences that we've had in the past on wireless systems and reliability. And I've asked them point blank. And we've had a lot of those companies come in and talk with us about providing connectivity for connected health. And I've asked them point blank, what kind of reliability guarantees can you give us for critical stuff? Oh, we will never do that. No, we can't do that. Just keep that off of our networks. They're looking for guidance too. I mean, no one knows what medical grade wireless is, so someone needs to do that. Sorry. I'd like to give you an out. I just don't see it.
Let's poll the panelists there, because it's Ricky's pretty clear. He thinks the FCC should do it. Let's poll. Chris, how about you?
I don't agree with Rick, and I'm one of his friends, but I'm not scurrying for the door.
All right.
I think it should be an industry-driven, but I'm philosophically opposed to more government regulation.
Fanny, how about you?
To that point, let me add one thing. I'm not in favor of government regulation, but sometimes I think you have to have it. My dad was a cop, and one of the things he said is, we wouldn't need speed limits if everyone drove at the right speed. But when people don't do or won't do what they're supposed to do, that's when government has to step in.
Okay.
So if you can convince all these people to do it.
Getting gray hair by the second here. Fanny?
One more thought, though, that I want to share is it really depends on the organization and how they're implementing technology. We talked about medical-grade wireless technology, and we think about medical telemetry, life safety. Well, you got these things, you build in workflows that say, all right, code blue alerts are going to go over the cellular network now because we're going to do a quiet hospital. Have you created a medical device? No. Is it a life safety issue? Yes.
And to that point, I can honestly say I've heard from at least 4 hospitals who have had serious life-threatening incidents. One has told me that a patient expired, and I got to be honest with you, I was visiting someone close to me a while back, and that alarm system didn't work, and if I hadn't intervened, I think the patient would have had much more serious outcomes.
Fanny,
and it's one reason why we don't have those things in the hospitals where I work. I can't trust the systems.
Fanny?
So I would go back to Ed's point about what has worked. And you brought up cable industry. Cable Labs has done a great job. I brought up 3GPP, the cellular operators industry. It needs to be, in this case, I think the analog is the hospital administrator. Who has the headache? Whose headache is it? Those people will want to solve it. And the more they can come together as a forum to solve it, the more interoperable devices the vendors will design to the standards that they create. And I think the hospital administrators and IT folks have the power to allow or disallow and define policies in the hospital, just like an AT&T or Verizon has the power to define the policies on their network.
Ed?
Yeah, I kind of agree. The idea for us as a manufacturer, we work with our customers all the time. We can make any adaptation to anything that we need as long as we have a plan. And from our perspective, it would probably be the same as somebody give us some roadmap of what we need to do. So, yeah.
Steve?
Well, somewhere between Rick and Chris. So I think we all agree we need a plan, right? So far, the industry hasn't come together to create a plan, right? And we have all kinds of new companies coming in. They have a USB port, they put a USB Wi-Fi dongle on it, and they say, hey, we got a wireless medical device. Anybody had one of those fail in their hospital? Yeah. So while I prefer that the industry would do it, maybe there needs to be some government incentive to do it. Certainly the FCC and or FDA shouldn't just go in a closet and say, well, this looks good, right? If you guys do come up with a definition, it's based on your track record. You're going to call in Rick and Sean Jackman and maybe Phil. Touche. But how long are we going to wait for industry, whether it's medical device manufacturers, the infrastructure manufacturers, or the hospitals, to do this, right? There's a pretty big significant difference, right? We've got in cellular a few big players. In cable, a few big players. How many 1,000-bed hospitals are there? How many hospital chains are there that have more than 5 hospitals? And how many hundreds and hundreds of 100 and 200-bed community hospitals are there out there? So it's a lot bigger herd it's herding 1,000 cats instead of 50 horses.
There's a big difference between when you're comparing cellular to this. Is a cellular company does have control of the client device. They can look into the device, they can see what's happening with the device, they can turn the power on, they can turn the power up or down, whatever. And in Wi-Fi, based on the way the standard's written, you have no control of the client. And that's the big issue. Talking to Sean earlier, I can't tell you how many times I've seen on our own internal lists, power save. An iPhone goes to sleep every 90 seconds, and it wakes up. It goes to sleep. It does this constantly to save its battery. But if you look at a laptop or any of the medical device, I'm sure they all go to sleep too. And if the access point's not set for the same power save number, the device data that the device is trying to send is going to get lost. It's not going to be buffered properly. It's going to be transmitted when it's not supposed to be. Something's going to happen. And this is part of the stuff that needs to be discussed with these testing and how they're going to interact together. Again, that's not part of the Wi-Fi Alliance standard.
So at least you think you're going to get off. Do you think the FCC intended for Wi-Fi to be the backbone of a healthcare wireless network?
That's why they call it ISM.
And do you think we should, as an industry, hospitals and health systems, petition for protected spectrum more than the whopping WMTS spectrum? So, I mean, maybe that's a path where it may not be dedicated, but it may be prioritized, the use of small cell architecture. But who has the most to win or lose at this game from a time? Since time is the enemy, because the problem is growing every day exponentially. Do we have the time, even if Ricky could wave his magic wand and have the FCC do it? So how do we create the sense of urgency, and is procurement power perhaps, an asset to bear in buying the type of architectures that they want out of their vendors? Because I would think hospitals, Sean has more control, I know not absolute control, but he has more control over the devices that enter his hospital if it's procured. What walks into the hospital, you just have to manage. So I think it is time, and I think it's almost an inevitable outcome. If it's going to be fixed, it has to be fixed by the people that buy the systems. Now, Steve's exactly right. How do you herd 5,500 hospitals? But they're really in the hands of only about 30 companies. So the problem may not be as complex as we think.
I'll disagree about the complexity, but going back to hospitals buying the appropriate components. Okay, how many people out there make components that you sell to hospitals? How many of you know what a medical, a wireless grade medical system is? How many of you know what to build it to? Okay, no hands. How many of you make stuff that you sell to hospitals? Wrong. Okay, there's enough back there. So there's people back there that sell stuff to hospitals, and they don't even know what they're building it for. So we've got an apple, we're putting the cart before the horse in some cases. If we don't know what standards to build it to, if we don't know what the expectations are or the requirements are, it's nice to talk about test beds, but what are you going to test? And let me go back and touch on this on the spectrum piece. I've been a licensed ham operator and commercial radio operator for way too long. So I've worked with the FCC a lot in some way, shape, or form, and it's always kind of a love-hate relationship. No matter how much spectrum you have, you always want more, and everyone's that way. I've not always agreed with how the FCC has divvied out the spectrum. But be that as it may, I got to be honest with you. The recent goings on between the auctioning or the analog to digital TV conversions, the required auction to take place of that, has created a position I think has really put the FCC between a rock and a hard place. They created the wireless medical telemetry service, and now they're having to look at sharing it. Before it was protected spectrum. It was basically us and radio astronomy in the 608 band, channel 37, TV channel 37. And now, because Congress required them to auction off all of the spectrum that originally they had planned to allow TV white spaces stuff, there's no place for TV white spaces except, ta-da, TV channel 37. So now they're looking at the protected spectrum that we used to have. We're now going to have to share it. So what does it really mean to create quote-unquote protected spectrum when the FCC, the body that's required to do the protection, can't protect it either? I got to be honest with you, I've got grave reservations about our wireless systems that are in that band. I'm still waiting to figure out what I'm going to do with them, where I'm going to put them. So the point of it is the FCC, the FCC can give it and Congress can take away. Did that get you off the hook, Ira?
You have any job openings at the FCC? A question? No, Ricky might. A question from the audience, from Twitter and email, and this is a pretty good one. Will the Internet of Things and device data analytics radically change medical device test beds and R&D?
Yes. No, what I think that's really maybe getting at is let's say we knew the definition of a medical grade wireless network and we had the test protocols, right? Well, wireless is a pretty fast changing technology, right? So you build the test bed, you invest all this money, and in 6 months it's obsolete because the newest, latest, greatest thing or standard or protocol has come out. So that's one of the things that is a challenge, is it's a moving target. And as Sean pointed out, it's a moving target that's still anchored 10 years ago because I've got stuff in my hospital that's that old. Anyone else?
Should it be a hospital-only problem? How about care in the home? Should health care as a vertical market have a point of view of the wireless environment inside the home?
Well, I think that's the problem for the future. Like I said, I'm already looking at stuff that we're trying to use in the home, and the nice thing about modern technology is our smartphones and whatever else other devices we might have. It has enough computing power to do a lot of things that used to require mainframes and stuff that only resided in hospitals. So with the right sensors, I think a lot of this stuff can move out to the home. And that again is begs the question: at what point does a simple sensor and an application stop being a fitness device, I mean, Polar's been making heart rate monitors for a long time, but I'd never really thought that I would use a Polar heart rate monitor in a hospital to keep track of a cardiac patient, right? So at what point does the Polar group or any of these other device manufacturers that make fitness monitors, at what point in time do those become medical devices? And that's the question that I think the FDA and the FCC really need to look at, because it's really going to upend how we do regulation of these things. And frankly, when it comes to medical devices, we've got these things called liability. Who absorbs that?
Let's open up for questions. Sean?
Jackman, Kaiser Permanente. We talk about Wi-Fi a lot up here. With small cell, the cellular indoor, they're doing cellular indoors now. To what extent should we be looking at medical grade wireless to also include LTE and perhaps some variant of 3G?
My personal opinion, medical grade wireless as is used by Ricky means every wireless frequency that is intended to support a medical cause. It's like the analogy is, in most hospitals you have a critical electrical network, right? A fail-safe electrical network. So I think it has to be all-encompassing.
If I could jump in on LTE, that's actually a good question, because LTE at least has, if you deploy IMS, which is IP multimedia subsystem, you have priorities, something that can be managed by an operator to assign higher priorities to more critical medical services.
But then you run into the problem of spectrum, because every operator is running LTE on a different band.
Including unlicensed now.
Yeah, so then you have LTE-U, which opens up a whole other issue.
License assisted access stuff, yeah.
Well, Qualcomm just changed it yesterday to LWA.
Whatever they call it. Arose by another name.
But it's collision avoidance now.
Yeah.
So that's what they're talking
We still
about.
have 900 megahertz phones for another year.
Next question.
Yes, Hazem Rifai, University of Oklahoma. So the densification of 5G, which is the femtocells and the small cells and so on, a lot of capabilities coming in the systems, the new systems, as self-organized networks. And so self-organized networks are going to be adapting power, adapting maybe sensitivity, adapting their packet length, adapting their polling windows, and adapting all of those based on an environment, given environment, deploy that. So is that going to help coexistence, or is going to hinder coexistence? And how do you do a test bed to go and accommodate and test for these type of activities?
Big problem with something like that, it's going to be backhaul. You might be able to do all what you just said with the small cell itself, but how's it being backhauled? To where? With what? So to give a vendor opportunity to come into your hospital to deploy, you're going to give every cellular vendor the same access, and how many cables are you going to run through the building to do all those small cells? Is another thing that we're running into an issue with. I'm running into an issue talking to cellular operators about that.
One of the other issues with the small cell is you have hundreds or thousands of different medical devices and medical device types. So just like now, suppose in theory, if it's cellular, the only way you get on the AT&T network is if you validated that cellular module with AT&T. So a lot of that may be mitigated, but if you have a whole bunch of different manufacturers producing devices that are running on these, and each one tweaks them a little bit, then we return to this same problem of, well, which driver is it? And you can have a lot of changes then. So in the world where, if that comes to a fruition where we're using small cellular to send data in hospitals, I would love to just have, there are three radios. There's the Sprint radio, there's the AT&T radio, and there's the Nextel radio or whatever, right? And we all buy the same radio.
Before we get to Mark, let me just throw something else out. We're make a comment. So, Rick, you had mentioned what's going on in the TV bands, specifically 608 to 614, and changes that may be happening because of the incentive auction, and as we're responding to an act of Congress. So one of the things that occurs to me, well, first of all, as Julie opened up this morning and said, one of the most rewarding things that we do is, things that really have a real effect on people and help them, and often that's, working on the medical devices and some of the things we're able to enable. And I completely agree with that notion. I personally find it one of the most rewarding things that we do. So the last thing that we want to do is have an adverse effect on medical devices, medical networks. And as we proceed, that's our goal in moving forward with any change that may be happening. That said, and Mark, maybe this plays into a little bit what you might be going to ask or comment on, but so part of enabling us to make whatever changes and do no harm is a certain amount of testing. And I know Mark has been involved in some testing on Channel 37 of devices against medical telemetry, but it's largely kind of user defined by the folks doing the test. So is this a place where folks can maybe get together and agree, maybe in a limited case, is there some standardized way that we should be testing these and defining an environment and characteristics to inform the commission on how best to move forward, rather than it just being completely haphazard. Everything's then sent to the record. We take a look at it, and then we make some judgments based on the results. And then there's typically a lot of disagreement over different parties with different positions on how the tests were run and what they mean. And it would be much better if, again, there was an industry consensus that could come together and say, here's how we think it should be, here's what we think the thresholds are, and as a unified position. I mean, maybe that's kind of too much to ask, but is there a way to get to that?
I think there is, but first you have to define what it is you're trying to get to. So let me really set Mark up for a comment, because at one point in time I asked, okay, so if we're going to have this contention problem between WMTS and TV white spaces, and one of the things that TV white spaces propose to do is to create some kind of connectivity for medical devices, why don't we look at just wholesale swapping from WMTS to TV white spaces? I'm not opposed to that, as long as I know that the systems will work, and I got to be honest with you, it's more than just about RF coexistence. If you look at how TV white spaces is set up in order to, so for those not familiar with it, the FCC is looking at creating exclusion zones around hospitals to prevent the interference, and the size of those exclusion zone is pretty much the argument point right now. The question is, so the TV white space device is supposed to, determine its ability to use those areas based upon some database. I know some pretty smart hackers, but I don't see a whole lot of investigation into how secure those systems can be made. There's been GPS spoofing, so is it possible? And I don't know. This is a Hollywood scenario that the hackers out there will just love to get their hands on. There's been people who've been able to spoof GPSs. So if they go in and spoof GPS readings around a hospital, can they cause the TV white space stuff to interfere with telemetry in WMTS? Is that hypothetical? It's possible. I don't know how probable it is, but that's all of the stuff I have to look. It's not just the coexistence stuff. So, I want to give Mark a shot.
Did we ask and answer your question?
Did I?
So first of all, Mark gets into a ComSearch. I started up here to applaud Rick on his comment about WMTS. We've been working in this area probably as much as anybody. And as Ira said, we did some recent testing that got filed by GE and the WMTS Coalition. And I'm not going to get into the noise about that. Rick makes a very strong point about some of the ironies involved around, WMTS. And if you go back and look at the original rulemaking for TV white space, there were a lot of comments on the record that said, let's keep Channel 37 sacrosanct for, patient care and radio astronomy. I was actually going to ask a question, and if I'm happy to talk, in the break about what we did in the measurements. We did show in the measurements that we could configure a situation where we could cause interference, and we're going to go back out and do it again so we can have the repeatable. I thought the gentleman from NIST this morning described a very good method for producible test results, and so we're going to try to do that. But what I actually wanted to do is to make a question, maybe it's rhetorical, I don't know, about the point Ed made about should there be more spectrum available for healthcare. The FCC, about last year, I think it was June last year, finalized the rulemaking for M-bands, and where they allocated 40 megahertz to wireless to medical body area networks. And since then, they've been working on the frequency coordinator part, which they just finished. But Ira, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no manufacturers banging down your door for equipment certification.
I've heard rumors that there's equipment in the pipeline ready to go.
I've heard rumors too, and that's been 3 years out. So the point to be made on it is that if you make it, will they come, or are you making it because they've asked for it? Because the issue is, and maybe this is more of a soapbox, when the manufacturers came to you, it was GE and Philips to the commission for allocation of the rules and whatnot. They were pretty hot to trot. And the rulemaking process took a lot longer than they had expected, and that's just because they probably didn't have a lot of familiarity with the way the commission works. And the commission did their proper, vetting, and I know you're going to make a comment, Ira, so just... And it's not a comment about the rulemaking process. It's more the setting expectations. Yeah. And so since this is a workshop on test beds, let me shift to the test bed question, and that is, can we conceive test beds to test coexistence of medical body area network systems with aeronautical mobile telemetry, which that's the sharing paradigm there. And to Ricky's point again, can we do that to also test WMTS, which never really had to do it, coexisting with unlicensed devices, which now could include any number of things, and I won't comment about the NAB thing.
All right, let me be a little more specific on the M-bands. And as you know, once we enable rules, it takes time for the manufacturing process to develop and production lines and develop the test protocols and so on and so forth. And we just finished as far as finalizing rules and the designated coordinator and so forth. So again, so I know our lab has been working with some folks on finalizing test procedures from our perspective, and that is my understanding is very close to being finalized. And now that a coordinator that is in place, that there are folks who are very close and ready to submit equipment for approval, and they've just been waiting for the lab to finish up its work. And I think that's been moving at a pretty good pace, given how the regulatory process has moved. So I do think we are going to see things happening in that band, relatively soon. And I think that'll be a good thing, and it'll open up, spectrum that is, right now would share with aeronautical telemetry. It should be fairly compatible, the way we've worked through the proceeding, and I think people are looking forward to it. And hopefully it will provide an avenue for folks to use devices without maybe some of the issues that we've heard today. Getting to your second point of testing of these various things, I'll throw that out to the panel to answer. Of what would be the best way to do this, to set something up and to work through those issues? Is it the government's responsibility to be doing this? Is it the industry? I know I keep harping on this, but I don't think we've really converged on. There's differences of opinion, but where do we want this to go, and how are we going to get it done?
Dr. Goldman, why don't you ask the last question, and then we'll try to wrap up. We got about 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Julian Goldman from Partners Healthcare and Mass General Hospital. I was instructed we should all introduce ourselves. Right? Okay. Thank you. So I've been listening to a lot of really good ideas, good debate. Achieving consensus may or may not be possible. But I was also reminded of one of the goals for the session of identifying and prioritizing key features, functions, and so forth. And that's the title of this session, but I think throughout the day we've been coming up with a lot of wonderful ideas, and I wonder how we'll end up defining the next steps. So, if out of that range of things that have been brought up, for example, which are the most important devices, or Which are the most important physical or clinical domains? Which are the most important functions? Which are the most important frequency bands or technologies? We, at some point today, I'm not trying to put this on you in this panel, but I was listening to this, and it's a very rich discussion. It's so rich that I wonder when we will be able to prioritize it or start to decide what to work on next. So I thought I would kind of gently ask, because I'm eager to see what the priorities are based upon the panel's discussion, what you think might be the first or top few things to work on, if that's an appropriate way to look at it.
Well, I think it's an excellent question, because otherwise for the panel it's a so what. It's a great discussion. I can tell you at the Center for Medical Interoperability we did an interesting exercise. We took 10 health systems and asked them to prioritize by modality and by device and by frequency what is most mission and life critical as it relates to the use of wireless as defined by a health system level platform. And it is fascinating because it not only produces a prioritization, it produces the list of vendors that are expected to participate. So we'll share that with you. Is Chris Gibbons? Yeah. You need to just step right up to the mic.
How'd you even know? I just actually sort of follow up on something Julian said. We're physicians, so forgive us if it's a little bit naive, but it's the conversation that I've been hearing, and I've learned quite a bit. It sounds like we're almost using a notion of healthcare system that's becoming antiquated. I go back a little bit to what Harry was saying a little while ago, and I think Rick has brought up some of this, but medical care happens outside of hospitals, but we've mostly been talking about hospital environments, and I would encourage the panel to think about, is that thinking adequate when we talk about the future, where more and more of what used to happen or today happens in hospitals isn't happening in hospitals anymore. And just to point out, it's not just the future. When Harry and I were interns at Hopkins almost 25 years ago, and both in the cardiac units, there were patients that we operated on for cardiac surgery. They got this device, a left ventricular assist device. These are extremely sick patients, and I stayed awake all night, many nights, because they could change on a dime and die, and you have to take care of them. Now, today, less than 25 years later, patients are going home with those devices. That was the cardiac ICU. We couldn't envision patients going home with those devices. And so this is not just the future, this is now. And so if we're thinking about only the hospital environment as the place medical care happens and only devices that are used in the four walls of those hospitals, we might be designing systems for the past instead of the future.
Last questions, and we'll summarize.
Hi, Jeff Silverberg, FDA. 3 quick points, if I can remember all of them. First of all, I hope I speak for my colleagues when I say that we're not particularly comfortable with the term medical grade wireless.
I know that.
Well, maybe not everybody knows, right? Second of all, what is a medical device is hopefully clearly defined at FDA in our regulations. It's used to diagnose or treat, and there's also guidances as far as what is and is not. Maybe it might be a device, but we don't regulate it, like mobile apps and things like that. We have guidances on that. And we also have a process that if you're not sure if something is a medical device, you could ask us, and there's somebody an expert that looks at it and says yes or no. And the final point I'd like to make, I've heard, so who's going to do this? Is industry, is government? Some of the groups that we've already mentioned have been working on this for a while, and everybody. So C63 is, government, industry, healthcare. Everybody's involved. The AMI organization, the committee that's working on that. So, it's not going as fast as we would like. Get involved. Participate, and maybe we can come up with something good. Thank you.
So let me try to bring it to a close. Although I had to chuckle at an email question. How do we protect our mission-critical Wi-Fi medical devices? which I think just so summarizes the problem we're all frustrated with, right? You're putting mission life critical things over an unprotected band. But here's my conclusion. There is no national wireless testbed, and there needs to be. Whether it's industry-led or FCC-led, I think it's a hybrid. But unless the people that pay money change behavior, the Steves and the Eds companies won't change, period. Because the free market's going to continue, and they have to protect their businesses. But we must define it at a complex enough platform level that you don't stumble right out of the blocks. It's not a component issue. It's not a device issue. It is perhaps the most, healthcare and wireless are the two, when you combine the two, it's the most complex use of wireless on the planet. Right? So we have to step up to almost make the environment what our children expect, because they've grown up with it in their hands. And to Dr. Goldman's point, you got to start with something real. So, let's build something real, let's put real products in it, and let's get our hands dirty on it. But let's be inclusive, right? It's not a standards body action as much as it is, let's come together, figure out the reference architecture for what is medical grade, and start to work on it. So those are my key takeaways from the panel. So anything to add? All right, thank you very much.
So we're going to take a short break and reconvene at 3 o'clock for our final panel of the day, which is going to wrap this all together, answer all those burning questions you have. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thanks. All right, if folks can begin taking their seats, we're going to reconvene for the last panel of the day. So our last panel of the day is titled Driving Innovation and Safe Coexistence of Wireless Medical Devices. And that is a balancing act if I've ever heard one. So no pressure on this group at all. They are more than up to the challenge. Our panel is going to be moderated by Dale Hatfield, who is a senior fellow at the University of Colorado Boulder and the former chief of engineering and technology from the FCC. And also we have Robert Hervasi, who is vice president of the Personal Connected Health Alliance and executive director of Continua. We are delighted to have all of you and looking forward very much to the discussion. So Dale and Robert, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen. It's great to be back at the commission. I never got to sit up here very often. So anyway, it is a pleasure to be back. I wear several hats, and as Karen mentioned, I am today wearing the hat at the University of Colorado. I've been to, over the last 50 years, been to a lot of wireless-related meetings, but I don't think I've ever been one that showed so dramatically what some of the opportunities we have for us in this space, but it's so balanced by then what's tremendous challenges that we face. So I'm really looking forward to our part of the discussion and trying to wrap things up here in a good way. Chairman Wheeler, when he was running the Technical Advisory Committee, always challenges at every meeting to come up with actionable recommendations. what should the FCC or what the in this FCC or the FDA should be doing next. And I think that's a pretty good focus for us this afternoon. I'm not going to say very much more. I will introduce the panelists and then turn it over to my co-moderated here. As Karen mentioned, the co-moderator is Rob Havasi, and we'll turn it over to him just in a moment. We have then working the way down Surjit Ahluwalia, I could say that earlier, I can't say it now, who's Director of Advanced Services at Cisco. On the phone, we have Deepu Ganguly, who's Chief Executive Officer of Akabai Inc. We have Scott Greshbach, who's Program Leader at GE Healthcare Global Services. We have Robert Jaron, he's Senior Director of Government Affairs at Qualcomm. And then finally, at the very end, we have Jeff Tree, Section Head Information Technology at the Mayo Foundation for Education and Research. The full biographies are in the program, and I would urge you to take a look at them if you haven't done so before now. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rob.
Thank you very much, Dale. And thank you to our hosts for giving me the invitation here. I have the very distinct pleasure of looking out at the audience and those of you who've stuck around for the day. As Dale mentioned, we have Deepu Ganguly on the phone, and he has the distinct displeasure of being on a computer right here in front of me and therefore staring at my face about 2 feet away. So I have both the best seat and he has the worst seat in the house, unfortunately. But what we have here is basically a live demo of the problem that we kind of just realized, right? We have a MacBook and we have some telemedicine type tools, some consumer tools happening here that we have on the fly in the last few minutes tried to hook up. So we're going to find out how well interoperability really works in live, in real time here. I think we've had some discussions over the day, and being the last panel, we also have the distinct pleasure of being able to build upon all of the things that happened before us. So I feel both terrible for the people who went first and had to come into a cold room, but by the same time, we've also really been developing some of these thoughts throughout the day, and I hope you'll bear with us as we riff on some of these things. I think where we want to go first really points to the comment that Chris Gibbons made, and I had seen it on Twitter and was going to bring it up even if the question hadn't come forward, and that is this: are we really thinking about healthcare the right way? And if we were worried in the last panel about defining what a medical grade system is, how do we really define what medicine is and will be in the coming years? And I think one of the first things we want to get to is let the panel have a chance to comment on that. From my own perspective, having been in a large healthcare system for close to 10 years with my colleagues who you heard from today, Julian Goldman, Ricky Hampton from Partners Healthcare, I've seen the changes happening firsthand, right? As value-based care, new payment models, population health and demographic trends, and all these things are coming to put pressure on the U.S. healthcare system and on healthcare systems around the globe. We're seeing new problems that need creative solutions. And it's creating a climate for innovation, right? And that innovation is really dependent, it seems lately, on mobility and ubiquitous wireless communication, both inside the hospital and outside the hospital. And part of that is really following what other people earlier talked about as a changing locus of care, right? Which in effect is really coming full circle. Healthcare in the United States began in the home, right? Only sick people who were too poor to have a doctor come visit them went to a hospital. But over time that changed, and care began to focus around the general hospital. And then care began to diffuse its way out through primary care and ambulatory care and other things, and is now coming, again, back to the home. We're talking about making house calls like Marcus Welby used to do when I was on television, and that my daughter can't believe actually happened. That the same doctor who, gave you your inoculations was also the one who delivered the baby and showed up at the hospital when you were sick. And that's really what we're talking about with this kind of ubiquitous connectivity, right? That healthcare can be omnipresent in our lives. So this morning we heard about, and this afternoon we heard about all of the problems that are happening. And I think today we really want to focus on how we foster the innovation that we can help to solve those problems while making sure we keep an eye on the fact that this is medicine, and some of this may in fact be more critical and different than other general wireless types of innovation that are happening. And so I think maybe we'll open it up just there. If the panel would comment in whatever order you want, we can start with Surjit, or we can actually start with Deepu if you want. What do you think we're talking about when we talk about healthcare now? What does healthcare look like to you, and where do we think it's going to go as this locus of care changes over the coming years? Do we want to let?
Okay, I can
Well, let Surjit start.
I'll go first. So, okay. So if you look at, I'd really like the comments I think Harry made earlier around, and I think Chris as well, where you look at healthcare, it's really going beyond just the hospital network today, right? You're really starting to go and look at doing care at home. You've got, the advent of smart devices, your phones and your tablets, your wearables. All of these things are starting to play a big role in healthcare. And as you look at the question of innovation, and that's part of the theme of what we're going to talk about a little bit, there is a lot of innovation that's happening, right? I mean, I work at Cisco and I support healthcare, and I just compare it with so many other industries, right? And healthcare has really been the biggest culprit in terms of being, in terms of adopting technology and leveraging it, right? We heard so many examples today. And it's also a problem because, that's one of the reasons why the cost has gone up, right, significantly. They haven't really leveraged all the technology that they could have to actually make care better. As I talk to healthcare customers, I hear, and this is actually maybe even a global comment, right? We actually have a sick care system, not really a healthcare system, right? I mean, how do you really, how do you get to a healthcare system? How do you focus on care before a person falls sick? How can you, look at wellness, and what are some of the things that, one can do, before and then even after. So, innovation is big. Care is everywhere, right? You can only control so many things today. One of the focus that, Cisco is really getting into, and we obviously, are one of the vendors that sell and provide technologies into healthcare, is how do we help our customers really, achieve the outcomes that they're trying to get to. And, we actually ran into some of our partners, specifically GE Healthcare, and Scott here will talk a little bit more about what we're doing together with medical devices. But, what we're really trying to do is to figure out how to make the system work. How do you leverage all of the various technologies, capabilities, wearables, smart devices, and make it work in an environment where you are having innovation at just a completely different pace than what healthcare has really been used to a little bit. So let me just stop here, and then maybe I can add some more comments a little bit later. We can go to you, Scott.
Sure. Yeah, so, from a GE Healthcare perspective, we continue to just see the proliferation of, many wireless devices continuing to get on the enterprise IT network. Certainly, we've talked about, the other bands becoming available and so forth, but that's still, today that doesn't help the Wi-Fi networks in themselves. One of the challenges that we have is, as Surjit said, the constant rapid change of technology and devices on iPhones and tablets and apps all coming out in the consumer market, kind of driving those technologies at a very fast pace. Those type of technologies and innovations, we're seeing more and more on a shared infrastructure in the IT network, but at the same time, we also see older technology that hospitals have made, investments on. And, they have devices that, may have some older protocols that are still on their network. They've made an investment there. It's maybe 5-10-year-old technology or devices that are on their network. They've made that investment. So I think the challenge is how do we move forward and continue to
coexist on the network with all these devices, but yet allow all devices to work to their specification. So one of the things that, that's a reality. A lot of devices moving, getting on the network. So one of the things that we are doing, in addition, from a manufacturer standpoint, all the innovations that are going on with the different bands and so forth, what we're doing also to kind of complement the rigorous testing that's going on at the manufacturer level, at the design level, is, kind of on the back end when the device goes into the hospital. GE is partnering, with Cisco to actually go into hospitals to do to help our customers, whether they're GE devices or not, agnostic, and actually to help them get those devices on the network, do the risk assessments, collect the requirements for the medical devices, so that those devices will be able to operate on the network to specification. So that requires requirements gathering of the specific devices, feeding that back into the design cycle, continuous monitoring, and that can all be done as one option using the IEC 80001 framework to be able to to do that. And so we're looking to do that.
Thanks, Rob. So thanks to the FCC and the Connect to Health Task Force, which helped to put together today's workshop. When I think of what healthcare will look like in the future, I actually have to just look at today. We have a number of devices that are out in the marketplace currently, which are medical devices, have been cleared by the FDA. For example, 2-lead ECG jacket that can strap onto the back of an iPhone, asthma sensors that get put on top of an inhaler that give you near real-time environmental scans, supply chain management behind it, et cetera. Obviously the home use medical device stuff, like medical grade weight scales. I'm going to use that term only because they go through quality systems. Blood pressure cuff monitors, thermometers, et cetera. All of these, which are now smart technologies, because at least in one way, shape, or form, they can offload their information into the web or into a platform or get it somewhere else where it can be utilized. And then I think of aspirational, real future stuff. I think of things like the Tricorder Qualcomm X Prize, where we're helping to fund the creation of a device that can appropriately diagnose, I believe, 12 or more conditions within a number of days, and can do it in a better way or equal to a panel of board-certified docs. And that's supposed to be delivered by, I believe, next year. So, that's what I think of healthcare. But one of the things that was put to this panel in some of the questions initially was, how do we future-proof these technologies? And I think that folks immediately think of technological ways, obviously make things backwards compatible, et cetera. I think that's important, but, this has to go hand in hand with regulation and with sensible policies. And part of that is the genesis of this discussion of wireless test beds. This is something that came up in the 2012 mHealth Task Force. It then became a recommendation that myself and Dr. Goldman worked on with the Consumer Advisory Committee, which got the full approval of the committee, and here we are, years later, and still discussing this issue. But it goes beyond the FCC. I mean, there are other things. For years, we've been advocating as an industry that health IT is really the broader meaning of not just electronic health records. I think that the Office of the National Coordinator took a huge step forward just a couple weeks ago when they announced through Meaningful Use Stage 3 that they're finally going to allow uploading of patient-generated health data into an electronic health record. At least that's one of the proposals in the current proposed rule. That's a big deal. Those are the kinds of things that really get us to that next level of what healthcare should look like. But going back to the conversation of the wireless test beds, we need to discuss not only as an industry, but also all of the stakeholders. When we first started talking about this, it was academia, it was non-governmental bodies, including nonprofits that work in the area. It was people from industry, and really the garage entrepreneur, all of which were talking about, hey, how do we really find a safe place that we can discuss these issues, we can come up with tools, we can share best practices, and come up with conformity and harmonization to better develop products jointly. And that's really the conversation. It may be for some members of the industry, it may not be. It may be for some members of the public, it may not be. But at least there's enough of an interest that something should be done. And I think that one of the things that we should work on as a panel is maybe trying to put together what that next step forward should be after today. So thank you.
So I have to thank the FCC and FDA for this work group. So our leadership at Mayo has set a goal for us that by the year 2020, we would reach out and touch in a meaningful way 200 million patients. So if you think of that number, you can't really scale brick and mortars to that size. So I think it's about how do you do connected care and in what ways can you serve connected care. So we believe that most healthcare interactions will be carried out in the future over a connected mobile tools and as an extension of established patient-providers relationships so that healthcare will be a continuum, not just a point in time as you're in the hospital.
Thank you. Deepu, do you have some comments about the future of healthcare? Do we have audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The future to me looks very much like this. We have, I think there is a two-pronged approach to the future. What we have today is, as you've heard, the proliferation of wireless devices across the board, hospital, clinics, and homes. And as Surjit mentioned, what we have is a sick care system. What we need to have is a healthy care system, healthcare system. By that, to me, we have a reactive system, and we need to go to a proactive system. One specific opportunity for innovation is to create an infrastructure and an ecosystem, especially on the data front. So all of these devices can produce data that can be aggregated in a meaningful way and fed to EMR systems. We know that EMR systems are not quite unified yet. I think there is work that needs to be done there. And then, of course, some of the things other folks have been talking about, making sure that devices that come to this environment operate correctly. Evidenced what happened today with our system here. It didn't quite work right. So I think there has to be test beds that are geared towards the indication-specific use that these devices are going to play in. So that's kind of where I look at the immediate future, the data integration and intercommunication between various devices. As far as the future is concerned, to me, it's in the home. Connected home is here to stay, and it's going to pervade the medical device sector as well. Different kinds of things will emerge there, and the test beds have to evolve with that. And again, I think one needs to take a top-down view of all of that. What are the indication-specific aspects of all of that? What specific test beds need to be created to address these indications? That's how I see this evolving. So that's what I had to say right now.
Thank you. So there's a question that's been on my mind, and I think I'll start it off this way and let everybody talk about it. Earlier in the day, there was a mention that the lack of wireless test beds might be an impediment to innovation. Then later on, we heard Harry Greenspun tell us that, well, too much regulation and difficult to interpret regulation around medical device are keeping people away from the medical device space. So that might be an impediment to innovation. And so I think the most basic question is, given all that we've heard today, all of the problems and how this is such a multidimensional problem, can we design systems that allow innovators to innovate while still solving some of the problems that Ricky and other people are actually having in the real world today?
I have a little bit of an opinion on this question. So, if you really think about it, right? We talked about why healthcare has really not really been leading, but more lagging, if you will. We know that healthcare today is going through a transformation, right? I mean, we can see it. We've seen so many different industries, really adopt technology and leverage it and get more efficient. We heard about the banking and the finance industry. We know how retail has, has absorbed technology. How you book flights and how you travel today. Even today, you go to a hospital and you're starting to write, I'm so-and-so, and, here's my details, and, if I have an MRI done somewhere else, I got to carry the little disc or the image with me. So one of the opinion part of this equation is I don't think any one company or any one organization can really address the transformation. The transformation is very big and it's very broad. And it's happening, there's continued innovation that's happening, of course, in the medical space, right? The way we're treating patients, the amount of care we can provide, the amount of, people that we can cure if they have cancer, I'm sure has gone up, right, over the years. Medical devices have continued to innovate, but the pace of innovation that's happening in the IT space, I think, is way beyond where it has been, specifically in healthcare. If I have the numbers right, just a few years ago, there were, less than 20% healthcare organizations were reporting an EMR was, as they have some kind of an EMR deployed. Today, I believe it's more like 80%, and this happened in the last 2-3 years, right? And so that level of adoption of technology is just significant. And I believe that this is a shared problem. We all have to work together to address, right? We can't just put it on the regulators and FCC and FDA because, frankly, if we over-regulate it, you'll have companies stay away from it. You will stifle, and stop the innovation that's happening. And, and if you leave it, too open, you got all these other problems you're dealing with. And, if it's your son or daughter on the table going through surgery, you really want some level of control. So I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. It's hopefully like the partnerships that, we're trying to do between Cisco and GE, and, and we need to do that across the board with many of us really playing our own, taking steps, taking ownership of our areas, if you will, of what we have to offer in the system, and really playing as one team to continue to provide this balance. That's an opinion I share.
So Jaron used a phrase earlier, we need to get all of the stakeholders involved, right? And so I want to throw one in that I haven't heard yet today. How do we get a patient voice in here? And how do we get a consumer voice in here? And is it possible, can that voice be adequately represented by other stakeholders that are already at this table, whether that's industry, because you're selling to consumers, whether that's clinicians and physicians? Can you represent the patient voice? Or is there a need for a different way to bring patients into this room, into this conversation, and to make sure they have a voice in whatever the system is? And I'll add a little color to that. We talked about, and I'm very passionate about this idea that as this locus of care changes, we move these devices into very much uncontrolled space, right? We've heard how difficult it is to control a hospital where you're procuring the devices and you have to take what walks through the door. But when we get into a home or into people's pockets or they buy what they're going to buy, that is even more difficult. So any ideas? And Dale, you too, please, and Deepu, how do we get patients to be part of this conversation? And can we set up test beds that adequately represent their interests and needs?
I can take that one. I think it all depends on the abilities. So if you have somebody like Rick Hampton or Sean, they're probably okay, winging it and figuring it out. But if you take my mom and dad, they just want to plug it in and work like a telephone. So I think it's that continuum of expertise and ability, and maybe the infrastructure needs to figure out all the nuances to make it work appropriately and not the end consumer.
I would, it depends a little bit on what the organization looks like. For example, I was early involved in a group called the Broadband Internet Technical Advisory Group, which was associated with net neutrality issues, and I don't want to go there, but as part of that, the funding mechanism where people contributed, a part of the money was set aside to fund what we call community representatives. In other words, typically the problem is people can't afford to come to meetings and so forth. So we provided a mechanism to allow people to participate from the community. And I think generally speaking, that worked pretty well. But that presupposes there's a group of some sort that's agreed to get together and move some of these issues forward.
Point on that. To me, it sounds like if you start thinking about the patient, I mean, at some level, we're all patients, and we all fall sick, and we represent our interests, right? You can think about it from, as part of, your parents or your children, and you try to represent them. But to me, it's very different, right? The needs are very different. So if you're, an elderly person, chronically ill, versus if you're healthy, kind of that bell curve we heard about a little earlier, different people along that spectrum will have very different needs. And maybe one way to really look at that is, and this is where maybe, FCC, FDA can help us, look at doing some surveys, collecting some feedback, getting their voice into, what matters, what doesn't matter. Are patients okay with, letting their data live on a cloud? As long as, if they can see benefits in doing it, are they concerned about privacy? Are they concerned about other things? That may be one way to look at it.
Does anyone think we're at a point where maybe patients don't know what to ask for yet? Right. This is the sort of Steve Jobs philosophy, right? People didn't know they needed a music streaming service and an iPod until he told them they needed an iPod and a streaming service. Can we do that in a way to really get meaningful advice back about what patients need? My experience, right, having deployed lots of devices in patient homes, is I want to plug it in and it works. And that's important feedback, right? Because none of these connected health systems, healthcare doesn't work unless patients engage. And unless we make it easy for them and we give them tools that allow that, we're really, I think, failing the ultimate consumers of this. So is there a way to gather that feedback in a meaningful way? And what does that look like? Any other ideas on what that organization looks like? Do we literally, and Dale makes an excellent point, right? There's a difference between offering access and enabling access, right, to get patient voices into this conversation, right? So do we literally pay for some trips to bring people into this room and talk? Do we let industry form an organization, making it out right through the Consumer Electronics Association, somebody to go out and engage them? Do we make it part of a regulatory scheme to say, well, somebody in this regulatory chain needs to engage patients? And I'm not going to leave here today unless I get to use one of my favorite quotes I've ever heard, right? Many years ago at one of the first connected health and wireless health conferences I went to, a doctor up on stage pointed out that patients are unencumbered by the regulatory process. Right? They're going to do what they want to do, and if we want to have successful healthcare, we have to figure out how to engage them, but we can't make them do anything. We can't make them embrace standards. We can't make them configure their home networks the way we'd like. So how do we reconcile that, right? How do we reconcile that conundrum?
I think one comment that I have regarded from the patient point of view, whether you're talking the home environment or a healthcare environment that has all this infrastructure and an army of people to kind of manage the network and so forth, or in some cases, very few people to do that. I think from a patient-centric point of view, I think the expectations are still there from a patient standpoint, whether it's a home environment or it's a brick and mortar building. I think the patient wants a safe and effective product. They want the product to do what it's intended to do. They want privacy, and they want their protected health information to be protected. They want a secure environment. So all that, some of the same entities that you talk about from a patient standpoint when you're in a hospital environment, from a patient standpoint, those expectations really don't change, I think, in the home environment. I think those pillars are still there. And in some ways, it could be, it may be more challenging in some respects, because you're now in a like you said, an uncontrolled environment.
Deepu, I want to make sure you have a chance to weigh in.
Assuming the technology works.
This is telemedicine in a nutshell right here.
Okay, it doesn't look like this.
Sorry? Okay. Well, and I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to weigh in on this.
Let me just add one.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is what we are doing at Akiba, we are focusing on the technology we are trying to bring to market first. And we're looking at what aspects of what's available today the users, we're treating our patients, these are chronic care patients, we're treating them like consumers. We're trying to ask the question, what about what you have available to you today don't you like? And parse that into more specifics and create an overall user experience that will make them comply with the various regimens of care that are required for them. I think we look at the various indications that we are trying to target with these technologies and find out what about what's available for those do the patients like and what they don't like, and parse it into capabilities, usability requirements. And I think the test beds can evolve into specific ways of testing those usabilities as well. So that's kind of where we are heading with our company in terms of doing those kinds of focused approaches.
So what I heard from that is usability needs to be a part of this, right? Usability needs to be an important part of this. And I know from my own work that is absolutely the driver of health technology adoption among patients and consumers. So whatever that structure is, and I don't necessarily want to revisit what we had in the last panel, right, and debating whether this is a government role or an industry role or whatever, but it does seem like some form of usability needs to be part of it, and some other voices would be nice to make sure are included. Fair? Jaron, do you have something?
Yeah, I mean, from Qualcomm's perspective, obviously, everyone is a patient, everyone's a consumer, and hopefully everyone's carrying around a smartphone or a device. And really, hopefully, it's utilizing our chip or our technology. So mobile broadband to us, take that to the furthest extreme, which is we believe that 95% of the country, like the FCC has said, is covered by at least one mobile broadband operator, and that most people, if not everyone, has access to some form of a device. So then break that down to the healthcare segment. The biggest issue that we've seen in healthcare is the adoption. So what comes first? Adoption by healthcare systems, by large institutions, by small-scale clinics, by doctors themselves, or adoption by the consumer. And in a way, it's almost like a symbiotic approach, right? Some consumers are adopting early, some are not. Some doctors are adopting early, some are not. But the important thing here is that it's changing, and it's changing really rapidly. 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when I spoke about M-Health, people would look at me and say, what are you talking about? And now, I mean, look at so much that has happened to really profile how patients, now have access to digital medicine, and, it's really personalized. So, I think some of the things that have been left behind, unfortunately, we all talk about healthcare as if though it's this big thing out there that's just kind of, and I think you said it perfectly. Everyone's a patient. Everyone has a patient that's important to them, whether it be a loved one, a child, a friend, whatever. We're all sick at some point or have to deal with, the massive problems of the healthcare system. And that's the one thing that we all have, right, that we have access, to is the problems within the healthcare systems, whether personally or not. The institutional approach towards episodic care has got to change. There is no going back. So, how we get there, I think we're all part of that. And every little thing counts. Every agency counts. Everything that's done in this room, for healthcare really does count. And usability is a big aspect of that. It's interesting. I'm on the usability work group for the ONC, and, some of the people that have come in to talk about usability from the perspective of things like health IT and EHRs, a color coding system could mean something completely different from one nurse to another, from one doc to another, and things that people assume when they're producing these things automatically, are not things that should be assumed. Those things get left out. So yes, human factors testing, harmonization of that stuff, all of that is part of this big puzzle. But I'm not sure that we can just point at one thing and say that's going to be the one, that's going to be the driver.
Maybe we can shift this a little bit, and if there are questions, please. I know everybody's tired, but the microphone is available, and please tweet them or send them via email. Earlier in the day, something was said, a question was asked, and someone said, did the FCC think that Wi-Fi was going to become the backbone of all of these healthcare systems, right? And if I put my informatics hat on, I say, oh, God, no, geez. But if I put a different innovative hat on and say, well, of course, right? Because it was a unlicensed spectrum, unencumbered by a lot of hard regulations to understand, and it fostered the development of very inexpensive components that meant lots of new people could try lots of new things with new technology. And we were toying with this idea at lunch, and I'll set it up with a short story, and I see there's a question there. So if you want to sit or stand, that's up. And it goes something like this. One of my favorite stories talks about innovation, and there was a gentleman named Paul McCready, and back in the 1950s, a guy in England named Henry Kramer set up a prize for aviation. He said, right, it was the X Prize of its day. He said, I'm going to give some money to the first person who invents a human-powered airplane that can fly around a soccer pitch, and then I'll give even more money to someone who invents a human-powered airplane that can fly across the English Channel. And it's the jet age of the 1950s, should knock this out in a couple of years, and everything will be great. And that prize went uncollected for over 25 years. Till Paul McCready came up, and he, in 18 months, collected both of them with the Gossamer Condor and the Gossamer Albatross, 2 human-powered airplanes. And this story went viral a few years ago in Silicon Valley, and you can Google it and find it on blogs all over the place. And what Paul McCready said was his advantage was that he tried to solve a different problem. Rather than building a better airfoil or a lighter airplane, he simply came up with a way to build lots of airplanes really fast and crash them a lot in ways that didn't kill the pilot. And he said at one point he literally went to the hardware store, right? Instead of getting a room full of guys, because in the 60s it was all guys with slide rules, right? And trying to design the next great airfoil for 5 years and then flying it and hoping for the best, he built it out of plastic and duct tape and a bicycle chain and flew it, 3 times a day. And he was able to then iterate so fast he got there. And that's where the story sort of ended, right? That rapid iteration is the solution to this. About 20 years later, Paul McCready gave a speech at the Lemelson Center at the Smithsonian Institution, and these words are burned in my head, and you can find the transcript online. He said, "Perhaps my naivete was the exact thing needed at this pioneering stage of flight. But thank God the wings of airliners on which I spend so much time are designed by professional structural engineers and not by me." Right? So here we have the sort of godfather of innovation and rapid innovation saying there comes a time for technologies to grow up. And we were toying with this idea at lunch, and I'd really like to bounce this around a little bit. Maybe Wi-Fi was not the end all be all, right? Maybe the unlicensed portions of the spectrum aren't really what we need once we figure out how these systems should work and we start deploying them at scale in hospitals. But it might very well be the very thing we need to allow the innovation. So how do we balance that? How do we balance that, and how do we set up test beds to handle both sides of that so that at least the first tries are good enough that they don't kill people, but we get to what Ricky and his colleagues so desire, right? Systems that are truly robust and bulletproof and good for a healthcare network.
All right, take a stab at this. So maybe I'm going to come back to wireless test beds, but I want to share a little perspective on, at least how we are seeing a little bit of innovation occur in healthcare and how we're seeing some of this transformation occur. There was a question earlier in the day, or somebody, I guess, through Twitter or something, came and they started talking about Internet of Things and Internet of Everything, if you will. Actually, that's how we're seeing. That's how at Cisco we're kind of getting more and more organized, is to try to look at what Internet of Everything can really help and enable transformations, not just in healthcare but many verticals. Now, if you look at it from a healthcare perspective, we define Internet of Everything as people, process, data, and things, right? The people in healthcare are, your patients. We spoke about that. We talk about, physicians, of course, nurses, other care providers. The processes are more about, the flows in healthcare, right? How you flow through an emergency department or, different types of flows that everybody's familiar with. And there's a lot of innovation occurring. How do you improve the patient experience when you're thinking about the patient? How do you make the doctor or the nurse or primary care physician better and more productive, right? How do you get, as a healthcare facility that told me, they get 100,000, reports for, or calls for in their emergency department, and only 20,000 of those are actually real. And if they can reduce it in some way, then, obviously there's a lot of incentives in so many different ways, right? So there's a lot of that innovation occurring. Data is all about, big data probably has the biggest promise in healthcare, but, at least personally, having grown up in the high-tech space, I almost look at it as artificial intelligence in the 1990s, right? It was going to change everything, right? But it hasn't really changed it yet. So I think big data, even though there's a lot of promise, it hasn't really proven itself completely, and there needs to be more innovation, right? And then the things are medical devices, your smartphones, and all these different wearables, et cetera, that all need to interconnect. So if you look at all these areas and you look at all the innovation that's happening, all of this requires some level of connectivity. It requires some level of, an easy way where you want to be able to innovate. You want to be able to try different things. Somebody, I guess you brought the question, do patients even know what they want? By definition, innovation is something you're discovering, something new. If you knew about it, it wouldn't be innovation to begin with. So what we need is to create a system, create a platform with the capability. Actually, this is more than just wireless, right? Because you also have so many different things that I just talked about that just leverage networking in general. But mobility, make no mistake, is one of the big transformations that's happening in healthcare. We need to have a system that is easy, that is cheap, that is quick, agile, where you can innovate without necessarily killing people. And then, at some point you graduate and you mature, like you're saying, and you deploy it for use cases that are more, I guess, clinically relevant, if you will, and really touch the lives of people. So, I look at customers that we work with in healthcare, and frankly, many of them, or at least some of them, have wireless infrastructures that they've deployed when many of these technologies didn't even exist, right? These wireless infrastructures have been around for 5-10 years, and smartphones just came to being in the last 5 years. So there's a lot that we need to do in terms of really making this transformation happen. And the reason why Wi-Fi or whatever technology is being used at large is because it's easy. It's already there. It's already being used on the enterprise side, and people want to leverage and try different things and innovate, right? So our job is to figure out how to make that happen in a way that actually reduces cost, makes it easy to play, at the same time doesn't kill people. Just a little perspective.
Yeah, I think, just to trump on that, just the consumer market does obviously tend to drive industry, whether you're talking probably healthcare or in many other fields. It just does I think the challenge is just to be able to work out those issues with the stakeholders, the manufacturers, and the responsible organizations. The hospital owns some of that. And, there's been a lot of talk today about 80,001. And I think given the state of, where we're at right now with the proliferation of wireless devices on the network, I think 80,001 will continue to have a big play until, a new spectrum is opened up. It just will. It's a tool that we can use to kind of help manage integration of medical devices on the network, gathering of the requirements for those different devices, feeding that back so that when you deploy those devices onto that shared infrastructure, that they will be safe, effective, secure, and it doesn't stop there with 80,001. It also not only getting the devices onto the network, but there's a continual change management process with 80,001, event management, network. I don't think we've talked about too much just about appliance, wireless LAN network monitoring as well. A lot can be done with that as well too. You could say it could be a little bit reactive in some cases, but it depends the way you look at it. It could be very proactive actually, because if you're going to acknowledge that, okay, this is where we're at, this is where the innovation and the market is going, and we have a lot of devices on the network, let's be proactive about it. Let's do change management, event management. Let's proactively trend events that happen on the network, and let's try to mitigate those events through application of risk on the network.
I think that each band of spectrum and obviously each type of interface has its own unique property and qualities. Unlicensed spectrum is easy to access. Obviously, it's cheaper. And the technologies that are in unlicensed, I would say, are quite sophisticated and important. So, whether or not unlicensed spectrum and Wi-Fi, it should be the backbone or not, that's really, I think, a market dynamic. I think one of the important things is that, the FCC approaches it in a very technology-neutral way, when they institute their rules and policy. I think that it's important for the FCC to help those that are coming into the space to understand those rules. Again, going back to the recommendation from the 2012 mHealth Task Force, make that understanding easily to approach from the developer perspective. I'll leave it at that.
There is a question from the audience, and then we have one Twitter question queued up as well. So, sir.
Thanks for all the interesting discussion. It's the end of the day, so I hope my question is not... Name. I'm Cameron Serafian from NIST. The title of this workshop is Role of Wireless Medical Testbed. I wish we had all the panelists here. So my question is actually addressed to each one of you individually and the other panelists that are not there. So I would appreciate if they could come here and answer. So if you are in charge of building a wireless medical testbed, in your personal opinion or your organization's opinion, and in one short sentence, what is the primary objective of a wireless medical testbed? So each one of you, one sentence. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So maybe we'll do this, right? Because that is, it's easy to pontificate and answer that question with 30 sentences. It's really hard to pare that down to one. So why don't I give people a couple of seconds to think about it. In the meantime, and then we can also have some other people from the audience come up and answer that. Let me hit this Twitter question first, and then I think that'll give us a chance to really answer that question with the answer it deserves. So this question came in. Is there an opportunity to create an interoperability and coexistence standard using test beds? And are there different, I think the answer is, are there different certification levels that would go along with that? Right, so can we really do the technical coexistence and the interoperability in a kind of one single system?
I guess my view is, and I think we've discussed this all throughout the day, right? There's no one test bed that can solve everything, right? We will need a system of test beds, if you will. My personal opinion is, I think, the different stakeholders that are involved, right? Like the wireless device manufacturers, Cisco being one example, the medical device manufacturers, and then healthcare organizations. Everybody has to, have their fair share of doing validation and testing. And if we can really develop the right specifications on, what are the expectations for the various stakeholders as they develop and validate and develop their test beds to deliver technology into a healthcare organization. If everybody does their part well, and then we leverage, like Sean does in Kaiser, the final test is make sure that things are actually working in the organization where they're intended before you actually put it on the network, right? I think that's probably the answer that may be the not the most ideal answer, but at least better than where we are today. Let's put it that way.
Yep. Okay, so just making sure. So I think from a test bed perspective, got to be safe, got to be effective, and that platform has to be adaptable to technology, new devices, emerging technology. Got to be kind of a dynamic type of environment, so that as technologies and innovation evolves, you can continue to effectively test and deploy, medical devices effectively.
So, what would be a wireless test center? I think the creation of a national center, and I say that, and I'm not stating that I would like the creation of an agency or a physical center somewhere. It could be housed anywhere. But I think that I can't. I'm going to have to pontificate. I hate that. I'm sorry, Rob. If I were the guy, if I were king for 30 seconds, this is what I would say. It should be the outcome of today. So Michelle Ellison and Karen and everyone. What I would say is, the takeaway from today would be like what the last panel said, which was there is no national test center, okay, but there is interest in something. So I would say the takeaway is the creation of a public-private partnership that the FCC and FDA should oversee. It would put out a request for information from the industry, from everybody, academia, et cetera, of what are your testing tools, what are your testing problems, what are the issues in this space. Obviously, taking the report from today's event, then coming out with a list of what are next steps. And the next steps should be this creation of a national center, which could be housed in many different places. The idea is that it would have expertise, it would have access to experimental licenses and tools to help those that are developing medical devices that are converged wireless medical devices.
Yeah, I think Dale just asked an interesting question, and I was going to ask something very similar, which is, the question was, is there an opportunity to create such a standard? And I would have to turn that to the audience, right, to our healthcare partners out there and say, I don't know, would you pay more for devices that carry some sort of industry certification of at least baseline interoperability, and then, coexistence in your network, and then higher levels of maybe certification above that? Right? Because I think there's a desire for it. The question is it a commercially viable? Is there a commercially viable model to support it? We are stacking up questions here. It's like Reagan Airport at noon. So, please.
My name is Professor Edgar Khan. I'm a creator of time banking. 55% of the care that keeps people out of nursing homes, according to the Congressional Budget Office, 80% if you listen to AARP, is informal care. It's one thing to say, how do we get the devices talking to formal systems? We have a system of time banking that has thousands of people and is spread to 38 countries, but there's no way, given the digital divide, we've now got a mobile application that will work on smartphones, but we're working in neighborhoods where people don't have smartphones, so we need connectivity. We need to ask, how do we get connectivity, a person who's just got a phone, to call in and to link with the smartphone systems and the internet systems. So that's the problem we face on the ground dealing with neighborhoods that we deal with. And those are predominantly black, Hispanic, Native American. They're not middle class that have the smartphones. And I don't know whether that's even on the radar screen, but I wanted to put it on the radar screen.
Well, I think it plays a little bit to a question. We'll build off the last one, and I'll incorporate that into a question, I think, and I'll put it this way. It was put forth in the previous panel that maybe hospitals need to solve this problem. Right? Hospitals should get together and put forth a set of standards in a test bed here, and that would be great. My question to industry is, what happens then when we have sort of an American healthcare system and a European healthcare system and an Asian healthcare system, and they all decide on different standards? Would industry tolerate different regional approaches to this, or would they like a more harmonious one? And that plays very much into that question, because what you're pointing out is not a uniquely American problem, right? A large swath of the world are not people who buy $10,000 Apple watches, no offense to Apple, but are people who are buying low-cost, sub-$100 handsets from manufacturers that we never heard of in the United States. And if we want to look at this, as many of the companies on this panel do, as a global healthcare problem, we have to solve many of those same problems. So I guess I'll turn it over to you that way and say, what about that? What about this idea of is there a place in test beds to ensure the kind of interoperability that would drive access to this care? And is it a kind of problem that we can look outside the United States to help solve?
Let me add one factor, and that is that the recent studies show that social isolation is as deadly as smoking tobacco. And so part of what we're trying to do is say, how do we reconnect neighborhoods? How do we create the functional equivalent of extended family? It's a different frame, but it feeds into the problem.
I'll just share a little bit. I don't know if I have the answer to this question, but I'll just share an opinion. Talking to healthcare organizations outside the U.S., at least this is my personal opinion, I think 80% of the challenges are shared. They're global challenges we see. You're always going to have a little bit of, uniqueness, especially you think about security regulations in Europe. It's going to be a little different than what the U.S. has, and same thing in all the way, if you look at Australia, etc. The problems in India and China are quite different, right? Because they have a lot of people that probably don't get any health care. So, they need to get some kind of health care. The way I look at the question that was asked is one of who pays for this? How do you pay for trying to get the advanced care and at some level, standardized care or basic set of care that everybody gets, and then you kind of build from there. And that's actually one of the biggest reasons why a lot of this innovation is happening to begin with, is especially in the U.S., is driven because of cost. It's, there's more than 20% of the U.S. GDP is actually being spent on healthcare. I asked this question for at least to get a perspective on, is it the same problem, let's say, in Europe or some other countries? The answer I got was, not all the time. The cost is not the only factor, but it is a factor. There are other factors that they consider as well. But I think anything we do here, if we make it too complicated, we put too much regulation on it, we raise the bar, I think it will slow down the transformational process. My perspective is we got to look at where we are today. People do what they want to do. Patients are using devices without all this great stuff that we're talking about. I've heard, and no offense to physicians, but they do whatever they want to do anyways, right? They find ways to go do things, right? And, so our challenge is, how do you make it better? If you agree the current state is really, really bad, then we should try to get on a journey to improve it, as opposed to try to find that ideal state and solve for every little thing before we can even dip our toes into it. And that's a little perspective.
So just to set the bar here, we have one more question queued up live here. I have a very interesting Twitter question. We have about 7.5 minutes left, and we're going to need to do a wrap up at the end of this. So Jaron, go ahead.
I'll go quickly. So one thing that became obvious to us when we were doing the mHealth Task Force was that sometimes there's a lack of interagency collaboration. So for example, and please forgive me, FCC, if I'm getting this wrong, but I believe that the TrackPhone program, one of the criteria or elements in order to be able to participate in the program was that you have to be a Medicaid eligible beneficiary or something to that effect. My senses are dull because I have an 11-month-old and she refuses to sleep at night, but I digress. And it became obvious to us that even though there is this eligibility criteria, there wasn't much communication going on between CMS and specifically state Medicaid and TrackPhone. And I believe that something has happened since then. There has been some communication, some kind of a partnership. But that's the kind of thing that should happen, because much like what the gentleman was talking about, we've got this entire demographic of America that may not have access to a smartphone, does have access to another kind of government service, yet the two agencies that are principally in charge of trying to get those services to that person aren't really even communicating, cohesively. So that's an issue. And there's a lot of that happens. For example, Department of Housing and Urban Development, with the CDC, with HHS, other agencies within HHS, et cetera. That's a whole other conversation, but a very important one. So I'm glad that he brought it up.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Shirley. I'm with Research Associates, and I'm also a consultant with Time Banks USA. And one of the things that the literature has been showing for decades is that we have an explosion of an aging population who, according to a court case, Olmstead, requires that they be in the least restrictive environment. Most aged people want to age in their own home and in the community, and I offer to you that this is going to drive the future significantly in this area. One, These people do not want to be institutionalized, and that's a waste of healthcare money to institutionalize them and re-hospitalize constantly, as well as put them in nursing homes, because they don't have adequate informal care at home, and there's not a bridge between informal care and formal care. Which I also then offer to you is that is what the technology can do. One of the things that the technology can do is facilitate people aging in place, the devices that help them to keep their prescription regimen, that helps them to be monitored, if at all possible, for blood pressure or whatever. And certainly the digital divide issue can come into play when you're talking about addressing health disparities. But certainly the cost of institutionalizing people is far, far greater than people working together collaboratively, industry, regulators, technology people, networks, to come up with how this can operate, and creating an infrastructure bridge between informal care and formal care. That is hospitals, communities, and home. And there are several ways that that's taking place now. Would like to talk more, but know that you can't. But Dr. Khan, the founder of the Time Banks, is dealing with a lot of these issues in terms of respite care, and there are a lot of opportunities in that regard. Thank you.
No, thank you, and I think that brings us to an important point. And being conscious of the time, I just wanted to say I agree with her. Yeah, I think you'll get a lot of nods from everyone up here on this panel for sure.
Especially the aged person.
Don't put words in my mouth. There was a question that came up on Twitter, and I think it plays into something that we're hearing here as well. And my own experience tells me that this is true. And the question says this. It appears that the discussions have focused on lower data rate applications, e.g. equipment settings, switches, patient monitoring. Are there considerations or thoughts for higher data rates and limited latency for wireless imaging, video streaming, use of ad hoc equipment, etc.? And what that points to is something that I have seen, I think some of the companies here have seen as well, right? And that is, again, as this locus of care changes, what used to be the provenance of a hospital network managed by a professional with enterprise-grade equipment is going to end up being a distributed network on home-grade equipment, right, managed by people who don't manage networks. In my organization, Continua, used to be the Continua Health Alliance, I have a use case that was brought forth for an in-home ventilator. Right? You don't get much more critical than that. And this is a piece of equipment that's more than just an idea. This is something that is they're asking for standards on how they move that data around because it's ready to go home. And that points to your point as well, right? There was a doctor I used to work with who said very famously, if you ask people how they would like to end their lives, they would like to end their lives at home in bed surrounded by family. If you look and find out how they actually end their lives, they end up their lives in a hospital room, alone, hooked up to tubes. And so any consideration, any system we put in place has to take into account the fact that we are not just talking about the hospital, right? And I'll begin a little bit of a summary here, and then I absolutely want to make sure that we've hit all the points and we get a summary of what we think we should go forward with here today. But what I heard are things like we need to take into account not just the hospital, but other environments, because healthcare is a continuum of care. And people are within that continuum wherever they are at any point in time. We see the acuity and the frequency of the data generated by different parts of the system actually becoming more diffuse. Right? What used to be the high acuity, high frequency data that was only found in an intensive care unit is moving to other locations in the system right now. And we see innovation being more diffuse as well, right? We see people using unlicensed spectrum and inexpensive components to go out and try new things. And whatever the test bed looks like, whether it's a public-private partnership, however the leadership gets this together, it needs to take into account all of those pieces, in addition to solving that 7-layer chess game that someone said earlier, right? That is and as somebody else called it, the hostile wireless environment inside a hospital, right? It's not just a hostile environment. It's a diffuse environment. It's an environment that has stakeholders that very rarely have their voices heard in the design of these systems. And whatever it is we come up with from this work needs to take that into account. So with that said, I will certainly go down the road. Dale, I'm going to give you a chance as well. Let's have some final thoughts here. We have about a minute left.
Real quickly, what I heard is we need to create some sort of a public-private partnership. One of the things that Steve Berger is make sure we're talking a common language, common terminology. Somebody needs to establish requirements. I'm picking up on Bill Young's sort of thing, set of requirements, and the question is medical grade requirements. Then the test methods. Okay, then you have test methods. Somebody should be working on test methods, and then of course that informs what you need in terms of a test bed or test beds, probably more than one, to account for the fact that they need to work in various environments. And then I think there's probably an educational component to all this as well.
I just have one thing, I guess, or a couple things I'll end with. One is, there was an ask for having actionable items. We do have at Cisco, we have an effort initiative. We call it Assure Wave, which is really a test bed to help do some testing, wireless testing. We didn't get an opportunity to share more with you, but if you're interested, we can definitely share more. I have a colleague that actually is with me here that leads that initiative. And we would love to get more input, partner with, other stakeholders. We're obviously doing this with GE, but the more we can work as one team to, take it forward and try to help address and do our fair share, we'd be happy to do that. And the only other thing is that, I don't think we answered that other question of the one-liners, right? So I'll just take the opportunity and say wireless networks hopefully can be an enabler for innovation and better patient outcome. So that's my 2 cents.
I think just in closing, I think moving forward, I think stakeholder input was a big one we gathered, requirements gathering of medical devices, thorough testing both at the deployment of the device from the medical manufacturer, and then, if at all possible, post-design, and then application of risk management as well, I think is big in this as well, too. We need to be able to continually monitor the risk and then apply the appropriate risk measures for whatever type of device we're deploying on the network.
We're over by about a minute at this point, so if you want to get one more sentence in, you can have your sentences.
I've said enough. Thank you.
So mine is really quick. I think the challenge is healthcare organizations are really risk averse. And the challenge before us is how do you innovate in a risk adverse environment? And I think maybe there are lower levels of care where we can be innovative, but in high acuity patients we wouldn't want to be until the process matured.
And Deepu, if you have anything left to say, we'll give you the closing. And of course, now is when it freezes.
No, I think this was a fascinating discussion. Again, my big focus in life now is to design things that address usability and make them easier to use in these kinds of environments.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much for sticking around for the day. I know we have the closing left.
This was fantastic. So for all of you with staying power, we have just one just a few thoughts here. This has been beyond our wildest dreams. I will tell you that it has been engaging, it's been robust, it's been provocative, and that really is due to all of the hard work of everybody in this room. And I would be remiss if I didn't just offer a pretty formal thank you on behalf of the FCC's Connect to Health Task Force and the Office of Engineering and Technology, to all of the moderators and discussants, to the audience and participants, and the many staffers who worked both at the FCC and FDA behind the scenes to make today what it was. And from my perspective, a wonderful success due to all of you. I also wanted to thank the FDA Center for Devices and Radiological Health. That's a mouthful for me for some reason. Just for partnering with us. They have been wonderful partners, and we are incredibly grateful for their willingness to collaborate. And with that, I think the last words here are going to go to Julie Knapp and to Bakul Patel.
Thank you, Karen. Wow, is all I can say. This was very interesting and challenging, and some would say mind-twisting at the same time. If I were to sort of show here's what's in the next episode of Glee, I would have done that, but I don't think we're ready yet. So I'm going to share a couple things, and before I do that, I want to repeat what Karen said. Thank you to the staff, Heather, Seth, Deborah, and Ben, and Karen especially for pulling the meat of the work that goes behind arranging these fantastic meetings. Special thanks to the moderators. Yes. Special thanks to the moderators and the panelists for taking time out of their busy days and being here and discussing these important topics. Before I turn it over to Julie, I want to reflect on a couple things that I heard today and maybe have you guys walk away with those thoughts as well and sort of be part of the solution that we need to put together. I heard a lot of topics brought up. I've heard about interoperability. I heard about other industries. I heard about medical grade wireless, and they seem to be all sort of converging towards two big things in my mind, and they may not be two big things. They end up to be one big thing. Is what's the test environment are we thinking about, and what does that mean to the test beds that we are talking about? And when you think about when I think about test environments, I think about the configuration, and when you look up software test environments, you think about the PC and the nodes and et cetera that goes with it. And the test bed seems to be more encompassing in terms of the test protocols and what is it, how many radios are there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How many devices should be in the picture or environment, et cetera. So those two thoughts sort of emerged out of all the discussion. So I'm going to leave one open question to all of you is the discussion we had today, I think needs to be narrowed down to something that's tangible that we can all take a next step towards. And how do you frame that from, at least in my head, of what's an environment, what's a test bed, and maybe if you start from there, we can actually make some progress. I was talking to somebody in the hallway, and he was, wireless test beds, my company could use that. I mean, that was resounding from that one person, but it is an indication of how this topic is going to be very important to a lot of people, not just the hospitals, the Ricky Hamptons who struggle with this day in and day out. I'm sorry to call on you, Ricky, but you're my favorite. And the small businesses who struggle with don't have the resources to do this. So the question to take back is the discussion we had today. If we can reflect on it and sort of frame it in what can we provide, what can we do tangible as next steps, would be very helpful. So thank you again, everybody, and thank you for staying with us all day. I'll turn it over to Julie next.
Always dangerous to go last. Just a terrific day. I want to thank everybody who participated and listening to all the conversation. A couple of things that struck me. I kept thinking about Steve Berger's comment this morning about trying to have a common language, and because as what really came home to me as we went through this is we're talking about test beds, but I think I heard through the day, well, I'm talking about reliability, I'm talking about interoperability, I'm talking about EMC, et cetera, et cetera. So, and Bakul and I were chatting, and we both said that we use the same expression, can't boil the ocean. So part of the exercise, I think, for us is to try to, as Bakul said, narrow this down a little bit into some tangible things that can be done. So we will get together and huddle and see what we can do to advance this process a bit. But I want to thank you again all for sharing your ideas. It really was a terrific day.